Testing. 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 Hey, Layla. Thank you, Ness. Hi, Kylie. Hey, Sriracha Night. Hi, Maggie. Also spooky. Yeah, I'm gonna turn the light on. I don't know why I didn't. Hey, Ashley. There we go. Dark Dawn milk. I just ate a significant amount of samosas. Oh, Samoas. I am unwell. I can see that. I've been there before. Hey, North Sway. Hey, Millie. We are back. Clock check. Hey, Neely. Missing an I in your very important header. Oh, I left that out for engagement. Kidding. Thank you. Correct. Coconut body wash, coconut perfume, coconut shampoo. Oh, wait. Have you guys ever tried Girl Scout cookies body wash? Yeah. Um. Yeah. My ex had the blue one on the right. I'd end up eating my own arm. Was it nice smelling? I mean, it smelled like Girl Scout cookies. Now, I don't know if you want your body smelling like Girl Scout cookies. Bro, she had the worst. uh, I mean, I would disagree only because I'm not a mint person, but I pretty much the only Girl Scout cookies I would actually eat are Samoas and whatever the peanut butter ones are. The other ones I don't think are worth the calories in my opinion. Hey Barbie, I have 2 Girl Scouts and not a single cookie crossed my threshold this year. Not sure if I'm proud or ashamed. Adventurefuls? I haven't even heard of that. And the man, I'm in the process of adopting a cat. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, this looks amazing. This is new, right? There's no way this has been around. This has to be one of the ones that they charge more for, right? I ate a whole box at once. My front door is up a flight of stairs, so I had to buy cookies since Girl Scout helped leapt up to my stairs. Literally washing my hair right now. Wait, so where are you watching me from? I have 2 girls. Oh, I read that already. The Adventure Pros will okay. I mean, they look really good. I've never tried the s'mores ones. Um, I feel like I would like those. Okay, I'm gonna get the coffee. Okay, our flu. Kitchen sink. Pyro, it was Don Melk that met Taylor, I think. Oh, I see what Tyro said. Gotta pull that back up. Um, Neely, what's the difference between general news? Oh, okay. FAFO has a separate section. Press brief. Okay, I see. U.S. to import millions of eggs from Turkey and South Korea to ease prices. Israel strikes Lebanon after first rocket attack since fire. Putin said he prayed for his friend Donald Trump after 2024 assassination attempt. U.S. envoy says Steve Witkoff said the Russian leader had an artist paint a portrait of Trump and gave it to the American president as a gift. Witkoff called Putin super smart and not a bad guy. Donald Trump revoked security clearance for Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Hillary Clinton, and others. Presidential memorandum said it was no longer in the national interest for those listed to retain their accesses. Loving the shirt, Dan. Thank you. I don't know if we can be friends if you don't like Thin Mints. I just don't like mint. I don't like artificial mint flavor unless it's in toothpaste or gum. So like, I don't like mint chocolate chip. I don't like Thin Mints. I do like mint in general. Like, I love mojitos. Revoking security clearance is so. Did that with Adam Kingsinger, and Adam made a vid about it. Yeah, I mean, it's basically just like a fuck you, really. I think I don't know how much they need that security clearance right now. Hey, Rose, we're gonna have to try and get past this huge flaw of Dan's. Rough. Listen, I am a deeply flawed man. I don't like Thin Mints. Where is Tiny Man today? Oh yeah, I got rid of him for charades. Hold on. There he is. Imagine Stalin saying that about Roosevelt. Could have used Little Marco as a prop in charade. Have they even heard of his cereal eating crimes? Maybe okay. Let's not pile it all on all at once. All right. Let's slowly leak out the issues with me as a person. Like when you combine like the mint and the cereal and the mic and the YouTube thumbnails, like at that point, just public execution. Just don't leak the SC text. The Supreme Court text? Phrasing. Wait, which what did I phrase wrong? We promise, love you through it, King. Don't worry. I don't know if I can get past that. Mouthwash is so fire. I mean, mouthwash is exempt from my mint version. Snapchat. Don't leave the Snapchat text. I don't think I have anything too leakable on Snapchat. Discord is an app used by gamers. Reportedly can't find 1.4 million, but we're sure it's fine. Donald Trump claims he didn't sign the Alien Enemies Proclamation. Trump administration is debating invoking. Oh, that's past Dan. Ignore him. Hey, Justin. Ignore past Dan. Okay. My Discord is fine. Instagram, however, is a platform that was released in 2010. We just have a GIF of Elon crying on Fox News permanently in the background. Wait, Elon cried on Fox News? I gotta see this. Pentagon pushes back on egregious Elon Musk report. It's fake. Wait.
Dollars in DoD contracts and grants that do not match the priorities of this president or this department. In other words, they are not a good use of taxpayer dollars. As DoD partners with Doge here.
Thanks, Lawrence. Good morning from the Pentagon. So, vision is to look for ways to. That's exactly what we're doing.
Musk threatens to sue after Democrat ex-rep Jamal Bowman calls him a Nazi. Bro, if the shoe fits.
The FAA has fined Musk's rocket company hundreds of thousands of dollars. Oh.
Play the victim, blaming the left, the libs, and everyday Americans. Oh, but alas, I
Yeah, I need a clip. I'm trying my best to find it. I need a clip of this. A hit dog will holler. I haven't heard that phrase in a while, but true. Days of Future Dan. And the clip either. That probably means it's fake. If Elon Musk was actually crying on Fox News, no way that that's not all over the internet. Right? If it walks like a duck and Sieg Heil's like a duck. Too bad you aren't live tomorrow. We could watch Dean's MSNBC segment. Dean's going to be on MSNBC? Is it going to be live? Or is it going to be live streamed? Obviously, it's going to be live on TV. Tomorrow night at 8. I could maybe pop in to watch that if it's easily watchable. I'm down. Check your Discord DM. I will in 1 second. I just need some opinions. What do we think about this meme? Is it funny? For people that were here last night. Is he going to say a slur that offends literally one person again? Wait, I don't know who that's referring to. Hey, Tracy. Went to an orchard show at Botanic Gardens. Nice. I love that slur. Should I post that in the Discord? Should I post this in the Discord? Or is it too inflammatory? The image of Elon looking up from the 1.4 billion Tesla article is so memeable. Okay, wait. Oh, this one? Dan downfall. No, Dan will be fine. Don, however. I'm referring to that one guy who got mad that you used the term sane washing. Oh my god. Yesterday was not normal. Maybe it wasn't Fox News. No, so I think it's supposed to be on his segment with Sean Hannity. I went to Fox News itself to watch the clip, and every time I click it, it says something has gone wrong 404. So I don't know if Elon is pulling strings to make them take it down, but it's this interview right here, and it doesn't let me play it. I wouldn't put it past them, to be clear. I wouldn't put it past them. It is far from something he wouldn't do. Elon looks like a meat canyon drawing. What's? Oh my god, he. Wayback Machine. Will that work on a video? Hey, Day Day. I adjusted this earlier, and now I can't get it back to the exact right place. Definitely too far back, but this is definitely too far forward. Yeah, I put it in Wayback Machine. The video doesn't play, though. Okay. Get ready to go live on TikTok here. First, let me X out of some. Hair squeaky clean. Let's roll. I actually just washed my hair too. It's weird because like I was so pumped up in the shower, like I was like, let's do this live, and then I sit down and now I'm getting sleepy. Hopefully the coffee starts to work. Okay.
Listen, there's a good chance somebody's trying to
They
hack your
basically want
website
to kill
right
me
now.
because I'm stopping their fraud. And they want to hurt Tesla because we're stopping this terrible waste and corruption in the government. And, well, I guess they're bad people. Bad people will do bad things.
I have noticed that, indeed, that bad people will do bad things, particularly when they're given a lot of power to a position they weren't elected to, and there's no oversight. They will do some bad things. But anyway, that is Elon Musk talking about the fact that people aren't fans of him because of all the damage that he's doing as he breaks the law, violates the Constitution, and that they don't like Tesla these days very much because the brand has always been sort of inextricable from him after he bought it. And so it's a great demonstration, I think.
Is that the video?
This level of really hatred and violence from the left.
I mean, he's crying, but he's not crying.
I always thought the left or the Democrats were supposed to be the party of empathy, the party of caring, and yet they're burning down cars, they're firebombing dealerships, they're firing bullets into dealerships, they're just smashing up Teslas. Tesla is a peaceful company. We've never done anything harmful.
Just step down. Step down as CEO of Tesla. Because you've done some harmful things.
Never done anything harmful. I've only done productive things.
Say that again?
Just smashing up Teslas. Tesla is a peaceful company. We've never done anything harmful. I've never done anything harmful. I've only done productive things.
I've never done anything harmful. I've only done productive things. Remember, Elon Musk believes empathy is a weakness, so please respect his beliefs and don't show him any. Did a whole salute. He did. Really did. All right. So only have one more night tonight for this week, so I think we're just gonna use the same caption and then we'll update it for tomorrow. We'll maybe do weekly captions instead of daily captions. That makes the most sense. One caption I was thinking about was the only way we can move forward as a nation is for you to admit that voting for Trump was a mistake. And then the sub caption would be, are you strong enough? And there's a rumor that some dealerships are trying to do insurance scams as terrorism is covered. That's interesting. They aren't firebombs, they're Roman love bombs. Good idea. Play on MAGA's We Have to Come Together garbage. Yeah. Should I do it today? Probably do it today, right? Someone created a duet with me. Oh, blocking this person. The duet is literally, so it's my video on the right that has like thousands of views, and then it's this other person and his hands are out and it says, please, bro. They come together to bootleg. Caption is good as only people ready to change will be receptive. The customer is the business owner, not the person that owned the car. Wow. Anastasia. How do we know the Cybertrucks aren't just exploding on their own? That's a good point. That's a good point. To be fair, not that I actually want to be. Elon crying vid is from 60 Minutes Australia from years ago, but he's still a villain. What was the first thing? Okay, actually, he is crying, all right? Because there's no way he wrote this tweet without tears in his eyes. Look at this. I'm gonna look at this. Elon's existence is rage bait, bro. I hate seeing clips of him on TikTok. Did the scheduling for the streams change? I feel like I've been catching you at different times, lol. I've just been late all week, is what it is. I'm supposed to be live on TikTok at 7. So the pre-show usually starts 6:45. But this whole week I've been late. So that's, I'm sorry. I'll try to do better for next time. For next week. Hot in here, especially with the coffee. And you should make Don milkshake shirts. Why did he specifically say physically? Wait, I just noticed that. Why did he say specifically physically? This plus yesterday he held a live Tesla conference where he begged his employees not sell Tesla stock. Can't see it. Read it for us. It says, my companies make great products that people love and I've never physically hurt anyone. So why the hate and violence against me? What an awkward thing to say. He is an exceptionally awkward person. Clear up some of the tabs here. Girl Scout cookie. It's his first time alive too. I'd argue his attack on USAID did/is hurting plenty of people physically. Yes, I 100% agree with that. But Republicans aren't going to see it that way. There's the leg that's in the boot that they're licking blocks their eyesight. I love how Levitt and Donald Trump have been contradicting each other's statements. Now he's blaming Rubio. Oh, for the Alien and Enemies Act? Hey, Rissa. That happens so many times. Elon, head of Doge. Trump says yes. Levitt says no like 5 times. Yeah. Blaming everything on Marco Rubio is so funny to me. Trump wanted him as a scapegoat bad. We have a good old group screen before the live. Okay, I'm opening Angela.
Everything's computer.
Hey, Sierra. And we needed some patience last night, huh? Did you see the Trump revoking 500K visas? No, I didn't. Heard Sierra and got confused. Different spelling. Trump administration is debating invoking a state secrets privilege around deportation flights. Oh, that's not scary. Trump defends exposure of social security numbers in unredacted JFK files. We have nothing to hide, Trump said Friday. We even released security numbers. I didn't want anything deleted. Those are some really cute emotes on Twitch. Rep. Dan Crenshaw tells constituents there's been some babies thrown out with the bathwater. Texas representative was pressed Friday during a town hall in his district to see about getting jobs back for veterans laid off and amid wide-ranging federal job cuts. Some of those people are still alive. Totally. Oh, if they're still alive, then that's pretty bad. Democracy group going after Chuck Schumer for a billboard. Senate Democrats say explanation for USAID document shredding don't hold up. They're asking the Trump administration to better account for its burning and shredding of records at the USAID. Senator Gary Peters, the ranking Democrat on a governmental affairs committee, and Jeanne Shaheen, ranking Democrat on Foreign Relations Committee, wrote Secretary of State Marco Rubio Friday asking for all communications on the destruction of documents as the Trump administration gutted USAID. Destruction became public when USAID email asked remaining staff to help in clearing our classified safes and personnel documents. Federal judges declined to intervene last week after government lawyers said the shredding and burning was limited or has stopped. Where else are you live? Right now we're live on YouTube and Twitch, and then when I'm finished setting up, I'll be live on TikTok. I'm sure he won't want anything redacted from the Epstein files also. Yeah, I'm really sure about that. After job cuts, National Weather Service says it is eliminating or reducing weather balloon launches. Johnson & Johnson to invest more than $55 billion in 4 new U.S. factories in the next 4 years. Wait, is this going to lead to less knowledge of upcoming hurricanes? Fewer weather balloons? Trump administration is starting another round of job cuts. This one, more than 1,000 at the nation's Weather, Ocean, Fisheries Agency. 4 people familiar with the matter tell the Associated Press. While most people know about NOAA and its daily weather forecast, the agency also monitors and warns about hurricanes, tornadoes, floods, and tsunamis. It manages the country's fisheries, runs marine sanctuaries, provides navigation information to ships, and observes changes in climate and. Remember when Trump said there's no reason to believe there isn't aliens on Mars? Bro, someone on Pickles Live earlier said, I don't need the government to predict the weather. I can just look on my phone. This is the first patience drop on the pre-show because that comment has rattled my soul. Oh my God. Yeah, if his phone's wet, then it's raining. If it's dry, then it's not. Where do they think the info comes? Exactly. Are you and Pickle good now or no? I haven't spoken to him since that day, so. Equal rights fight under Trump 2.0 shifts to the states. The real momentum for the ERA lies in the states, mirroring the reproductive rights strategy since Dobbs. 29 states have some form of an ERA in their state constitution. And food is from stores, not farms, eh? Trump just tells people what weather will be. The weather changes accordingly. Extreme lack of any critical thinking skills, yeah. Trump's 2025 seeks to reverse LBJ's 1965. Months into his term, Trump already has overturned, weakened, or targeted LBJ policies on voting rights, desegregation, environment, immigration, education, affirmative action, and healthcare. What happened with you and Pickles? Nothing happened with me and Pickles. It's just Pickles blocked me one day out of nowhere, and my My guess is that it's because of one of his mods hates me. And we're not gonna get into the reasons for that. But anyway. Something happened to Pickles? Wait, what happened to Pickles? Kind of weird, but okay. Oh no, it's weird. I mean, it stems back to a lot of drama from a previous situation. How do you become a mod? Usually I just I pick people for like how long they've been watching, how active they are in chat, etc., etc. But yeah, this same mods for like other creators who have also blocked me, so I was able to you and Pickles are beefing. No, he just blocked me out of the blue. But yeah, we were able to figure out that it's probably the mod that's causing this. Is what it is. I'd like to apply no fee. There's no fee to be a moderator. But right now we have enough mods on Twitch and YouTube. We actually hit our cap last week. So when there are openings, I will let you know, Rivalry. Blocked you out of the blue. My volume was too low to hear. Johnny said he doesn't have Discord because it is too toxic, and I kind of agree. So much drama originates in Discord for all different communities. You're not wrong. The propaganda got to Pickles. Yeah, no, I mean, the thing is, I don't even know if he knows what the situation is. Like, it could literally be that the mod was like, hey, either block Dan or I'm not modding for you. And he's like, all right, well, blocking Dan. Like, I have no idea what his knowledge on the situation is. Because I never talked to him. Oh, well. I want to know the mods so bad I'm nosy. Okay, our flu. Milk and pickles don't mix. Oh my god. Trying to get people to oh, I'm in Australia. It's morning. I think I will have eggs. That's an easy choice for me. Still affordable. Pickles has been weird for a bit. Listen, I don't want this to be like a Pickles hate live. That wasn't my intention. In fact, wait, who was the person that baited me into talking about this? Hold on. Our flu said, are you and Pickles good now or no? Yeah. You know I can't resist. Department of Homeland Security Guts Civil Rights Team. Oh, fucking great, man. Love that. No hate, but the vibes have been off. Was just curious, Dan. We all good? Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, Pickles is just one of multiple creators. You were right when you said your drama. Wait, did I say that, Barbie? $13 eggs where you live? Jesus. Like, Trump hasn't come through on a single promise yet, and they still follow him. How? No, he did come through on one. Mass deportations. He is doing that. The problem is that he said he was going to start with criminals, but in reality, he's just starting with brown people. But they don't. The thing is, they don't care. It was always like a cop out to say, oh well, he's going to start with criminals. They don't care. They want the brown people out. So like the people that voted for him for mass deportations, they are getting what they wanted. But anyone that voted for him because of inflation or whatever, if they still believe that he's going to lower grocery prices, then I want to get what they're smoking. I like Pickles. That doesn't mean I have to take sides against anyone or blindly adopt the views of anyone. Support all creators you enjoy. Oh yeah, I'm not asking anyone to not follow Pickles or not like Pickles. I don't have any. Wait, is that Ashley? Why is there no name? It's just a face. Sorry, I'm opening this link for. I'm so late. I'm 46 minutes late already. They'll acting like it's beef. You know, it's literally not beef. Trump fires nearly the entire civil rights branch of DHS. Here we go. Got it. DNC will deduct your pay, Dan. Never seen a dollar. Okay, it is Ashley. There's no name. All I see is a face. The face is very pretty, so I knew who it was. Dan, you're so unproblematic and understanding. I appreciate that. I try to be unproblematic when I can. Seth MacFarlane, by the way. Wait, who's Seth MacFarlane? Oh wow, flirty Dan. Oh well, that Ashley's my ex. So, oh, there we go. I thought you said you were gonna start going live at 8 p.m. on TikTok. Did I mishear? No, I said that was the one day where I was gonna be late, but it turns out I've been late every day this week. So maybe I should start going live at 8 p.m. The only problem with Dan is his YouTube thumbnails. Just go with it, Dan. Okay. $9.50 for regular eggs. I remember when it was $3 to $4. In this day and age, that would be like someone saying I paid $1 for gas 20 years ago. Yeah. Glad I'm vegan, LOLs. That's looking like the move more and more every day. So now that eggs are no longer cheap, by the way, there is one food that still is aggressively cheap that I swear if Trump fucks this up, I'm going to be really upset, which is bananas. All right. Bananas are so cheap. And if Trump finds a way to make a bunch of bananas $10, No, then you'll be on at 9. That's a good point, Caffeine. Dan? Oh. We need to tell everyone it's 8 p.m. and convince Dan he said 7 p.m. Then we will all be in sync. You know what's so funny, Patty? You guys could pull that off. My memory is bad enough that you could probably pull that off. I am very susceptible to gaslighting. Works quite well on me. Isn't that right, Ashley? At least Florida don't got it that bad. Some states is $20. Yeah, so regular eggs at my Publix were $7 2 days ago. And then I don't even know what the bougie eggs were. Taking any calls today, Dan? Yeah, I just haven't gone live on TikTok yet. I'm doing that right now. Oh. You get an editor? Well, the last time I got an editor, they Oh god, I'm not going to talk about it. I'll get an editor eventually. Caffeine knows. Ashley Dawn knows what I'm talking about. Ashley Ray might know if she's caught up. 24 free-range eggs at Costco for $9. That's pretty good. But you got to have a Costco membership. I'm a knower. Yes, Arflu knows. It'll be different this time, I promise. Yo, what the fuck has this past month been? Oh, wait. Who didn't see the meme yet? Hold on. Okay. What do we have? All right. So we have okay. Cutting the agency that monitors weather. Have cutting the annual human rights report. You have firing the civil rights branch of the DHS. This has been the longest year. It really has. After last night with you supposedly donating to the DNC. Love bananas so healthy. Yeah, me too. Although, okay, so they used to have like fun facts at the, I don't know what you call like the things before and after a commercial break. But before and after the commercial break for Digimon, they used to have like a fun fact, and like before the commercial, it would be a question, and after the commercial, it would be the answer to the question. And so that fun fact was bananas make you more attractive to mosquitoes. And I believe that ever since. I've never Googled it to confirm if it's true or not. I can Google it right now, and I'm choosing not to. NOAA is how we keep safe. Hurricanes, tornadoes, tidal waves. Yeah, exactly. Intermission. Dan, do you like dry banana chips? I don't dislike them, but they're not my go-to. Cane chip. I enjoy coming up with fake facts that don't harm anyone but sound real. Okay, I think we're ready to start. Oh no, I didn't even finish the okay, MAGA influencer and Fox News guest indicted on sex. Oh, we did. Okay, yeah, no, I did finish the news. Everything else. Neely, are these in order by day? So like the stuff that I read yesterday will be before the stuff I read today? Is that right? They apparently died out and we had to modify them. We need Captain Planet to help out. We're still in pre-show? Yeah, rivalry. I'm about to start. We should be good now. Okay. We really need Captain Planet to help out here. The Indian kid can sit this one out. That's the one with his power was heart, right? Oh, God. I heard that bananas used to look significantly different than they do now. In the pre-show, we all fam. Dan have a ghost. The flag is moving by itself. Let me Sorry, y'all. I'm in a bit of a silly goose mood today, I guess. Okay. Please start TikTok like that. All right, here we go. Caption. Boom. Jump scare them. No, they don't deserve that. Okay, TikTok is open. All I have to do is press go live. And we'll do anything but start the damn show. Okay. All right, we're starting. Here we go. Okay, the TikTok live has officially started.
This is an island surrounded by water, big water.
G-Day. Hi, Dan.
Hi, Kylie. Hi, KP.
Hey,
Hi,
hey.
Chris.
Hey,
Hi, Neely. Hey, Arflu.
Hey, Dan.
We don't need Angela right now. Hey, Anthony. Hey, Rose. Hey, Ashley and Ghost. Hey, Jinx. Hey, Ethan. Thank you for the heart means, everybody. I should lower it. Hey, Henry. Hey, Annie. Can you please prove that MAGA is against the Constitution? Yeah. So MAGA is the term usually used to describe people that currently support Donald Trump. Donald Trump has violated the Constitution multiple times since he's taken office. Why do you keep lotion by your computer? For this exact reason. Dan, the man from Uzbekistan, was shaking. Kyle. Hey, Heidi, cry about it? I don't think I will. A sample text. All right, we are going to go to our first guest. Have 10,000 likes. But to incentivize, boom. Top 3 likers. Look at that. Dan Melk in the building. Thank you for the shares. My family. I'm a new fan. Welcome in. Glad to have you here, C. Mind saying what your thoughts are on the segregation law being brought back? Wait, it was brought back? Trump administration dropped policy for prohibiting contractors from having segregated facilities. Okay, based. I would like to debate with you. Okay, just request up, and I will.
They're eating the dogs.
Thank you, Twista. I will start taking guests when we hit 10,000 likes. Anyone know if you can block a streamer from without going to their profile? I think it'll be alright. No, not based though. Wait, did I misread it? Dan, not based? Yeah, I did. Wait, somebody said that they brought it back. Are they talking about the thing that we've already talked about? Oh, I thought they meant that they undid this. When to switch to TikTok for likes? Yeah. Oh, and Dan's cancel. Okay, if it's a thing we've already talked about, yeah, it's obviously very bad. I think we talked about how it's probably not going to material segregation yet, but it's like it's kind of a stepping stone. It's also like a moral victory for racists. Why it was done. Dan cancellation.
Thanks, Obama.
Listen,
Thanks, Obama.
We predicted it already. Predicted it. Incoming. Take this, liberals, crashes economy and starts a trade war. Crab Rave at 1 million likes. True. Or there's another option. It's either 1 million likes or we get to 95K followers. We're at 94.3. Okay, we're going to go to our first guest momentarily. Thank you, Miles. I'm just posting a TikTok real quick. And all men are named Donald in Trump's America. Oh, no. Okay, here we go. First guest of the evening. Right before I press accept, though, if you're here for the first time, thank you so much for joining. We're live Wednesdays to Saturdays, 7 p.m. Eastern, doing live political debates, political discussions, and fact checks. We're also live for all major political events. So if you like this content, drop a follow, tap the screen. For those that have gifted or subbed, thank you all so much. I really appreciate it. But nobody has to gift, nobody has to sub. The only thing I ask for is if you could just make sure that you're following. The red oval at the top of the screen. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And we're going to our first guest now. Hi, welcome up.
Hello. Hello.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. How old are you?
I'm 22.
Okay. For Donald Trump?
Yes.
All right. Bother you that he's constantly trying to violate the Constitution?
It bothers me when snowflakes make up lies about him.
Okay. What was the lie? Still here? Or crash out? What's happening? What was the lie that I told?
Hello, I got a phone call.
Oh. Okay. I hope they increase your ruble pay. So what was the lie that I told?
I just said snowflakes in general tell lies.
Okay, well,
about
how about in specific?
And that's why.
Can we talk about in specific? What was the lie that I told? Is this you could?
I didn't say you. I just said people on your side in general make up lies about him.
Okay. So you're coming up here to be a snowflake about people lying? Why don't you talk to me about what's written?
To what you said.
Yeah. Okay. So this is alive.
Everything is a lie that's on your screen.
Yes, I'm the person on your screen. Yeah. Me and Marco Rubio.
Yeah, and it's all fake. It's all lies.
Okay. Which one? Which one is a lie? Let's talk about it.
All of it, Dan.
Can you be specific and use your words?
The Constitution, lower grocery prices, rule of law. It's all a lie.
So I will. Thank you, Miles.
Try it.
I will walk you through why I say that, and then you can tell me if you agree or disagree. So, the 14th Amendment enshrines birthright citizenship as a right for people born in this country. Donald Trump passed an executive order that did the exact opposite of birthright citizenship. Killed birthright citizenship. That's a violation of the 14th Amendment. Donald Trump tried to deport a legal resident for exercising their First Amendment right of freedom of speech and freedom to protest. That's a violation of the First Amendment. Donald Trump ignored a court order when he deported Venezuelan migrants that a judge blocked the deportation of. That is a violation of Article 1, Sections 1, 2, and 3 of the Constitution. Do you now see what I'm talking about? Faith?
I didn't know that I was muted.
You weren't muted. Or if you were, you did it yourself. I didn't mute you.
Well, did you want me to respond to that?
Yes, I gave you 3 examples of him violating the Constitution, so I'd like you to explain how that is now a lie.
That's not a lie, but everything else is a lie.
Okay, so you agree with the first one?
No, but I don't want to argue about that one.
Which one do you want to argue about?
Everything else.
Are you a real person, trolling?
Obviously, I'm a real person.
No, but like, do you actually support Trump, or are you just trolling? Because like, you don't sound like.
I do support Trump. Yes, I already said that when I came up.
Okay, yeah, but sometimes people come up and then they say things like this.
Okay, well, that's not me. That's not me, Dan.
Okay, all right. So lower grocery prices. Donald Trump's tariffs will raise grocery prices.
That's not true.
Love Tesla.
No, you just don't know the right places to shop. I went to Aldi the other day, and everybody's saying eggs is like $11. It was only $7.
Only $7.
I don't know why you guys are shopping.
Only
at
$7?
Whole Foods.
Only $7.
Why are you shopping at Whole Foods? Stop shopping at Whole Foods, Dan.
Why are
Go
you
to
crashing
Aldi.
out?
Go to Aldi and go to Food Lion.
Why are you crashing out? You know, $7 is still very expensive.
Okay, well, other people are paying like $13, and I wasn't paying that much.
Oh,
so
okay, great.
If $7 is not a lot of money, maybe you need to get a better job, and I don't know what you need to do, but
okay. Well, Donald Trump promised to lower grocery prices on day 1, and he lied to you.
They
guys.
were lowered. They were lowered.
Oh, based on what?
They were on sale because I see sales in the grocery store. You don't see sales?
Yeah. No. Okay. Number 1, you're not 22, and number 2, you're trolling. There's no way.
I am. What the hell? I am 22.
No, there's no way.
What?
This is not a real person.
I am. December 16th, 2002. That's my birthday.
You said there's sales in the grocery store, and that means the prices have come down?
Yeah, for those items.
Do you think there weren't sales in 2024?
Yeah, there were. So the grocery prices are going down.
I'm so sick of these people. You know.
So how is Trump raising the grocery prices? That's what I'm trying to
I
understand. Why are
explained
you
it to
making
you.
up?
His tariffs will raise grocery
You
prices.
didn't. Yeah, but you didn't say how. You just said that. You didn't just expect me to believe anything you said.
I will walk you through it. So a tariff is a tax on the importing company, right? So for those companies to remain profitable, they were going to raise the price of their product. Additionally, companies that produce their stuff here are going to have to raise their prices to make up for the fact that retaliatory tariffs are going to punish them for no reason. So tariffs are going to be inflationary. Even the Fed has stated as much in their last meeting.
Okay. What? What? How did that refute what I just said?
Tariff make price high. Grocery
Okay, you don't
have
have to be
price.
disrespectful. You can just talk normally.
I talk normally. It didn't work.
You, Dan.
I talk normally.
Okay, Dan. Well, say it again. Because whatever you just said, it didn't make any sense. All you freaking Democrat, Marxist, whatever you are, always just want to.
All right. I need another poll. All right. We did the first poll, the kick poll. I have another poll that I need to know. Chat. Laughing emoji if she was trolling, crying emoji if she was dead serious. Laughing emoji if she was trolling, crying emoji if she was dead serious. Because I really don't know. Oh my god. My faith in humanity.
Obama.
I'm about to thank all the gifts, by the way. I missed a bunch of them. Laughing emoji if she was trolling, crying emoji for she was dead serious. Don't like the kick, but it had to be done. Thank you, Annie. Yeah, no, I don't blame you. Okay, Abby, thank you for the heart puffs. And thank you for the hand hearts. Oof, I can't see any of the gifts because there's too many people sending gifts. Hold on. Abby, thank you for the other hand hearts. Annie, thank you for the dinosaur. Goonies, thank you for the live on air. And I think that's Annie again with the hand hearts. If I missed anyone, oh no, that's Abby, sorry, with the hand hearts. Okay, cool. All right, we're gonna go to the next guest. Here we go, next guest. Oh, she requested again, chat. Well, I'm sorry, Faith, but you lost the dino vote, which means you have to either come back tomorrow or you need to be saved by a galaxy. The only way. Okay, next guest.
Hello.
Hi, welcome up.
Hey, Dan, how you doing?
Doing well. How are you?
Not bad.
Oh, real quick. Hold on 1 second.
Go for it.
Thanks, Obama. Thanks, Obama. Thanks, Obama. Thanks, Obama. Thanks, Obama. Thanks, Obama.
Annie, thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. Rome, thank you so much for the galaxy. Wait, Rome, is that for the last guest? Oh my god. Annie, thank you for the gifted subs. Rome, thank you for the galaxy. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. That was hilarious. I was going to say, let's take a moment of silence for your last guest and her dead cognition. No, but what I was going to say is, did you see Trump revoking the legal status of 500,000 Cubans, Venezuelans,
Nicaraguans?
Haitians?
Yeah, I saw that.
What do you think about that?
I mean, I don't like the what's the word here? The arbitrary revocation of legal status of immigrants, but I do recognize that a lot of Cubans and Venezuelans voted for Trump, and they're in the find out phase. So,
yep.
But yeah, thank you for coming up.
No problem.
Okay, we're gonna bring back that last guest because Rome saved them with a galaxy. Also, can I just ask if you are a friendly, please do not request right now. Okay, we will bring up friendlies later in the live. Just if you could only request if you support Donald Trump or voted for Donald Trump or are Donald Trump. Okay, here we go. Thank you for the roses, Ashley.
Thanks, Obama.
Wait, where'd she go? Dropped out of the request box. Wait, come back. What was her name? Faith? Faith, come back. Home, explain yourself. Wait, was that the sub goal? Did we hit the sub goal? Oh, no, we're 3 away. Okay. Okay. Damn, Rome. I think she ran. I have over 60 immigrant employees. Every single one of them agree with what's happening with deportation. Okay, bro. Whatever you say. I had a dino locked and loaded. Plus Ultra, thank you for the gifted sub on Twitch. Thank you. Okay, going to the next cast. Y'all are being way too generous this early in the live. Let me cook a little bit more before you send any more gifts. Next cast, here we go. You want to ask them yourself? Yeah, bring up all 60 of them. I'll talk to them. Hey, welcome up.
Hey, Trump earlier just announced that he's going to be running 2028. I just need to get your opinion on the third Trump term, 2028. I'm sure you're familiar with that.
So,
Dan?
You know I know you're.
Go ahead.
You know I know you're a troll, right?
Thanks, Obama.
I really want to get your opinion. He said 2028 he is going to be running a third term.
Trump has not said that. Steve Bannon said that. He's not a friendly. This is the guy who said that he has evidence that I'm being paid by the DNC.
I do have it. I just couldn't access it because I wasn't on my computer. I was at my phone.
Thanks,
but
Obama.
there's proof of a $2,000 payment that you received from the DNC though. I do have that saved.
Yeah, no, I have it
Obama.
too. Hold on. Wait, I'll pull it up for you.
There's
What, can one of the mods send that to me real quick? The proof.
There's the proof of you receiving a $2,000 payment from the DNC.
I am going to show. I am transparent. Listen, I'm a very transparent creator. I am going to show the proof to my audience because I think they deserve to know. Frankly. Thank you, Caffeine.
The whole world is about to see that you received a $2,000 payment from the DNC.
Yes.
So I find that interesting.
Yeah. And this is all thanks to your sleuthing. So, props to you. There it is.
That's a damn lie.
Zoom in on that. Let me see that photo, actually.
Thank you, Miles.
$2,000. Let's see. Oh wow. Okay. So you're making a mockery out of this. Okay, Dan Malley. That actually kind of made him. Dan, I was gonna be nice at first, but now you want to make a mockery. You were paid. Pay me.
I did not kick that gentleman, chat. The past. Okay, Miles, thank you, and I'm going to thank the subs in a second. The past week, I'm convinced has been a simulation. These are not real guests. There's no way. I think someone's paying people to troll me. Okay, Hector, thank you for the little crown. Valerie, welcome to the sub club. Rose, thank you for the gifted sub. Dirty Bad Bloggers, thank you for the gifted sub. And welcome, Miss Melissa. Let Me Be the One, thank you for the sub. Nicole, thank you for the sub. Dylan, thank you. Welcome to the sub club. Thank you, Dirty Bad Bloggers. And that is the sub goal of, what was the goal? 320? Thank you all so much. We haven't hit 320 since before the TikTok ban. So that's huge. As a reminder, though, TikTok might get banned on April 5th. So maybe, I'm not telling you what to do with your money, but just maybe cool it with the subs because we have to rely on Donald Trump to extend the either Donald Trump or Congress, and I don't trust either of them as far as I can throw them. Oh, and thank you. We hit the gift goal too.
The wall just got 10 feet taller.
Poopy, thank you so much for the potato in Paris. Wait, why are you guys being so generous? Please, no more gifts. Thank you. We're gonna lose out on guests. They're usually very impatient. Thank you, Hoofy. Think Marco Rubio gonna quit? I don't know. Probably, actually. I could definitely see that. Goonies, thank you for the hand heart. Okay. Okay, here we go. Next guest. Here we go. Oh, yeah, wait. You guys are pissing Fabby Peachy. You're pissing him off. Hold on. Look, 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 look. Everyone point and laugh. He's so upset. Okay, go on to the next guest. Hi, welcome up.
This is a mandatory blinker checkpoint for everyone watching. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next guest. Here we go. Hi, welcome up.
What's up, man?
What's going on?
Just having a good time.
Okay. Do you support Donald Trump?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And does it bother you that he's constantly been trying to violate the Constitution since he got in office?
It's a fine line there, man. I don't know about that.
I think it's a fine line. All right. Well, I mean, we could go through them and just talk about it. So, when he passed an executive order getting rid of birthright citizenship, but birthright citizenship is the first line of the 14th Amendment. Don't you think that is a violation of the 14th Amendment?
I would say a little bit, yeah, but it's also been used as a loophole. You know, they gotta adjust it.
I'm gonna say something real quick. A lot of Trump supporters like fall into this trap, and I don't want you to do the same. I'm not saying that I am for or against birthright citizenship. That is not the argument. The argument is whether or not the president should have the right to amend the Constitution on his own unilaterally. If you want to pass a new amendment to get rid of birthright citizenship, that's up to you.
Let's do a vote.
That's not how that works. The Constitution tells you how we can add new amendments. What it has to pass 2/3 of Congress and 3/4 of the states need to ratify. Those are the ways to add a new amendment, not the president just.
Yeah. Well, let's do that. Let's go through the due process.
Okay.
Let's figure it out.
Yeah, I'm cool with that. The problem is the guy you support is not cool with that.
Because it's been used as a loophole for many
It doesn't. Years. No, that's not a loophole. That is what the amendment is. Now, again, you can be against birthright citizenship. That's okay. You are allowed to be against it, but you should not be against the Constitution, given that it's what this country was built on, right? It's the conservatives, especially, are supposed to be pro-Constitution.
I'm with the Constitution and all, but I know that other women have come to this country and have given birth to guarantee citizenship, or not guarantee, but help with the process of guarantee citizenship, and that's just not right.
Okay, again, I'm gonna say this again. We can have the discussion over whether birthright citizenship should exist or not. That isn't what this discussion is. The discussion is whether or not we should have a king, whether or not the president should be able to just change an amendment on his own. That's the problem.
No, it needs to go through the due process.
Okay, all right. So you disagree with him on that. Does that mean you also disagree with him when he violated the First Amendment by trying to deport a legal resident who was exercising their First Amendment rights of freedom of speech?
No, if you're legal, and you have papers,
yes,
then you're here to stay.
Yes. Okay. So you disagree with him on that as well?
I'll disagree with him on that as well.
Okay. And my last example is when he violated Article 1, Sections 1, 2, and 3 of the Constitution by ignoring a court order where he wanted to deport Venezuelan migrants, and the court blocked him temporarily just to make sure that they went through the right process, ignored that, and continued to deport them. That also bothers you then?
That does not bother me as well. That right there is you go back, figure it out, then you come on back. If you're wrong, you're wrong. If you're right, you're right.
What?
If he was wrong on deporting them and they have all the proper paperwork in place to be here, they get to come right on back.
Yeah, but that's not what the court order was. The point is, in the Constitution enshrines the system of checks and balances, right? The separation of powers. You know what the three branches of government are?
Right, but I also know that some of the one judge that is rearing his head up was a Joe Biden Democratic approved judge.
This isn't even true. We looked it up, and it was a Bush appointed judge. And even so, That's not how judges work. It's not like, oh, this judge doesn't count because the other guy nominated them.
No, I agree with you on that. But again, you have to go through the due process.
Yeah, and Trump didn't. That's what I'm saying. He went around the due process by ignoring that court order. So, I mean, you agreed with the first 2 points. I don't know why you're fighting so much on this one. It's very clear that he doesn't care about the Constitution. He wants to do whatever he wants to do, right? Now, speaking of due process, he also tried to violate the Second Amendment back in his first term when he said we should take the guns first, go through due process second. I know you're not a fan of that.
Of the what? Say that again for me.
No problem. Take the guns first, go through due process second.
He was going to take our guns?
I can play the clip for you. Like,
Mr. President, the Vice President's state of Indiana has done a good job.
Yes, go ahead, Mike.
Yeah.
Well, in the category, you've spoken about, Mr. President, gun violence restraining orders. They're called. California actually has a version of this. And I think in your meeting with governors earlier this week, individually and as a group, we spoke about states taking steps. But the focus is to literally give families and give local law enforcement additional tools if an individual is reported to be a potential danger to themselves or others. Allow due process so no one's rights are trampled, but the ability to go to court, obtain an order, and then collect not only the firearms but any weapons in the possession
or
of that
might
individual.
take the firearms first and then go to court, because that's another system. Because a lot of times, by the time you go to court, it takes so long to go to court to get the due process procedures. I like taking the guns early, like in this crazy man's case that just took place in Florida. He had a lot of firearms. They saw everything. To go to court would have taken a long time. So you could do exactly what you're saying, but take the guns first, go through due process second.
We think about the tragedy in Sandy Hook and
that's right,
Adam Lanza.
Do you agree with that?
I heard the disabled, mentally disabled people take the guns from.
Wait, what?
The ones that were mentally disturbed or mentally disabled, not just like regular American people.
When did he say that? And by the way,
I heard that.
What do you mean by regular?
Did I not hear that right?
He never used the words mentally disabled or crazy. Am I going crazy, chat?
Maybe I didn't hear it right. I heard that it was the crazy guy.
He was talking about in the case of the shooter, right? And sure. I mean, if you want to extrapolate and say that shooter was mentally deranged, yeah. But he did say he would prefer, in cases like that, to go through due process second, and that's not how this works.
But not through like average American people, gun owners.
What's to stop him from doing that?
Because we have the right to carry.
Uh-huh.
But people like that guy that was the shooter had something wrong with him. That's why he was saying we should do more due process to take the guns away.
So the Constitution does not separate between mentally disturbed people or not. You're still afforded due process of the law.
Right. That's where the background check comes in when you go to buy a gun. Or a pew-pew, sorry.
You could say gun, it's okay. I don't mind.
Oh, okay.
Other lives are more picky.
Well, I was just trying to be respectful.
No, I appreciate that. I do. And I think you've been very respectful in this conversation, so I do appreciate that.
Dude, I kind of like you.
Okay, thank you.
Not like that, but I think like maybe if we were like in the same state, maybe neighbors or something, we could be good friends.
Maybe. But yeah, anyway, all right, so what about this? This is my last piece of evidence that Trump doesn't give a fuck about the Constitution. All right, I'll give you one more. In 2022, he said the following: a massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Now, to give you context on what this is referring to, this is talking about the stolen election in 2020. However, this is 2022, where he's already admitted behind the scenes that he lost that election. He's already been given all of the information from the relevant sources that he lost that election. He knows he lost that election, and yet he was still willing to terminate the rules, regulations, and articles of the Constitution if it meant he remains in power rather than Joe Biden become president.
Okay. My response to that is if you were running a race against 2, 3 people, whatever, and it was really close between you and one of the other racers, and you thought that maybe you won the race, but at the end they're going to give it to the other guy because it was so close, would you not, maybe say a little something about how you think you won?
I have a couple answers to that. Number one, he does have the right to request audits and request recounts in states that it was close. He has that legal right. He also has the right to file suit in cases that there was evidence of voter fraud, right? What happened was him and his allies lost 64 of 64 court cases. He lost all 7 audits, all 7 recounts in all 7 swing states. And most of those swing states had Republican legislatures and governors. So this is already confirmed. This has been legislated. He went through all the legal processes, and then he decided to violate the Constitution, or rather push Mike Pence to violate the Constitution by pressuring Mike Pence to pick fake electors at the 2021 certification process on January 6th. Not only that, but this quote is 2 years after, where we've had 2 years of him saying that he lost the election. He's admitted behind the scenes that he lost. So this is not him thinking that he won. No. He knows he lost and is still willing to terminate the Constitution if it means he remains in power.
Well, wouldn't you be a little pissed off too if you thought that you won something and you didn't?
He didn't think that he won. I'm explaining this to you.
Right. Okay, but he said that he lost, but he's still pissed off about it.
He could be pissed off. That's fine. But pissed off enough to try to overthrow the government? No. No. You don't get the right to be pissed off to overthrow the government. I'm sorry. Do you know how pissed off Al Gore was? You know Al Gore lost in 2000 by less than 500 votes in the state of Florida?
Well, so did Hillary Clinton, and she claimed that it was a fault. It was a rigged election.
She conceded the next day. So I know that
still to this day concedes that it was election fraud.
No, she never said it was election fraud. Wait. She never said it was election fraud.
Well, she did say that Russia.
Yes. She said Russia influenced the election, which is true. The only thing that's not true. You said how?
There's no evidence of that.
There is evidence that Russia influenced the election. There's no evidence that Russia tampered with voting machines, which she didn't claim. There's also no evidence of collusion between Donald Trump himself and Russia, which she didn't claim. All she said was that Russia influenced the election, which is true. We have evidence of that. We've seen the evidence in the Robert Mueller report.
No, man, come on now.
Do you want to go over the evidence right now?
Robert Mueller was just I don't even know how to explain that guy, but he was he was
a Republican.
And he was butthurt because of how Trump treated him.
How did Trump treat him?
What he said about him and stuff.
What did he say about him?
Oh, lots of dirty, nasty things. But
why was Trump saying dirty, nasty things about him?
Because he went in there and said that. Wait,
that's circular logic. You're saying that Robert Mueller...
He went in there and lied about the whole thing about Russia.
No. Oh man, listen. Wait, I know you said you like me. You said we could get along.
I do.
I need to be honest with you. Trump says this Russia thing, and I'm begging you to understand that there was no lie about the Russian collusion. That investigation. Let me just explain. That investigation yielded several convictions, not just indictments, but convictions. It also revealed Russia interfering with our election. The only thing it did not confirm or deny was whether Donald Trump was colluding with Russia. That's the only thing that it did not confirm or deny. And the idea that investigating something, there was so much smoke. You know when there's smoke, there's fire? There was so much smoke just because the end of the investigation ended with, okay, well, all of these people broke the law, but Donald Trump may or may not have, doesn't mean that the whole investigation should have been thrown out.
Dude, that's kind of like the whole thing with the porn star girl. She didn't file any legal allegations against Donald Trump, but they still had him up on felony charges for what he supposedly cheated on his wife at the time.
That's not the reason. That's not what the 34 felonies are.
That's one of them.
No, it's none of them. All 34 felonies are falsifying business documents in commission of another crime while trying to influence an election. None of them have to do.
Was guilty of.
What?
His attorney said
yes, but he instructed his attorney to do that.
But it wasn't out of what do you call that? Election funds.
It wasn't out of election funds. That's right. However, he broke campaign finance laws by lying about something that he was paying to influence the election.
Either way, it shouldn't be part of his felony charges because that's just all bogus too.
Well, he committed 34 felonies. Why would they not be a part of the felony charges?
Because it's just bogus. They just didn't want him to run for office again.
Wait,
so
I'm sorry.
I'll tell you this right now. If he was not to run for office again, if he would have just said, you know what, I'm retiring, I don't care, I'm going to play golf every day, I'm going to hang out with my grandkids every day, I'm going to spend time with my wife and my family, none of this would be happening.
Yeah, but that's just based on your vibes and feelings. You have no evidence that none of this would be happening. The reality is he broke the law multiple times, and he was being held accountable for it. And I don't know why, I don't know why you put yourself in this weird position where, you'll bend over backwards to defend the indefensible. You can say that you're against him breaking the law, but you don't think those laws are that serious. You can say that, but to say that the trial was bogus, I mean, that's like cult behavior. Just it's a witch hunt, stand up for yourself. It's okay. You can say, I don't care as much about that trial, but
I don't care.
Sense.
Because all previous presidents have done the exact same thing.
They have not. Not a single president in history has done what he did. I don't know why you would say that. Where did you get that from?
Okay, every president that's ever been in office has had marital affairs.
I'm gonna say this again.
Not everyone.
I'm gonna say this again.
A lot of them.
It is not illegal to cheat on your wife. It is also not illegal to pay off a porn star. Those aren't the crimes that he committed.
It is not illegal to have unclassified documents in your home either.
Okay, we can talk about that in a second, but that is an insane pivot. My neck hurts from that pivot. Let's go back to what we were saying. Those 34 felonies.
Let's go back.
Don't have anything to do with him cheating on his wife, which, by the way, was at home with their newborn child, and was his third wife. But we'll put that aside.
I'm going to mute up here for a second. Go ahead.
Yeah, no problem. Had nothing to do with him cheating on his wife, and had nothing to do with him paying off a porn star. Both of those things are legal, and both of those things are things that rich New Yorkers do all the time. Those aren't the things that was him breaking the law. Him breaking the law was lying about what those payments were for.
I really don't think he had an idea of what was actually going out the door as far as money.
Why? What is the compulsion to defend him here? You didn't look into this case. You're not even familiar with what the felonies are. You could just say, I mean, yeah, he's probably guilty, but it's not that serious. And I think I'd respect you more because that's the reality.
I'll say that. Okay.
I'll
go ahead and say that.
All right. He's probably guilty, but it's not that serious. That's the difference between a good faith argument and a bad faith argument, in my opinion. Because if you didn't look into the case, but you're already defending him, that sounds like a cult member. And I don't want to talk to a cult member. I'm good on that. I don't want to talk to a fellow American. You know what I'm saying?
No. I'm not going to defend him on everything, but I am going to stand my ground on certain things.
Okay. Sure.
I'm not saying the guy's a saint by no way, but I'm saying that he's got kind of a bad rap because of some of the things that he has said and done, that he's going to get his ass whipped on it.
You don't think people should have bad raps if they say and do bad things?
Well, no. I mean, what you say and what you do is going to come back to you. It's called karma.
Okay. Based and true. Okay, so all right, we went through the stuff you disagree with. We went through the stuff that you don't care too much about, and that's fine. You disagreed with 2 of my 3 points on the Constitution. You disagree with how serious his felonies are. What do you like about him? What makes you continue to support him?
Well, because what he did his first 4 years, as far as like easy living, tax breaks, low prices, gas prices, border, all of that stuff there. I think he did a really good job. I think that he's the kind of man that you can sit there and honestly have a good conversation with, like we're doing right now, that we can sit there and say things and everything just kind of goes to the side. We're not taking each other, like, oh, I hate you, or getting too defensive about anything or anything. He's just firm. He's direct. He's serious about what he's saying. He's going to go out there and he's going to take care of business.
Okay, I'm gonna ignore like the personal analysis for a second. So have you are you on TikTok a lot?
From time to time,
Have you seen recently? It's been going viral. These like AI generated LeBron James glazing songs.
The what?
They're like songs based on popular hit songs, but they changed the lyrics to glaze LeBron James. Have you seen those?
To praise LeBron James?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Well, anyway.
LeBron James is
okay. So regardless, sorry, I didn't mean to go on a tangent. I just wanted to compare what was happening here. Okay, so you're saying his 4 years are reason for you to continue to support him now, even though his first 3 months have been a disaster. That's what you're saying, right?
No, I'm not saying he's been a disaster. I'm saying.
But you're saying those 4 years are the reason you support him right now is because of his first 4 years.
Yeah, his first 4 years.
Okay, so I'm gonna go through all your points from the first 4 years. You said easy living. All right. What did he do to give you easy living?
He gave us a lot of tax breaks. Gas was a lot cheaper.
Who's us?
Cheaper. Inflation was a lot lower.
Well, all right. Let's talk about inflation being lower. Thank you, Andy, for the happy weekend. Thank you so much. So inflation had been low for the last like 6 years of Obama's presidency as well.
Obama did a great job. Obama did a great job.
Yeah. So I'm saying he didn't do anything to continue low inflation. And you know why inflation went up, right? It wasn't something that Biden did, right?
It's all the spending of the money is what he did, so it raised it up.
Oh, okay. So you're saying spending money causes inflation?
Inflation, spending money, raised the debt ceiling, raised inflation, the supply chain broke down.
Okay. Do you know that Donald Trump added more to the deficit than Joe Biden did?
But if he was stuck with the same game plan, it would have been good. If it was a bad game plan, then he should have executive ordered all that stuff to stop. He could have done something to change it. He didn't.
And you can't pass executive orders to undo legislation. That's number one. Number two, you can't pass executive orders to repatriate money that's already been paid out. So I don't really know what you think Biden could have done to undo the damage that Trump did. But
he could have changed it. He could have done something.
Changed what? Okay, hold on. Part of the reason that he added so much to the debt was because of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017. Gave 82% of the tax cuts to the top 1%. That reduced our tax receipts, thereby increasing our deficit. He can't just Biden can't undo that. That's a piece of legislation. You need Congress to undo that. And Biden, unfortunately, doesn't violate the Constitution like Trump does. So he didn't pass executive orders that would bypass Congress and the courts. But anyway, all right. So I'm going to walk you through the economic claims. I wish you had been on the live before the election, but I'm going to walk you through the economic claims real quick.
I don't see there was any any Biden panels up before the election.
Well, I've been going live since August, and Biden had already dropped out, so I was a Kamala supporter. But there was plenty.
Explain that to me.
explain why I supported Kamala?
Yeah, because see, she didn't
Thanks,
even make
Obama.
it through the primaries.
Thank you, Mo Denise.
When the election was going on.
Well,
she dropped out, and then nobody even knew who she was.
I mean, in 2019?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So who cares? That's
And
5 years
then
ago. She was vice president for 4
became
years.
Vice president. I don't know what she accomplished to approve your vote, but now that Joe Biden stepped out, she just stepped right into his place and ran for election. So why would you vote for somebody that didn't even make it through the first primary 4 years ago?
What does make it through the first primary, Matt? What is
Because
something that
nobody
happened
even knew
5
who she
years ago
was.
matter?
But nobody knew who she was. She dropped out.
I knew who she was. She was the vice president for 4 years.
No. Before that, she didn't even make it into the primary.
What does before that matter is what I'm saying to you. Who cares?
So why did you want to vote for her? What made you want to vote for her now?
Great question. She was running against Donald Trump, and she was the better candidate.
How?
Another great question. So she had an 82-page plan for her tax policy and her economic policy. Donald Trump had a 14-page plan for his entire policy. She had plans that would only benefit the middle and lower class, whereas Donald Trump's plans mostly benefited the top 1%. She also did not try to overthrow the government. He did. She also was not found civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman. He did. There were like so many reasons to vote for Kamala over Trump. Policy, character, legal, constitutional. There were so many reasons to vote for her over Trump. I can't think of a single reason to vote for Trump over Kamala.
What did she accomplish?
What did Mike Pence accomplish? What are vice presidents supposed to do? What do you know what the job of vice president is?
Right now.
Wait, do you know what the job of vice president is?
It's to step in case the president ever gets,
Right. So as vice president, she actually accomplished more than any vice president in history. What she did was she passed the tie-breaking vote more times than any other vice president has in history. She also secured private sector funding from corporations in Central America to revitalize areas that had a large outflow of migrants.
Come on, man. Tell me what she did for America people.
Okay, again, it's not the vice president's job to do something for American people. That being the case,
did she stop the immigration problem coming over the border?
She did what her job was. Okay, so do you know what the job was that she was assigned to?
She's a border Caesar.
No, that's made up by the Republicans. The exact duty given to her was to determine the cause of excess migration from Central and South America.
Did she do that?
Yes, she did. She actually reduced migration from what were the three countries that it was Guatemala, Costa Rica, and I think Nicaragua, because she secured billions of dollars in private sector funding for revitalizing those areas.
How many people came across in the last 4 years?
How many people came across? I don't know the exact number on that.
Just give me a guesstimation.
A couple million.
Okay, how many has come across in the last month?
I have no idea.
300.
I don't know what this has to do with Kamala Harris.
She didn't do her job.
That wasn't her job.
It was her job. Joe Biden put her in charge of the border.
Okay, if you can, this is what I'm going to ask you. If you can give me a single piece of evidence that Joe Biden put her in charge of the border, I will concede this point. The problem is that evidence doesn't exist. I've studied this for months.
Sir, dude, I don't know how. I really don't know how. If I knew how to pull it up on this phone to show it to you, I would. But Joe Biden personally said that she was in charge of the border.
If you provide that evidence, I will concede. What I'm telling you is that you've been mentally engineered to believe this because they keep repeating. If you keep repeating a lie, eventually someone will believe it. It was never done. He never said you are in charge of the border. That's not what the vice president does.
He gave her the
Stop saying things without proof.
Went on the news and said on live TV, "Don't come."
Yeah, Kamala Harris said, "Do not come." I remember that. What does that have to do with anything?
And they kept coming because she was in charge. She went to El Paso, Texas, because it's the closest she could want to come to the border, and showed the streets all cleaned up because they got rid of everybody, and put it out there saying the border's closed when it was not.
Okay. I'm gonna,
dude. I like you and all, but I don't know how to pull it up on this phone to show it.
Wouldn't this be easy to find? You just tab out, go to Google, and find it. Because
I can.
This is the article from. This is the article. I'll show you the article from 2021. Okay, when this happened, it says President Joe Biden has tapped Vice President Kamala Harris to lead the White House effort to tackle the migration challenge at the U.S. border and work with Central American nations to address root causes of the problem.
Yes, you're right.
Yes, he did not put her in charge of the border. He put her in charge of determining the root cause of the problems from Central and South America. Here, I'll keep reading it for you. Harris is tasked with overseeing diplomatic efforts to deal with issues spurring in migration in the Northern Triangle countries of El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras. I'm sorry, I said Nicaragua. I meant Honduras. El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras, as well as pressing them to strengthen enforcement on their own borders, administration officials said. There was never a single statement from Joe Biden saying she was in charge of our border.
What about the Remain in Mexico policy?
I don't know what that has to do with anything. That is the biggest whataboutism I've ever heard in my life. I don't know what that has to do with anything.
Was unalived by Joe Biden.
The Remain in Mexico policy was that's a Joe Biden thing, right? You just said Joe Biden got rid of it, right?
Which was under.
Has nothing to do with Kamala Harris. This has nothing to do with Kamala Harris. Talking about Kamala Harris. Your argument. Let's go back to the beginning. Your argument was that she didn't do anything for the American people. I explained that most vice presidents don't do anything for the American people. And in fact, she actually is probably the most accomplished vice president in history. She broke the most ties ever, and she did the one thing she was tasked with doing, which was determining the root cause of excess migration from those Northern Triangle countries. She secured $40 billion of private sector funding. Let me say that again. Private sector, meaning that this was $40 billion invested by outside companies, not taxpayer dollars, to revitalize those areas so that they would stop having a migration problem, which reduced the amount of migrants from those three countries. She did that.
Did it work?
Yes, it did work.
How many people crossed over the last month of their presidency?
Way less than in 2023 and 2022. Way less. Oh my God.
Right.
Do you actually know that the stat you're looking for? It's like this proves that she was succeeded.
Okay. Now that you've proven the 2024, right? Okay, I agree with you. What about 2023?
Yeah. So the beginning of 2023 and the end of 2022, we hit a peak of encounters.
Right. Okay.
Now, so we hit a peak. We hit a peak. Harris and Biden do their thing, and then the peak goes down. What's the problem?
I agree with you, brother. But now, 2024, it went down, right?
That's right.
Okay. Why did it go down in 2024 from 2023, 2022, 2021?
Well, there's a couple reasons. So, immigration in general ebbs and flows. It is not always because of something the president did or didn't do. So, for example, do you know when the migration problem began? I bet you don't.
It went up when Biden took presidency.
That's false. Ah, man. So the right are really good at taking good men like you and feeding them lies. And feeding them lies. The problem began in March of 2020. You know what else was happening in March of 2020?
COVID.
That's when COVID began. That's when the lockdown started. That's when a lot of people were out of jobs. There was economic hardship, way more so in smaller countries and not fully developed countries like the United States. So we saw an influx of migration starting in March of 2020.
Right.
And I will prove this to you from Donald Trump's own graph. Okay, he had a chart that he used to always show at his rallies before the election. And this just goes to show how much he's willing to lie to you.
Wait, hold on a minute. Before you say anything else, let's just go back to the very, 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 very beginning Everybody as president or your congressman or your senator is going to lie to you.
There's a difference. There's a difference. We watched the Kamala Harris and Donald Trump debate, and we counted all of their lies. Kamala Harris lied 7 times. That's not good. I don't want to be lied to 7 times. Donald Trump lied 60 times.
Which debate were you watching?
Donald Trump versus Kamala Harris.
Okay, which news station?
What does that matter? I did the fact check myself.
You have bias.
I did the fact check myself.
All right, brother.
I'm not going by what the news station said. I did the fact checks in real time.
Okay.
Do you want to go through all? I had a 3-hour conversation. Hold on. There's a gentleman by the name of Chris. There's a gentleman by
having a great debate here. I like you, but
perfect.
Come on, dude.
Let me say something. Don't come on, dude. Come on. Now we're like losing it. If you come on, dude, means you're losing like the reason here. You're just you're going off of vibes instead of reason. So I had a gentleman named Chris who came up on the night of the debate. Okay, a Trump supporter. He came up just like you to have a conversation, but to defend Donald Trump. And I went through the list of lies. Right, like I said, Kamala Harris told 7 lies. Donald Trump told 60. At the start of it, I said, if I can show you that he lied 60 times in this debate, would you still support him? And he said, you know what? No. But I don't believe that he lied 60 times. And I started to go through them. And I started to show him the sources for how these fact checks were done. And by lie 10, he had a sinking feeling in his stomach. Like he started to recognize that he had been deceived. And Chris is no longer a Trump supporter. So that the full video is 3 hours. I did a small video that's pinned on my TikTok. And if you'd like, I will go through all 60 of those lies if that means that you would consider hearing them out. But the reality is, I don't like these false equivalencies saying, oh, well, every politician lies, every politician breaks the law. This is an exception. Does it by exponentially larger amounts. So I'm going to, really quick, I'm just going to show you the immigration chart I was talking about.
No. It's okay. Let's just continue what we're going through.
Okay. So immigration, right? This is the chart that Donald Trump would show at his rallies. So Donald Trump specifically put a red arrow here. Do you see, can you see the mouse? Why isn't the mouse show up? Hold on.
I can see it. I can see
it. Oh, you can see it? Okay.
I can't read what it says, but I can see the
Well, okay, so you see the bottom arrow that's pointing up?
You've been watching a little too much Fox News.
Thank you for the gift. The bottom arrow that's pointing up. Do you see that?
No.
The bottom red arrow.
Oh, okay, yeah, I see it. I see it.
Okay. So what it says there is Trump leaves office. Lowest illegal immigration in recorded history. So number 1, that's a lie. Lowest illegal immigration in recorded history. That's not true. But it is low, right? It's the lowest time in his term, for sure. The problem with this is that is not when Donald Trump left office. He is not taking credit for 9 months of this parabolic increase. Do you see that?
Why not?
Why does Donald Trump not take credit for it?
Because if he's in office, why doesn't he get credit for it?
Because it's okay. These numbers are going up. Do you see my mouse? I'll try to make it bigger. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I see it. I see it. I see it. You got it.
This right here. This is when I can't see my mouse. I don't know why. This is when he claimed he left office, but he actually left office here.
Where? Oh, that arrow going down.
Why can't you guys see my mouse? I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm sorry. One second.
I don't care you're gonna lose your shit over a mouse.
Yeah, I am.
Brother, you ever heard of Charlie Kirk?
Yes, unfortunately.
Come on, don't be like that.
Wait, why wouldn't I be like that?
Because it's like you don't really approve of what he's saying.
Okay. My mouse is on the screen. Do you see it?
Yeah, I see it now.
Okay. See this right here?
Yeah.
This is where Trump claims he left office.
Okay.
This is where Trump actually left office.
A little after 2020, right?
Yeah, January of 2021. So Donald Trump essentially lied by 9 months because he didn't want you guys to see that the problem began in his term. He brought this chart to his rallies, and it's not even like a small lie. This is blatantly fact checkable. Like, you know, that he didn't leave office in March of 2020. You know that.
When did he leave office?
January of 2021.
Yeah.
Right over here. So this right here, this is.
He said, screw it.
No, say that again?
He just basically said, screw it.
Yeah, he's saying like, oh, that wasn't me. Even though we all have our own, we all have Google, we all have calendars. So what this is showing is two things. Number one, Donald Trump is willing to blatantly lie to his supporters, and that should be a problem to you.
Well, everybody does lie.
No, not like this, bro. Not like that. Okay, so now I go back to what I said before. Do you think so?
You have a girlfriend?
Not technically, no.
Significant other?
No.
Okay. Well, if you had a girlfriend and she cooked something that you didn't like, but you went and told her you did like it, just not to hurt her feelings, would you call it a lie?
I would call that a white lie.
Okay, there you go. You don't.
Do you think this is a white lie? Wait,
you really don't want to upset people, but yeah, you're gonna say something. You know?
Do you think this is the same as saying, "Hey, babe, I thought it was delicious"? This is the same.
It's kind of
lying about 9 months of his presidency. Now you're sounding like a cult member.
No, there's no cult member.
Okay, so why are you okay with being lied to so blatantly?
I'm not saying blatantly. I'm saying
No, get those lights off.
Thank you, Abby. No. Your biggest reason for voting for Donald Trump included immigration. But he's lying to you about immigration. He's claiming that he left office at the lowest amount of illegal immigration in history. Number one, that's a lie, but let's move past that lie. Number two, that's not even true based on time. He's lying about time. And that, if you had known this, if you had known that he oversaw 9 months of exponential growth in encounters, maybe you would have voted differently. Don't you think that's a big deal?
Hey, things get out of control, then you got to reel them back in. I'm not saying it's good or it's bad. I'm just saying you got to kind of, you can't underestimate. You can't really like turn your blind eye to something, because once you start ignoring something, it's like your kids. You give them an inch, they take a mile. You got to reel them back in. And that's kind of what he's done. But I tell you what, bro, you have the same shirt as I do, but it looks better on me. I'm just joking. That's just a funny gag.
Turn like a pretzel.
Thank you, Carmine. Yeah, I don't know where we go from here.
I could drop off if you want to bring somebody else up. I mean, that's cool.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'd love to keep talking, but it just doesn't sound like you. Let me ask you a question. What would I have to show you to change your mind about Donald Trump?
I really honestly don't think that you could.
And there's the problem.
I mean, a lot of people have tried to say that he's a racist, he's a feminist, he's this, he's that, and everything.
No one has ever claimed he was a feminist.
A lot of the other Democratic panels have. I can Google him, and anybody else can, and show that he's none of these things, but they're just too blind to do it. But I don't know.
Wait, how can you Google and disprove that he's a racist?
Because of the things that he's done for HBCU, the lowest black unemployment rate. There's lots of other things.
These are all really good talking points that Trump does. Yes. The problem is that they don't have anything to do with whether or not he's racist. So the things he's done for HBCUs, he provided less money to them than both Obama and Biden. So
No.
No?
You can sit there and say that Biden is this and this and that, but can you tell me what color his maid is that keeps his pantry stocked? He has Blink said that his maid is a black woman that keeps his pantry full. And if you're not black and you're having a choice, a hard time voting for somebody, then you're not black. You're going to keep them in chains. They're going to keep you all in chains. I mean,
here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to show you something that should be really easy for most Americans. I don't agree with Joe Biden.
That's good, man. See, that's why me and you could be friends, dude.
I don't know. I think
Joe Biden.
I don't know if I can. I don't know. I don't know if I can live in. If I could be friends with someone who lives in a different reality. So
no, check this out. If me and Joe Biden was hanging out on a Saturday night, you could probably be friends, and me and you probably could be too. But just because we don't see eye to eye on politics, don't mean that we don't see a better future for America.
Okay, so I will address that in 1 second. Thank you, Emmanuel, for the $5. Ask the guest, when Trump said, which president would you rather have, the black one or the white one? Which situation is that ever appropriate in?
Are you asking me that?
Yeah.
Well, Joe Biden said if you're not black and you're having a hard decision on who to vote for,
what you're doing is not defending Trump. You're just whataboutisming to Joe Biden.
I'm just saying that Joe Biden was the real.
Joe Biden wasn't on the ballot. Doesn't fucking matter.
At that time, he was.
Okay, great. So, can you answer the guy's question? In what situation is it appropriate to say, who would you rather have, the black president or the white president?
I would vote for the president that's going to be best for me.
Donald Trump said the following words. Which would you rather have, a black president or a white president? Are you okay with him saying that?
Are you okay with saying which president you need to vote for if you're black or white? You need to vote for me? And that's what Joe Biden said.
I just said the words, I disagree with Joseph Robinette Biden, okay? I don't know why you keep going back to Joe Biden. I'm asking you, are you okay with Donald Trump saying that?
I don't remember him saying that.
Okay. Would you be okay with him saying that?
No.
Okay. I will play the video for you. And then I would like to hear your response.
Can you not say that I have been like totally respectful to you?
I mean, kind of, yeah.
Kind of. Come on, bro.
Well, I mean, the problem is when I ask you like direct questions, a lot of times you just say, "Come on, bro," instead of answering them, which is like it's kind of disrespectful. But I'll just play the clip for you.
I'm not trying to be disrespectful.
What is the BCF? The BCF.
Listen, it's okay. I'm not upset. It's all right. I'm just gonna play the video.
Okay, go ahead.
Black do you this is real or speech
Black president
in Columbia, South Carolina.
Would you rather have the black president or the white president who got 1.7 billion off the price? I think they want the white guy right now.
You think that's okay?
Play the whole context first.
I mean, I could try to find the clip. Yeah. Well, in what context would it be okay? Wait, just make up the context. What context would that be okay?
No, I want the whole.
Yeah, no, I'm giving you the opportunity to write the context for him.
The country is being destroyed by stupid people.
Thank you. Give him the best context possible. Go ahead. Imagination is your canvas. What is the best context possible? That's what the donation was asking. In what context would that be okay?
No. There's no race that needs to be involved.
So you agree there's no context where it would be okay?
There's no race that needs to be involved in that. See, here's the thing. When you had Obama in presidency, he divided the country up and put it black, white,
Bro,
man versus woman.
I'm telling you, you've been watching a little too much Fox News. Like, I don't know what else to say. Like, all these talking points, I've heard them a million times, but they're not rooted in reality. Who is the one that's dividing us? The guy who claims that Haitians are eating cats and dogs? The guy who's saying that immigrants are poisoning the blood of our nation? Or Barack Obama? What are the examples of Barack Obama dividing us? The tan suit? The Dijon mustard?
He said if you are black, you should vote for Kamala.
Number one, it's pronounced Kamala. Number two, that's not what he said.
Miss Harris.
Perfect. Number two, that's not exactly what he said. Number three, that was talking to boys in a locker room in the year in Beyonce's 2024. Okay, you were implying that he divided us in his term. So let's go back to his term. In what way did he divide us?
He put boys in women's restrooms, men in restrooms, women's restrooms. He put blacks over whites, and he conjugated that if you are not black, then you should not vote for the white.
I love Tesla.
Can you explain how he put boys in girls' restrooms?
Because he went ahead and
I love Tesla.
that it was okay for transgender men to go into a woman's restroom.
Wait, where do you want transgender men to go?
In the men's room or the women's room, where they are born to use the right restroom.
Who was born in a restroom?
If you are a female, you to use the women's restroom. If you have a male genitalia, you are to use the male's restroom.
And you're saying Obama passed a law about bathrooms?
He didn't pass the law, but he was for that.
Okay. So I appreciate you coming up. We've had this discussion for almost an hour, 51 minutes.
Really?
Yeah, time flies when you're having fun. So, however, you were voted out. Two people actually sent a dinosaur, and you were voted out by the chat.
Democrats.
By the Democrats, yeah, by the deep state. So, I hope you have a day, and
I love Tesla.
thank you, Elaine. I think I probably should have went on to the next guest when he said there was nothing I could say to change his mind, right? We could have saved ourselves some heartache by just going on to the next guest. Thank you for all the roses. Thank you, Elaine, for all the live on airs. Thank you, Ice Cold, for the meerkat. Thank you, Hezi, for the dinosaur. Thank you, Abby, for the other dinosaur. Thank you, Carmine, for the bow knot. And if I missed anybody, I'm so sorry.
No, get those lights off. Off.
Thank you, Marcus. You know what? In times like this, I think of the words of a great philosopher.
Our country is being destroyed by stupid people.
Okay. If you're here for the first time, thank you so much for joining. We are live Wednesdays to Saturdays, 7 p.m. Eastern, doing live political debates, political discussions, and fact checks. We're also live for all major political events. So if you like this comment,
Turn off the lights. Turn off the lights.
thank you, Chelsea. So if you like this comment, drop a follow, tap the screen. Thank you all so much. That gift actually threw off my whole spiel. Marcus, thank you for the sunglasses. Sassy Girl, thank you for the You're Amazing. Thank you for all the follows. Okay. Let me rewind. Wednesdays, Saturdays, 7 p.m. Eastern, political debates, political discussions, and fact checks. So if you like this content, drop a follow, tap the screen. For everybody that's gifted, Abby, thank you for the hand heart. For everybody that's gifted, thank you so much. But I don't ask for any gifts. Nobody has to send a gift. The only thing I'm asking for is if you could just make sure you're following. Right next to my name, there should be a orange heart or a gray heart. If you see a red oval that says follow, you got to hit that so that you don't miss these lives. We're also live right now on Twitch and YouTube. So if TikTok gets banned on April 5th, which it might, make sure you're following. Links in my bio. All right. We're going to go to the next guest. Thank you. I got a text saying I'm about to open my emergency wine. Zachary, thank you for the $5. He can vote, by the way. Also, you tried. Oh, I don't know if you meant me to say your name or not because you put the from at the end, but thank you for trying. You did your best. We love you. Thank you so much, Zachary. Oh God. Okay.
Don't boo, vote.
Thank you, Mo. Okay, we're going to the next guest now. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Liz, thank you for the naughty chicken. And Kay, thank you so much for the glowing jellyfish. Bro, are you shining hunting? Yo, Z. You're live. What is that? Is that Bubble Beam? Scott, what was that? Was that Bubble Beam? Linda, thank you for the cheering crab. Fine Whip?
Fine Whip.
We're going to go to the next guest. Oh, was that loud for everybody? I'm sorry. I obviously didn't know how loud it was going to be. Okay, here we go. LOL, you're such a nerd for knowing the sounds. I mean, I am. Y'all know my day job is selling Pokemon cards, right? How to get into talk? Carl, you have to press the request button. It'll look like right up there, there's a pink person, blue person, and you're going to see the button next to the chat. All right, this guest isn't connecting. Go to the next guest. Here we go. Here we go. And I love One Piece. Nice. I not only a new viewer, but a One Piece fan. You're gonna fit right in. I can't believe Trump is a feminist. See what happened at the Ossoff speech? No, I didn't. Guest not connecting. I don't know what's going on. MAGA Wi-Fi. Going to the next guest. Border Caesar. Yeah, that call had a lot of memes. All right, welcome up. What's your favorite
Are
Pokemon?
you there?
Probably Annihilate if you don't count legendaries. Hey, welcome up.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I don't know if I was supposed to click in or not because I'm not trying to argue for Trump. I'm dead set against him, but I was trying to be part of the conversation.
Got you. Yeah, I usually bring up people that are against Trump a little bit later in the live, but if you have like 30 seconds or a minute to speak your piece, totally down.
I mean, it just the thing that gets crazy to me is how they let all these people that thought he should get back in after all the felony convictions and I mean, we could talk forever about all the crazy stuff he done, but then when he gets into office, he starts firing literally a lot of the federal employees actually voted for him, and he's just killing their jobs. And how anybody in the country can think deporting all these immigrants when we're a nation of immigrants. I mean, literally every one of us came from somebody that came here. It don't even make no sense. And then his wife's an immigrant. JD Vance's wife is an immigrant. Like, it just, none of it makes sense how they can still continue to fight for this guy like he's going to be good for our country. It's just insane.
Yeah, I agree.
It don't make no sense. And we're like 2.5 months into this scenario. I mean, I really can't understand what the country landscape is going to look like in 4 years. It's like, I mean, really, how this is going to look if he even gets halfway away, gets away with half of the stuff he wants to do in the next 4 years.
Yeah, I mean, we could take a look at the. So there's a Project 2025 tracker right here, which obviously Trump supporters said he has nothing to do with Project 2025, and yet, of the 301 initiatives, 104 of them are already done, and 45 of them are in progress.
I know, it's like they believed the dude literally lies every time he opens his mouth, and they act like he wasn't for Project 2025 when everybody that worked for him is who wrote it.
Thank you. Yes, Yes.
I just don't understand how they can sit there and listen to the dude at these rallies. What he is, this is the mad genius of Trump. He was a TV personality. He knew how to use television and rallies to make people feel like they was part of something. Unlike all the politicians before them, they just went up to regular town halls and spoke with a kind of a dull way of speaking and never roused the crowd enough. He's good at rousing the crowds. And the brash talk, I ain't gonna lie, in the very beginning in 16 when he was first talking, a lot of the stuff he said sounded good. Make America great sounds great.
Yeah.
You know, make lower government and save taxes for Americans sounds great. You know, and strengthening the border is a good idea. There's nothing wrong with strengthening the border to make sure we do it correctly, but we do it humanely in a way that we don't have to turn people away. Like if you get rid of all the immigrants right now, I mean, I don't think he even he understands one policy in the government at all. I think the average person working a job in a factory somewhere understands policy better than him. Because if you get rid of everybody and make it to where who's going to fill their jobs? The real problem happened in America when they made, and I'm not being racist here, when they made white folk, I'm white myself, but when they made white folk lazy and they took vocational training out of high schools in 92, but I graduated in 96, but when they took vocational trainings, like when you could leave high school back in the day, you could be a plumber, an HVAC guy, a framer. You would have a trade, or if you didn't go to college, you could contribute to society. But now they made this generation so lazy that it ain't they didn't come take our jobs. We was too lazy to do it, and they grabbed an opportunity. It just don't even make sense that they're like, oh, they're taking your jobs. No, you're too damn lazy to go do the job.
I mean, yeah, I don't know if I don't know if I agree with like the timeline, but I agree with the sentiment for sure. Yeah.
Well, you know, I've been a business owner in my hometown for 22 years now, and I ain't lying to you when I tell you, I cannot hire a person under the age of 45 that has work ethic. Every 25, 27, 28-year-old guy I try to hire, they're lazy. Now, I'm not saying everyone is. I mean, of course they're not. I'm just saying on a large basis, we didn't teach the generation now to have work ethic like they did before. We made them lazy. I'm not saying that in a mean way. I'm just being real that from being an employer and trying to get people to come work in a labor intensive market, I have to rely on older people because they came from a generation of you went out there at a young age, a young man, you was taught by your father to go work hard and go get a job and work your 40, 50 hours a week and take care of your family. I mean, I cannot find them, dude. I've tried for years. I got to rely.
It could also be your area. I don't know if I agree with like the generalization, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah, and like I said, I'm not trying to say they all ain't because obviously I'm not sitting here running a business in every town. I'm just from my experience, it ain't that Mexican people or Spanish people or whatever came and took anything. The opportunity was there. They didn't just come take a job.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, everyone I've ever met was a hard worker, took care of their family. They're not crime ridden out here doing stuff. They just work to take care of their people. Like, I mean, what we need to be preaching is teaching people how to have jobs and how to be financially responsible and go work and take care of your family, not trying to demonize the next person. And they listen to that stuff like, you know, Fox News, the fair and balanced. God, that is just so, like every time I have this argument, I have it a lot. And it's like all you get is Fox News talking points. They have been very, very good at getting their talking points across to people and making them believe that all our problems is in the press, it's immigrants, and at the end of the day, it's the exact opposite of that. And then it's the press telling you that. Well, you're supposed to be the press too. So it's like, it just don't even make sense that people can sit back and act like this guy that has been proven, like the first time, they recorded 34,000 lies he made.
Yep.
They all lie a little bit.
Yeah,
but
God, this is something else. Yeah, there's lying and then there's lying. Yeah.
I mean, literally, I honestly am telling you this from the heart. I have not seen personally one time he opened his mouth and told the truth.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I do appreciate you coming up. I did say a minute, and it's been 7, but
I get it. I know you got to move on and do your thing, man. I appreciate you letting me in, and I like what you do. I'll keep watching. I did a follow, and I'll stay part of the conversation.
No worries. Thank you so much.
Have a good night, buddy.
You as well.
Bye.
Okay, gonna go to the next guest. Here we go. Hi, welcome up.
I'm not a Trump supporter, but I just wanted to ask: is segregation legal now?
So there is nothing prohibiting segregation amongst government contractors. So segregation is not entirely legal. However, this is a step towards segregation being legal.
All right, thank you.
No problem. Okay, next guest. Hi, can you lower the volume? Oh, they're trolling. Next guest. Hi, welcome up.
Hey, I'm sorry for being the third person to hype you up, but I just want to let you know what you're doing is great. We need more people like you, and keep it up. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up?
So Trump wants to join the Commonwealth, apparently, and I just want to respectfully say that Australia kindly rejects that. Don't want your government infecting ours, but there's only one sort of kind of good thing I see from it, because it happened to us in the 70s, is that the king might be able to remove Trump from power. I'm not too sure how it works, but it happened to our Prime Minister, Gough Whitlam, in 1975. So, yeah.
Okay.
Have a good one.
Bye. Go to the next guest. Here we go. Hi, welcome up.
Hey, what's going on? I mean, I don't know. I haven't really seen any of your lives.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do, yes.
Okay. Does it bother you that he's been trying to violate the Constitution ever since he got into office?
Which parts?
So he passed an executive order getting rid of birthright citizenship, which is a direct violation of the 14th Amendment, which enshrines birthright citizenship. He violated the First Amendment when he tried to deport a legal resident for exercising their First Amendment rights of freedom of speech and freedom of protest. And he violated Article 1, Sections 1, 2, and 3 of the Constitution when he defied a court order about deporting Venezuelan migrants. A judge blocked that deportation temporarily, and he ignored it and continued to deport them anyway, which violates the separation of powers of the 3 branches of government. And that's just what he's done in his first 3 months in office.
Right.
Actually, excuse me, first 2 months in office. Not to mention his violations in his first term, where he said he wanted to take the guns first and do due process second, which is a clear violation of the Second and Fourth Amendment. Where he said he wanted, where he said in 2022 that he was willing to terminate the rules, regulations, and articles of the Constitution if it meant that he remained in power. Where he pressured Mike Pence to break his duty to the Constitution by selecting by selecting Donald Trump, the loser of the election, to be the winner of the election. So. Yeah, all of these things as an American are really a non-starter for me. I can't vote for somebody. I can't support somebody that doesn't respect our Constitution.
I mean, that's fair. I mean, those are fair points. I don't agree with everything he's doing, but overall, I thought he was the better choice.
And why so?
Because a lot of it has to do, in my opinion, with foreign policy. I think he's taking us in a better direction. I think that people don't realize how great of a threat China is, and they are on track to become displace us as the world power. And so in 1972, Richard Nixon went to China because he was worried about how strong of an alliance Russia and the Soviets, or I'm sorry, China and the Soviets were going to be. And so he came over and made friends with China to keep them away from having an ally with the Soviets. But now the reverse is happening. We are allying with Russia to get them away from China. And I don't think a lot of people are seeing like the bigger picture here.
That's a damn lie.
Thank you, Miles. So I'm a little lost here.
Sure. Ask where you're lost.
So how does like threatening to annex Canada or invade Panama or forcibly purchase Greenland or ethnically cleanse Gaza, how does that help against China?
Well, I'm saying in the instance I'm talking about is being friendly to Putin. I don't think being cordial with Putin is necessarily a bad thing. Like everybody seems to like, oh my gosh, we can't be friends with a dictator. We can't do anything alongside of a dictator. Well, people forget that we fought alongside a dictator against the Nazis with Joseph Stalin, and he was way worse than Putin. So I just think it's weird how like any nice thing we do to try to make peace with Putin and Russia is like a terrible thing. In regards to the Canada, Greenland, all that good stuff, there's been no formal action to do anything. Trump says a lot of things because that's his game. He's very calculated and strategic, but he likes you to think that he's crazy and he'll just do all these crazy things. But that's his strategy and for negotiations. This is somebody who has grown up having to negotiate business deals in blue collar New York City and structural towers with some of the.
But none of these negotiations have worked. He's accomplished nothing with any of these negotiations.
I mean, I would say he's accomplished a lot of things.
Like what?
All the towers throughout the world, the multiple billions of dollars that he's made. He's had the biggest political witch hunt in the history of the world.
No, stop. This is an insane pivot. I'm saying his negotiations in regards to Canada, in regards to Panama, in regards to Mexico, what has he accomplished?
Well, it's too early to tell, in my opinion.
But he's already.
We're in a little bit of a trade war right now, and it has to. The dust has to settle before we see the results.
What about his first 4 years? We saw his negotiation tactics in his first 4 years. We don't have to. Right?
His first 4 years, in my opinion, were remarkable. Before the black swan of COVID, we had the best economy that we've had in decades. We had lowest unemployment rate for Hispanics and blacks that we've seen.
I don't know why you guys bring up Hispanics and blacks like it matters. Lowest unemployment rate obviously will affect Hispanic people and black people. They bring it up to try to say like this Trump's not a racist. Look what he did for blacks and Hispanics, but it has nothing to do with anything. You can just say lowest unemployment if you want. But anyway, what did Trump do to earn that beautiful economy?
Well, he took away regulations for small businesses, made it easier for small businesses to succeed. Small businesses is the cornerstone of America.
Like what? So what regulation did he take away?
We had a proclamation for every. I mean, I don't know.
For every one, you get rid of 10. Yes, I get it. What regulation did he take away that caused the
economy to be good? I don't know the exact regulations, but I know a bunch of small business owners that said they made a lot more money under Trump. What he also did for the middle class, people don't realize, but he doubled the standard deduction that people can take on their taxes, which impacted the middle class greatly. People don't realize that either. They're like, oh, he's just putting money in the pockets of rich people. But no, he helped out the middle class through his term. And I reject the notion that like we shouldn't always be helping the billionaire class, because you want rich people in your country. You want the people putting businesses and jobs and job creations in your country. So that, I mean, this has been tested before, putting a high tax on the rich in France, where they put like a 60% tax on them, and all the millionaires left the country. They panicked because their economy collapsed, and they had to invite them back.
I'm so sick of these people. You know.
Thank you all around. Okay. The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017 nearly bankrupt this country. Let's be real. We added trillions of dollars to our deficit, and for what? 83% of the tax cuts went to the top 1%. If you actually cared about us, we wouldn't just get the crumbs, right? The tax cuts would have been targeted at the middle and working class. Wouldn't you agree?
The middle class did get a tax cut.
That's not what I said. The tax cuts would have been targeted at the middle and working class. Because right now, what we're experiencing, a lot of what we've experienced, has to do with Donald Trump's overspending. I mean, take a look at this. Donald Trump added $8 trillion to the deficit. And he's planning on adding another $4 trillion just in these new tax cuts, most of which are going to the top 1%. Why? If he wanted to do what was best for the country, why wouldn't he just cut taxes on the middle and lower class?
That doesn't okay, that's like giving somebody a fish and not teaching them how to fish, in my opinion. Like you because if you're putting money in people's pockets, that's going to get spent right away. But if you're creating jobs for people, then they're going to be able to keep making more money for themselves. If the billionaires are taking their businesses and outsourcing them to other countries, people aren't going to have jobs. AI is going to start taking everyone's jobs. People don't realize this, but AI is going to take over people's jobs faster than you think. You want these billionaires, the jobs that are going to be available, you want them placing them here in America. That's why tariffs are a good thing. You want to tariff things from other countries. That way people spend really a tariff is just a tariff, is just a tax for other countries' goods. The price on American goods will not go up, but if anything, they'll go down because more people will be buying them. There'll be a greater volume being bought of American goods.
Can you tell me how billionaires create jobs?
They create businesses.
They already had businesses. They already had businesses.
Yeah,
are you telling me? No. Tell me. Look me in the eyes and tell me with a straight face that because we gave tax cuts to billionaires, they started new businesses.
Well, there's okay. Those businesses are still competing with businesses globally. Like
sure. So we can talk about the corporate tax cut. Maybe that was worth it. Why did we cut taxes for individual billionaires? Why would we do that other than to glaze the top 1%? Trickle-down economics doesn't work. It hasn't worked since the 80s. Please vote in your best interest from now on. Oh, God. Thank you for whoever sent the dino. All around handy. Thank you for the dino. What happened to the Department of Education? Oh, wait, no, I just totally misread that comment, but same. Okay, I think I need some water. Hang on, one second. Just give me a second. Blazing billionaires in the big 2025 is wild. Dan, on a scale of 1 to 100, how cooked are we? If 100 is cooked, 87. All right, going to the next guest. Dan, do you stand up during lives? I'm standing up right now. Hey.
Hi. Oh, I was just going to yell at him about deregulations a little. I wanted to hear his justification for the deregulations that affected women specifically.
He doesn't care about that, unfortunately.
Yeah. Do you hear an echo?
I do.
All right, I'm going to drop.
All right, thank you. We're going to go to the next guest. Hi, welcome.
Hi, nigger.
Oh, you're one of those? Oh, Andy ran. MAGA, don't be racist challenge. Level impossible. Sorry, everybody. Justin, thank you for the $2. As a 25-year-old that works my ass off every day, thanks. Oh, was this about the guy from before? Appreciate the $2. All right, next guest. Here we go. Oh, actually, yeah. Next. Imagine waiting to come up just to do a slur. Yeah. Hi, welcome up. Hello? Bueller? Cat Meow, you're live. Cat Meow, you're live with Dan Malik. An actual cat? Why do you hate America? Wenser, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to send you an invite to come up, and then I can tell you. You're not a coward. You let me tell you to your face. Sometimes I double tap so much I request up. Immediate panic. Doesn't beat the snoring from the other day. Yeah. Like to live so more people come on. Okay, really quick. Y'all know I never ask for gifts. But it is good for the algorithm to do the little heart me, which is 1 penny per day. So if you have a penny, if you have 1 coin, it's in the top 1%. It's right next to my name. There should be an orange heart. And that might get some more people into the arena. Liberals lie nonstop. Wait, I'm sending you a request. Tell me how I'm lying. Tell me how I'm lying. Please, please, please. I'm begging you. Please. I already did it. Thank you, C.
Vote.
Thank you for the level up, Sparks. For just a penny a day. A penny a day keeps the MAGA in play. That's good. Are you taking friendlies? Right now there's no one in the box. So if you're friendly and want to speak your truth, this is the time. This is the time. All MAGA lives matter. Thank you, everybody. Did I pin MAGA comments so you can bring them up? Yeah, sure. Got a Pokemon to rip. Oh, we could do that. Okay, so I do have a product that I want to open, but I'm not opening any of the packs. But I think you guys will still enjoy it.
The country is being destroyed by stupid people.
Thank you for the meerkat all around.
Yo, what's up?
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, I'm not friendly, so if you see someone in the request that's not, feel free to drop me. But
okay.
I'm curious about your opinion on corporate tax rates. I voted for Kamala. I agreed with most of her tax plan, most of her economic plan, but I do see like some empirical data that proves that higher corporate tax rates do affect businesses and their ability, to have high wages. Things like that.
I don't know how long. I don't know how long you've been watching me, but I usually do concede that there is probably a sweet spot for corporate tax rates, but blowing past it by taking it from 35% to 21% is not the move. And also, I
totally agree.
Yeah, and also there's absolutely zero reason to cut individual taxes for people making
100%.
Yeah,
100%.
so
I agree.
We're probably on the same page as that.
Yeah, so there definitely should be for individuals. The only way to have a good revenue base is to tax the rich highly, Like for corporate tax rates, there might be a sweet spot. To be honest, I don't even know if I see a need for a corporate tax rate. I think there's better alternatives to it.
Well, we'd have to
in my
restructure our
opinion.
tax system, but I could see a tax system that didn't have a corporate tax rate. I don't personally believe that that's the way to go, but I'm not.
Like,
It's not a hill I'm
there's
ready to
definitely-
die on.
There's definitely a sweet spot, and like I'm glad that she like wasn't proposing like 35% like Obama did. 28%
Yeah,
is like totally
28% I
reasonable.
think is much more reasonable. Yeah.
Sorry, my bad. I got a phone call. My bad. But yeah, like cutting from 35% to 21%, like totally like eroded the revenue. I think if he wanted to cut it, he should have cut it less than that, and that actually would have been somewhat reasonable, to be honest. Something I could have supported cutting it somewhat, but it was a huge cut that was unnecessary. And now he wants to do like 15%, right? I think that's what I've heard.
And you know what? I'm gonna yeah, he wants to do 15%, which is insane. I'm gonna point this out for those that saw the recent Steve Bannon stuff, where Steve Bannon has always said the quiet part out loud. Okay, and that's even in regards to tax cuts back in Trump's first term. So I watched back. It was like 2016. Steve Bannon was being interviewed, and basically they asked him about the tax cuts and how he could justify them, and he's like, well, you cut corporations taxes, and then they're it's going to produce more revenue and blah blah blah, and they reinvest in all this stuff, and then the interviewer was like, okay, yeah, but what about the individual tax cuts? And Steve Bannon said it up front. He said, well, they probably needed to include that to convince Republicans to vote for it. Like, even Steve Bannon recognized there's no good reason to cut individuals' taxes. And the reason I say Steve Bannon always says the quiet part out loud is because he just came out and said, I'm okay with Trump running for a third term. This is like a 1932 realignment. Like, Steve Bannon, call him what you want. He seems to be open about what he's what he
how
thinks.
much connection does he have to Trump at this point? Like, is he still like an advisor? Is he still considered an advisor at this point?
No, so he was an official advisor.
I know he
in
was
his,
in the past.
he was an official advisor in his first administration. He's not an official advisor right now, but I do think they're still close.
Okay. Yeah, that's interesting, especially since he's like openly saying that and they're still close. So that's kind of insane. And he's like, he also did the Yahtzee salute too at CPAC, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like in terms of the TCJA, like I don't remember, I was young, but I've read that Steve Mnuchin, he was like the Secretary of the Treasury at the time. He was saying that it was going to like be self-sufficient and pay for itself, right? Because like they were like citing like the Laffer curve and stuff for like if you cut corporate tax rates, then it gets reinvested through payroll taxes, and that just like didn't happen at all.
I mean, the thing is, the Laffer curve calls for a sweet spot, and
Exactly.
they blew past
Yeah.
it. Even if it existed, they blew past it. So, and
like,
nothing will pay for the
Laffer-
individual tax cuts. There is
Exactly.
never a benefit to anyone except for the billionaire to cut a billionaire's taxes. Like, we can talk about
100%.
businesses all day long. There's economic professors that disagree on this. There's not a single economist on this planet that'll say cutting Elon Musk's taxes are good for the economy.
Yeah, totally. That doesn't benefit anyone in any way.
Yeah. But anyway, thank you for coming up.
Yeah, no problem. See you later.
Bye. Okay. Two things. Number one, Anthony, thank you for the $2. I swear I'll buy a booster box if you want to do some rips. Anthony, I have a Battle Styles booster box that I am totally down to rip if you're interested. And all right, that was the first thing. I think we need a crab rave. Okay, so there's two ways we get a crab rave tonight. Number one is for if we get to 1 million likes, which, I mean, we're far away now, but it's the night is young. And number two is if we can get to 95,000 followers tonight. I think we're like 600 away, maybe. Those are the two crab rave options. So you're telling me there's a chance? Yeah, exactly. Rip and ship stream. Okay, so while the stuff going on at the IRS isn't looking good for undocumented taxpayers. Wait, what do you mean by that? I did a rip earlier, but I said excuse. Why would people who have already accumulated obscene wealth under the old system need tax breaks? Yeah, exactly. They don't. The problem is, hey Quinn, the problem is that there is a culture in this country that I really just can't wrap my head around, which is that it doesn't matter how much money you have, it's your money and you deserve it. because you earned it. But it ignores they want to allow ICE access to IRS. Oh, that's really bad. But it ignores the fact that society helped you get there, right? It ignores that. It also ignores the principle of marginal returns, right? So if you increase Elon Musk's taxes significantly, his life changes in zero ways. There is nothing he wants to buy that he will not be able to buy after increasing his taxes. And that's something that I just don't understand why I can't get this through to Republicans and libertarians. Like, this guy has so much money that you could take half of it, his life unchanged. His children never have to work. His grandchildren never have to work. But so many people that go hungry and die of illness could be helped. And someone in chat gave me a really good analogy for this the other day, which is it's like you have so much food on your plate that some of it is going to spoil. And rather than putting it on an empty plate next to you, you let it spoil. So yeah, I'll never get that. And I remember, oh man, my uncle, who's like a diehard Republican, was like, once you get older and you start making more money, you'll see it my way. And I told him, I was like, listen, there is no amount of money that's gonna make me a fucking awful person. There will come a point in my life where I will want for nothing, right? If I become rich, right? I'm not saying that's what I'm shooting for, but if I'm on a trajectory where I become rich, there will be a point where I no longer need any more money. So why would I not want to pay more taxes on that money to help the less fortunate? And he's like, no, you just don't get it. You're too young and optimistic. Okay. I mean, I guess, listen, if you want to, just say you're greedy. Just say you're greedy. Don't say it has to do with age or wisdom. You're greedy. You're a greedy person. You like the number goes up, makes my number high. Like, I saw a meme that I really agree with, which is like, once you make $1 billion, everything after that should just be taxed at 100%. You get a certificate that says you won capitalism, and that's it. No one needs more than $1 billion. A billion is 1,000 millions. 1,000 millions. Give me one of those, and I'm good. 1,000? Excuse you. Anyway, okay. While we wait for a guest, Marco, get out of the way. All right, so this was sitting on my shelf for a while, and 1 million doesn't go as far as you think. Yeah, not nowadays. So, I mean, that's why I said $1 billion. Obviously, I'll take $1 million. If someone's offering, I'll take $1 million. But yes, well, $1 million right now is not enough to retire in the United States because of healthcare. This was sitting on my shelf for a while, and I don't know if it was because of Florida humidity, but like this just popped open, so I can't sell it sealed anymore. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open it and then sell the packs and the cards. But take a look. These are all the different Pikachu arts over the years. This is Celebrations was the 25th anniversary. Give me the price. Well, wait, do you want? I mean, it's opened. I never picked up those promos. Rip and ship live. Hold on, let me look it up. Actually, this is like a real. Yeah, this is my day job. Which if Congress would fucking unban TikTok, right? So that I have some kind of security, I would really consider Cash App incoming. My Cash App is banned, but I have Venmo and PayPal. If I had knowledge that TikTok was going to continue, I really would consider like what's the word? Transitioning from my day job into doing lives as my job, lives and TikTok videos. But every month it's like, oh shit, my job's gonna get banned. And I thought you were a farmer. Yeah, clip farmer. Okay, wait, Anthony, you sent the $2 about the booster box. The only booster box I have is Battle Styles, but Battle Styles is kind of fun to open. Dan, you have magic cards? No. You can sell on whatnot. Yeah, I can. I just never got around to it. Okay, hold on. Let me look up. Are the debates over? Should we do a reset to get more debates, or should we just do? Is it just Pokemon from now on? Reset. 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 More debates. Reset. Okay. What about your vintage base set? I do not have that. And what's the rarest pack / item you have? That's a good question. I'll have to come back to that. Will it tap out? Okay. Let me just give the battle styles. Your box. Okay, they're on TCG Player for 186. I would do 180. And then celebration special. Goddamn, I forgot they were crazy popular. I used to get them for 110. Yeah, I mean everything's like spiking right now. And this is on TCG Player for 75. I do 70. We will add these likes to reset for the crab rave. Okay, what's the like count at? Dan, what do you think of the Harry stuff? I answered that last night. I think I want to not keep talking about it. I have a $700 Gengar. Is it the Gengar and Mimikyu alternate art? 75k. Okay, well, we have a couple guests in the box. Let me see what's going on here. On with the...
I was too busy cashing them all. I apologize about earlier.
You're too busy.
I was cashing them all.
Hey. Okay, that was interesting. Next guest. Hi, welcome.
Hey,
up.
Dan. Thank you. Before we launch into debate, can you do me a really big favor? You said those Pokemon cards were all old Pikachu art?
Yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of different arts on them.
Okay. Could you just document that none of them have the black tip tail? And that's a lie that needs to be just eradicated from the fandom?
I mean, it's, what's it called? Mandela effect.
Yeah, I don't know. I assume it's because Pichu had the black tip that they just associated over time that Pikachu also had it. And he has the brown butt, butt part of the tail. But for your live, so going back to the point of the debating and everything, pulling it away from Pokemon, I'm just not entirely sure that Republicans as a whole are necessarily like I know the MAGA movement is not necessarily like the core of the Republican Party. Like I'll call it like Republican Party 2.0. Like maybe half Republicans are MAGA and half are, I would call them principal Republicans. For example, do you believe the government should work here? Do you believe it should be out there? And I just don't know that based on principle, like despite all the terrible things that Donald Trump has done and is doing, that it should, like, do you think people should change their principle on how they feel government should work and that should sway their vote, even though the candidate may not be like the best choice, even if it in principle is what they believe is right for the party? Does that make sense?
What's the principle that Donald Trump supports that I think Republicans?
I guess I don't mean principle as in like moral. I mean principle as in, for example, do we believe the government should be involved in businesses and price maintenance? Should they be involved in people's personal lives? Should they be involved in and so like on the left, right, up and down square, right? Like if you take a certain personality test, like do you believe in blah blah blah? Like it'll put you in a certain category based on general principle.
Well, it's Republicans
right?
that want to be involved in people's lives.
Yes,
the government
it
is
is
involved in women's lives and their healthcare decisions. So
yes, and I'm not saying it's right, but assuming someone would fill out their little square and they say, oh, well, this is Republican, but then they look and see, hey, women's healthcare is suffering, but at the same time, like based on the principle of what I feel in these other circumstances, should I let these specific things that are happening affect my principle. Does that make sense?
I get what you're saying, and I would agree in the case of any Republican nominee except for Donald Trump. I think he genuinely is way too beyond the pale. Like there's no principle about the organization of government that would outweigh the fact that he doesn't care about the Constitution, would outweigh the fact that he's a convicted felon, would outweigh the fact that he was found civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman, would outweigh the fact that he plans on tariffing countries for no reason, essentially, that just tariff, no tariff, tariff, no tariff, doesn't outweigh the fact that he plans on adding $4 trillion to the deficit, doesn't outweigh the fact that he wants to ethnically cleanse Gaza. Like at some point, it doesn't outweigh the fact that he tried to overthrow the government. Like at some point, if you're a principled Republican, you have to be like, all right, fine, I'll take a term of Kamala Harris, and then we can go back to the regular politics. So yeah, I don't subscribe to the idea that you can be a principled Republican and vote for Donald Trump.
I am not entirely. So one, I have to say that I think you're right as far as it's really far beyond the pale. Like I am horrified by January 6th. I am horrified by the talking of the annexation of other countries. Like these are not ways that I would expect any president or even just politician to act. At the same time, and this is going to sound like I think from the American culture, just like wrong in ethics, but there are a lot of other countries. For example, we'll call it Japan is a really good example of a culture that's pretty xenophobic, and they don't necessarily see that as wrong. I think in the United States, on principle, like it's weird to say, like I know in Canada, for example, they don't have freedom of speech, they have freedom of expression, and part of that freedom of expression, there's like a reasonable limit of hate speech in public is not allowed. Like it's illegal in Canada. And whereas in Japan, they would be like, well, you know, this is a Japanese only bar. Like if you're from the United States, you're from these other places, we don't want you in. And as sad as it is to say, I think on principle, I don't think Republicans like are acting on principle in terms of morals. I think the principles that they act on are, well, I do want to be unified only in terms of race. Like I don't want immigrants coming in for one reason or the other, even if it might be profitably good for the United States, which they claim to be like the financially whatever party. But at the same time, like being anti-immigrant is also being anti-profit in the long scale. And so I just think that based on the principles of right-wing people, like they, like as weird as this is to say, like maybe the principles are not constitutional, because if they're against the 14th Amendment, like it was like added in after the 10th, who's to say that the principle isn't now? They're just, well, I don't think that stands true anymore.
It's not, again, it's not a question of whether you agree or disagree. I said it before, but maybe you weren't in the live. It's not a question of whether you agree or disagree with birthright citizenship. It's a question of whether you agree or disagree with the fact that the president can unilaterally change the Constitution. And any red-blooded American who respects the Constitution should be horrified by that. Fortunately, a lot of them care, because as long as it's their guy doing it, and their guy happens to be their cult leader, then you know they're fine with it.
Yeah, well, that's the constant. Oh, sorry, go on.
No, you go.
Yeah, well, I was going to say that's just the Constitution in its current state. It's anti-American, for example, now. Let's say January 6th was a really anti-American example of how to deal with passing along of power, this, that, and the other. But if Donald Trump were to, you know, reassert like how the executive branch works, essentially dismantle the powers of the judicial branch, go to a two-branch of government, in 5 years we could say, well, yeah, at the time it was really un-American, but now like that is the form of government that there is, and due to these other things that have happened, like, yeah, that's just the way that it is. And at that point it would become American because the laws and Constitution have changed, which again, I'm not advocating for, but I can't be too mad at Republicans who are voting, and I don't know that I will never vote Republican again, just based on the fact that what America currently is doesn't mean that if we disagree on what it is, it can be changed to be something different, even if it's in a negative or interpretively negative direction.
Well, the way that we would change it be the way that the Constitution lays out, is 2/3 of Congress and 3/4 of the state. If Donald Trump
Mhm.
changes it unilaterally, that is unconstitutional and anti-American.
Yes, it is, and I can't debate that because you are right. Again, it's just my way of thinking that again, like if they're basing the principles on what is current versus what on they prefer, like I just have a really hard like the I don't want to believe that the Republican Party is so far gone that we just live in this constant state of like even when Donald Trump is good and past, like in 20 years, for example, that like we're just now entrenched in this. Well, this is the far right has put us here. Like this is the political spectrum we're on now. Like I just don't. I don't want to believe that they're doing it completely principlelessly. That somehow those principles would point towards a more specific solution base. I don't know. I just don't want to believe that. And whenever I see these lives, or I don't join them all too often, but I just don't want to believe that there is nothing that Republicans or the right are not doing that is like I don't want to believe it's totally hopeless for them, that there's nothing that they're doing. You know what I mean? But Donald Trump, because he's a single person in a very high position of power, is abusing essentially the party, but the party itself isn't irrecoverable.
Well, I mean, listen, if you want to try to convince Republicans to go back to being constitutionalists and not anti-constitutional, go back to being fans of democratic republic and not anti-democratic and authoritarian, then that's great, and that's you can take that burden on yourself. I think the Republican Party is right now I think is an authoritarian party, and I think it would take probably decades to go back if we can even go back.
Okay. What would you think about, for example, John Fetterman is a good example of this. Someone who generally, like, he says he's blue, says he's liberal, progressive, whatever, but then, caved pretty quick into the Senate bill passing, right? How, like, I don't believe that just because, the Republican Party might be the greater of two evils, that at the same time the blue just deserves the vote, right? Because at the same time, some of these candidates are not necessarily taking the United States in a progressive direction.
That's what primaries are for.
Right. But even in these primaries, I mean, look at how long, what's her name, Nancy Pelosi has been in Congress. And I don't think that people haven't observed her insider trading and other things and be like, well, this isn't a very honest politician. We need to get her out.
Well, there's technically no evidence of her insider trading. It's just vibes.
Technically no evidence of insider trading, but she is one of the richest politicians in there. And she's not the only one doing it. I'm not saying that all Dems are unique of this. I'm just saying, as an example, I would see that and think that I would want someone who's more on the surface honest, like AOC, who doesn't do trading at all. Someone like that.
That's great. But AOCs aren't particularly common, especially in Democratic primaries, or just in the political world in general. Also, Nancy Pelosi was in power for so long because she was popular. She wasn't popular to Republicans, but she did her job very well as the party leader in the House. She was very good at whipping up votes. She was very good at fundraising, and it's not surprising that she continued to win primaries.
Mm-hmm. Right. No, I totally understand that. But at the same time, if John Fetterman wins his current primary, I know a lot of other Pennsylvanians are pissed at the fact that he's essentially rolling over to what Trump and his administration currently wants. Do we just vote blue no matter who, even if, for example, if we wanted to see the United States idealized with free healthcare and a lot of the benefits that European countries have, I don't think the current Democratic Party is going to get it done in any reasonable amount of time.
I would be shocked if Fetterman won his primary in the same way that what's her face from Arizona.
I don't know the Arizona.
Kristen Sinema, just how Kristen Sinema was polling at 10% and had to drop out of her primary because she betrayed the party. Same thing is going to happen to Fetterman. And yeah, it won't be the case in every district in every state, but when someone betrays the party to this extent, they usually primaried. So that's just working as it works. The best thing I can tell you, or the best thing I can tell to the American people, is start fucking paying attention to politics outside of election day. Start paying attention, start registering and voting in primaries. AOC was able to upset the number 3 Democrat in the entire House, establishment Democrat who'd been in that seat for decades. So it's not only is it possible to run in these elections and win, but it's also very possible to vote for candidates that are more progressive. You need to actually get out and vote. And it really bothers me how many people that voted for Jill Stein, or how many people are for these progressive policies, and you ask them, did you vote in the primary? No. Okay, well, I'm sorry. What did you want? What did you want? You didn't want Joe Biden to be the nominee in 2020. But you didn't vote for Bernie in the primary. You didn't show up. What do you want me to do? So anyway.
Well, I know that I don't know how primaries work 100%. I think that a lot of the American education revolves around just like hyping people up, like it's your civic duty, go out and vote November 20th or whatever. But then all the processes that goes involved in it are, they're really lacking. I cannot tell you much about the voting process beyond actually registering, showing up, everything like that on the day of. And I agree that's something that the American population could be better educated in, but there's a lot of things that we could be better educated in, frankly. And so without trying to, switch issues into like an educational whatever, I guess I still have the question on the hypothetical of, imagine Fetterman does somehow win the primary, right? Or let's just say someone else wins the primary, but also not particularly progressive, right? I just have a hard time seeing that Democrats are owed any votes just because current Republicans bad.
Well, I am always going to be pragmatic in my decisions. So I would be shocked if he won the primary, but if by some miracle he wins the primary, and I lived in Pennsylvania, I'm still going out and voting for John Fetterman. Unfortunately, that's the way the cookie crumbles, because the alternative is a fascist.
Mm-hmm.
So, if I lived in Pennsylvania and he somehow won the primary, what I would be doing is I'd be protesting and pushing for him to stop being what he is now.
Okay,
that's all you can do. But I will vote in every election for the most progressive viable candidate. Period. Point blank. I am voting in every single election for the most progressive viable candidate.
Okay. Yeah. And so that in this previous election, there was not a whole lot of support for Palestine from either party. More so from blue than from red, but there was a shockingly low amount what I would have liked to see from the blue. And so now we can say, now that Donald Trump has been in power and that the right is so far skewed, it probably will not be just a practical principle this, that, or the other again, because like you said, they're fascist. But at the same time, I don't want to feel like I have to accept a party of mediocrity, which is certainly better than fascism. But would there not be any other way to actually make the Democratic Party a progressive party, if not replacing it with something like the Working Family Party? I don't want to say the Green or the Tea Party, because Jill Stein hasn't really done anything in the meanwhile to earn that vote either.
The way the system's set up, that you can't replace the party with another party. It's not going to happen. You need to change the system. So the best thing you can do is support candidates, which are usually Democratic candidates, but sometimes it's Republican and independents that support ranked choice voting. And
I'm so sick of these people.
Thank you, Annie. And then vote for them so that you can possibly get out of the two-party system. You're never going to be able to replace the Democratic Party. At the end of the day, I do think we should hold our politicians accountable. But if the people of their district or the people of their state that they represent keep them in that primary spot, then it is what it is. So, can I just ask you a question real quick before we do the vote? Did you vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris?
I didn't vote in this last election. I just literally forgot the day and did not go. It was embarrassing. But like I said, when Joe Biden dropped out and Kamala joined, I think I was more on Kamala's side. But the reality was that Joe Biden, in the last year and a half of his administration, the first 2 years, last 18 months, just not a lot went on. And I know that's partially because the Republicans controlled the House and didn't pass anything. But to the same degree, I like just seeing the inaction that was able to come when there wasn't a complete unilateral blue was really disheartening. So I don't know that I would have voted for either.
Okay, well, I mean, just know that no matter what, one of them is going to win. So not voting is essentially an endorsement of whatever the majority wants. It's a little a little weird if you ask me. Like I always vote. It's people fought and died for that right. I think I think Republicans should vote. I don't want them to vote for Donald Trump. I think everybody should exercise their right to vote. That's it's sad that you don't think you would have. But anyway, thank you for coming up.
Sure. Thanks for having me.
Can I just say, thank you guys so much. I keep missing them, but you guys keep like fulfilling the Rose goal. And I really appreciate that. Thank you. Fulfilling the goals I hear is good for the algorithm. I don't know how much truth there is to that. I feel like everything on TikTok is just vibes. It's just like rumor. So for example, the like unalive and pew pew. I posted a video right before TikTok went was banned for a day. I posted a video that has like 500,000 views, and all the video is me saying kill, murder, death, die, gun. Hasn't been taken down, hasn't received any violations. So I've just been saying words now. And same goes with like the algorithm stuff. I don't know if any of it is true. Like I hear the heart means are good for the algorithm. I hear fulfilling the goals are good for the algorithm. Read the TOS, it's not rocket science. The TOS is super vague though. Hey, our biggest fan is back. Welcome back, user. What's it like? Nice, I love words. Yeah. Anthony, I will in 1 second. Oh, wait, we have a soundbite for this.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Oh. We gotta put that on on one of the gifts. Anthony, thank you so much for the $70. I think it's time for another Pokemon break. This is for the Pikachu thing, right? There's some celebration packs in here. This is gonna be fun. Okay. Yes, he used my sound donation. Honest question, what is Trump doing that is hurting the country? Great fucking question. He continually tries to violate the Constitution. He's continually centralizing power towards the executive branch. He's also actively working against the economy by proposing these tariffs and then repealing these tariffs and proposing these tariffs, repealing these tariffs. His mass deportations are violating human rights in that they're sometimes targeting legal residents and American citizens. Where else do you want me to go? Oh, he plans on adding $4 trillion to the deficit? Anyway. Okay, we're gonna go to the next guest. I am gonna open this, but as long as there's guests, I'm gonna keep debating. He's messing up your relationship with allies. Yeah, true.
Yo.
Hi, welcome up.
How's it going?
It's going all right. How are you?
I'm doing well. I voted for Trump.
Okay.
And I voted for him because A, I really hate the Democrats, and B, I think Trump is the best candidate to end the American empire and American imperialism.
By threatening to annex Canada and invade Panama and Greenland and ethnically cleansing Gaza?
I mean, the ethnically cleansing of Gaza was happening under the Dems too, and I think it was going to happen.
Do you even know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, you're talking about the whole like Trump Gaza, right? And the movement of people to Egypt.
And then they're not allowed to come back. Yes.
I'm so sick of these people.
That was not going to happen under Democrats. No.
Well, I mean, the Democrats were the ones that funded Israel for 4 years and were complicit in the destruction of Gaza.
Can you tell me which party was not funding Israel? I'd love to hear that.
No, I believe both parties were funding Israel. Both parties were bad for it, but I believe that Trump is he ended USAID, which I think is a great thing. He's destroying the American economy and devaluing the dollar, which I think is a great thing. And he's ending foreign aid.
Are you an
which,
accelerationist?
Like
you want the country to get worse so that we can rebuild something better?
I mean, yeah, I think that'd be a great thing.
Yeah, that's super cringe. The idea that we should just destroy our country and then hope that it doesn't become a fascist dictatorship is really stupid.
I mean, Marx talks of crisis accelerating the proletariat revolution. I think that the Dems have been they've been destroying the country, but they've been doing so in a manner that does not accelerate crisis enough.
How have they been destroying the country?
I'm so sick of these people.
I mean, upholding they've been anti-union, upholding again capitalism.
Can you give me an example of them being anti-union?
The ousting of pro-union progressives like Bernie Sanders and AOC.
Oh, okay. So Dems aren't being anti-union; they're being anti-union candidates, is what you're saying. And how did they oust AOC? AOC won her primary, and she's in the House.
No, I'm talking. I mean, like the when Nancy Pelosi picked that old 70-year-old geriatric guy, instead of AOC.
Okay.
And I mean that's what I mean, not oust. That's probably the wrong word.
So you're saying that they're anti-union, but you really mean they're not pro-union enough. That's actually what you mean. Let's be real. The Democrats are pro-union.
I mean, the liberal Democrat, I think that they were not enough. They didn't appeal to the workers enough.
Right. So they are pro-union, but not enough. Whereas Republicans are anti-union. So I mean, I asked you specifically, how are Democrats destroying the country?
I think that they're upholding the capitalist framework. They've upholded USAID.
I need you to be specific. Okay, USAID. USAID is destroying the country?
Well, there's many things that could be destroying the country, but USAID is a main stakeholder in upholding this, the American imperialist.
So you want to be an isolationist?
I'd rather just see the destruction of America.
Okay. That's a good place to end this. Nice guest. Sweet. Guest comes up. I would like to see the destruction of America. Sweet guest, dude. Thanks a lot, TikTok. Anthony, thank you for the dinosaur. All around, thank you for the dinosaur. Miles, thank you for the galaxy. Clock app, very cool. His vote counts. His vote counts just as much as yours. And depending on the state, it might count more than yours. Neely, I'm so sorry. I'm just now seeing your messages. Oh, fuck. This would have been so good when you sent it. Neely, if you want to do me a favor, and when you send something that is like time sensitive, like the guest is saying something dog shit and it would blow him out of the water, just say messages or something like that. Because I don't get the pings when I'm live. Thank you. Can we get some W's for the mods, by the way, who work tirelessly, not only to keep the sex bots out of chat, but to keep the spammers out of chat, the racists, and who provide sources to back up all the things I say, even though Republicans don't care about sources and they just go based off vibes and feelings. Can we get some W's for the mods? Next guest, here we go.
Hey, what's up?
Hey.
How you doing?
Doing all right.
So during the election, I wasn't really to be honest, I didn't really know that much about. So I didn't I was getting I got surgery on the 4th of November.
Wait,
so I was
you
really
come up here before, right?
No,
No,
I've never been
I'm
up
super familiar, but okay, go ahead.
So I don't think I was gonna vote anyway because I don't think I knew enough about politics to like really like have like my vote count as much as like someone else's who knows a lot more than me. Anyway, but I mean I couldn't vote anyway because I was in a hospital. But still, uh, so so I've been looking into politics. I just wanted to get your opinion on like I have two questions. Oh yeah, and I also came in here one night and I saw you dancing to some music and that was kind of vibey. But what's your thoughts on the 14th Amendment? That was like one of my questions. The birthright citizenship.
I don't really have anything against it. So
Do you think that like if do you think that if like people undocumented come into the country and then have kids and they should be American citizens?
that's what I just said. Yeah, because what's the 14th Amendment says.
Oh, all right. And then what's your thoughts on reciprocal tariffs? And then
Well, I just think tariffs, but blanket tariffs on a country are just really stupid in general.
yeah, but like specifically reciprocal tariffs. Because I don't really like the idea of blanket tariffs either. But like
so reciprocal tariffs are usually don't make sense because certain industries are tariffed. So if you're tariffing the same industry back, it doesn't make a lot of sense.
so let's say if like a country has like a 200% tariff on like just something, for example, like a specific product, and then we put that on them, wouldn't the country lower their tariff on it? So then we can so then we could have more economic output in that country for that specific product?
No.
But why not? Because if a country is supplying us with like a certain thing and then but then they have a big tariff on us that we can't put their stuff there, then they would still want to have our stuff go into our country.
You're saying country, the big tariff on our country.
Yeah.
Right. What product is the tariff on?
They're just like any product, like in general.
Okay. Well, is it a product that they produce and want to affect their industry?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay. So and we have tariffs on products that we produce and we want to protect the industry of.
Yeah.
Okay. So why would we do reciprocal tariffs that match the tariffs that they have?
Because because if they can sell that specific item here, then I feel like we should be able to also sell that specific item there, like without having to pay like an insane amount in a tariff so we'd have to raise the price a lot of it there, so that like it could be like mutual basically.
Well, we can sell item that makes more sense to sell there, and they can sell the item that makes more sense. Called economies of scale.
Well, we can't sell that because they have a big tariff on that. Well, we can't sell like what's something, for example. I'm trying to understand this. I'm trying to learn more so I can because I've watched your stuff before and you're smart. You're really smart. You understand this shit. So like I'm just trying to like understand it.
Listen, I'm not an expert on tariffs. If you want to learn more, I'm sure you could just Google this. Go to YouTube. How do reciprocal tariffs work? And I'm sure somebody can explain it better than me. But I'm just trying to explain to you that the same products aren't the things being tariffed. So if they're tariffing the industry they want to protect, we're tariffing the industry that we don't want to protect. We're selling a product that makes sense for them to buy, and they're selling a product that makes sense for us to buy. Everyone's happy.
All right. I'm gonna keep watching you. Have a good night, man. Thank you.
You too. Thank you for the follows. I guess this is a good time to do my follow spiel. For everybody that's gifted so far and subbed, thank you all so much. I'm not asking for any gifts or any subs. The only thing I ask for is if you could just make sure that you're following. Right next to my name, there should be either an orange heart or a gray heart. If you see a red oval, that means you're not following. Do they cancel each other out or not? It depends on the product, depends on the industry, depends on the country, but a lot of the times, yeah, it could. In terms of in terms of trade deficit, it might cancel each other out. But we talk about trade deficits. Trump talks about trade deficits in such a weird way. He always says we're getting scammed by Canada because we have a trade deficit with Canada. But like, that's not a bad. Having a trade deficit with a country is not a bad thing. It means that our dollars are buying more than their dollars are buying. It means we have a stronger economy. I don't know. It's really stupid. And what's her face? Carolyn Levitt repeats the same thing. That was Dan. You can't afford 50 cents guy. Was it really? Thank you for the follows, everybody. Okay, go to the next guest.
Hey, what's going on, Dan?
What's
up? Jesus, dude, I don't know how you do it. I just came off of like a proper debate, and even that was terrible. There's a few things I want to go over that I just doesn't make any sense. Upholding the capitalist framework. I mean, I sure kind of hope so. The United States is a good mixed market economy that seems to be the strongest in the world. I'd hope they'd want to uphold that. USAID is upholding the status quo. Yeah, most of the industries or any of the institutions that we put in place are kind of supposed to. Anything for reciprocal tariffs. You already explained that when we talk about comparative advantage. This is really, really important. I don't know why anybody would argue against it. Marx was pushing for the acceleration of country. Yeah, but Marx was also kind of poor and had nothing else to do. If we wanted to talk about like Marx being in favor of a more progressive system, like Harris was pushing for, he would definitely be in favor of that. I mean, why not? When we want to talk about most of like the core tenets of Marxism, it would be for trying to take the proletariat and uphold them or uplift them a little more towards the bourgeoisie. But I don't know how that makes any sense. We also need to greatly change the political environment in the United States because guys like that who just joined have absolutely no idea what they're talking about. And they have really, really strong opinions on this. Right?
Yeah.
You need to destigmatize this. It's really bad.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, who's Marx? Karl Marx. He's the. Whenever they call Kamala Harris a Marxist, they're talking about this guy.
Yeah, don't listen to anybody who calls Kamala Harris a Marxist.
Yeah, I mean, she's not in like any way. But all right, thank you for coming up.
Of course, man. I appreciate it.
All right. YouTube and Twitch chat. I think this is my first time looking at you guys in 2 hours. I am so sorry. He say 200%? Yeah, he did. Need specific examples here? Yeah, I agree. Wild take. About the destruction of America, I'm assuming? Yes, I agree. Hey, YouTube and Twitch. Show us time? Show us time? Wait, what does that mean? Okay. Shout out to Valerie, Dirty Bad Bloggers, and Woolly Bully for being the top 3 tappers in the first 2.5 hours of the live. Thank you guys so much. I'm going to reset that real quick. Hold on. Leftists and Dems might be fighting in the chat.
This is an island surrounded by water, big water. Windmills are driving the whales crazy, obviously.
On to the next guest.
I love Tesla.
Thank you, Elaine.
Our country is being destroyed by stupid people.
Thank you, Miles. Hey, welcome up.
Hey, I just wanted to ask, do you think fat people should have rights?
Do I think black people should have rights?
Well, them too, but I was talking about the fats.
Oh, you said fat people?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Hmm. What about on a plane?
Do you guys remember the show? It was on A&E. It was called Airline, and it was like, it was about Southwest and how they and how they did their like check-in process and their like the flight delays and how they do and all that stuff, which it's live on air. That show was filmed like shortly after 9/11, and it was I was obsessed. I love that show. I didn't watch it until like COVID. During the pandemic, I think they put all the episodes on YouTube. So I hadn't watched it when it was live, but oh my god, that show's great. And I him talking about that reminded me of Southwest has a code for like really heavyset people, which is COS, a customer of size, and like they would eyeball it, and then sometimes would ask them to buy a second ticket. I don't know if they've changed that policy, but that's what the policy was in like 2005. Just fucking wild. Anyway, going to the next guest. I was actually sat on by a large person on American Airlines, and it wasn't pleasant. Oh my god, sounds bad.
What's up, Dan?
Hi, welcome up.
So, what are you doing here?
What am I doing here?
Or like, what was the last thing you were talking about?
Oh, it's up there.
All right. So, how
Our country is being destroyed by stupid people.
Thank you, Miles.
Thank you, Miles. So how is Mega against lower grocery prices?
Who's Mega?
Mega.
Oh. So Donald Trump.
Why do you sound like that?
So, oh, it's the same guy.
What?
You the fat person guy?
No, I'm not fat. What the fuck?
I'm gonna go with chat. I'm gonna go with chat's intuition here. On to the next guest. So weird. Okay. Okay. Volatile compulsive energy. Thought you were ascending. No, I'm descending. Democrats are against Tesla. Prove me wrong. I mean, listen. As long as their CEO is a Nazi, I'm against Tesla. Yeah, I don't have to prove you wrong. I agree. We just got reverse raptored. Okay, MAGA. Now is your time to prove me wrong on anything. Whether it's the Constitution, whether it's grocery prices, whether it's the rule of law, whatever you've heard out of my mouth and it pisses you off. All you have to do to do it, press the little blue person, pink person button. And that way, you'll be able to show the world that I'm a beta liberal cuck. West.
I just really want to quickly understand what's with all the fucking shots being fired at fat people. I give amazing hugs. You can hide behind me. I cook amazing food. Like, what the fuck?
I don't know.
Anyway.
All right. Bye.
Good luck.
Thank you. This guy is a professional commenter. Just request up, bro. Have a backbone. He's always here. Hi, Cleveland.
Yo, what's going on, man?
Oh, I thought you were gonna do the voice.
Oh yeah, I can if you want me to there.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I was just confused, scrolling by. Like MAGA in general is a political movement, right? I mean, so I voted for Republican. I didn't vote for MAGA.
Okay. Well, like, do you support Donald Trump?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he's a Republican. I voted for him.
Okay, yeah. Then you don't care about the Constitution. That's what I'm saying.
Well, I mean, yeah. Can you give me three reasons?
Yes. So the 14th Amendment enshrines birthright citizenship as a right to people in this country, and Donald Trump passed an executive order that got rid of birthright citizenship, violation of the 14th Amendment. Donald Trump violated the First Amendment when he attempted to deport a legal resident for exercising their First Amendment rights to freedom of speech and freedom of protest. And Donald Trump violated Article 1, Sections 1, 2, and 3 of the Constitution when he defied a court order which was blocking the deportation of Venezuelan migrants, temporarily, by the way, could have just waited. He defied that court order and deported them anyway, which violates the Article 1, Section 1, 2, and 3 in that the separation of powers.
So if he did all of these things, because I mean, at this point, right, it's just theoretically that he did these things, because if it was true, right, then he'd be tried in the Supreme Court.
Well, thanks to the Supreme Court, presidents are now immune from being indicted on any crimes they commit while they're president.
Really?
Yes. This happened.
So he can't be impeached at all.
Well, he can be impeached. So yes, that's the only way to punish him for these crimes is to impeach him, and then he can be indicted. The problem is that the Republican Party won't do it. So.
Well, I mean, if it goes against the U.S. Constitution, I mean, which I'm a constitutionalist. Why wouldn't we? Right? I mean, we should be rioting right now.
You should be rioting. You're right. That's why I said MAGA is against the Constitution. That's why they're not impeaching him. They don't care. So,
well, I mean, I think that's false.
Well, what about the three things I said was false?
Well, I mean, all of it, because like I said, if it was true, right, then he would be impeached regardless if his party supported him or not. He would be impeached. JD Vance would take office, but we just won't see it happen because it's not true.
Wait. That's such circular logic. I'm saying MAGA is against the Constitution. Right? Why would they impeach somebody for doing something that they don't care about?
Well, how can you say that they don't care?
Because they're not impeaching him.
Because he didn't. These things don't go against the Constitution.
Okay. Hold on.
There's no evidence to support that.
Here's the evidence. I'll pull it up for you. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if we can go like one by one.
Perfect.
In order of what you said.
Absolutely.
And then and when you bring up like the facts, can they be like primary sources? I don't want like any secondary sources.
So here's the first primary source. It's the Constitution of the United States. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
That's our first primary source. The 14th Amendment. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside.
Sure, I agree.
Okay. Now, we're going to bring up executive order. On January 1st, January 20th, the first day of his term, Executive Order 14160 denies citizenship to persons born from a mother who is unlawfully present in the United States and the father was not a U.S. citizen or lawful permanent resident.
Yeah, can you pull that up?
Yes. This is...
And what website is this?
Well, this is... This is the AILA, but this is the executive order right here.
I just want it to be from a primary source. I'm just trying to be fair, right?
Wait, I mean we could just go to the executive order. Here, it's right here. This is from the website, the whitehouse.gov.
Yeah, I just don't want to get anything like twisted around. I'm trying to be like as fair as possible, just so we can agree.
Sure. Okay. Well, this is the actual executive orders right here.
I'm so sick of these people. You know.
Did you not hear about this executive order? Like this is he did it on day one. He was getting rid of birthright citizenship.
Yeah. So like, where in here? Like, can you find it in there for me?
Wait. When I find it, what are you gonna say?
Then we can agree.
Okay. So, first they define what a mother and a father are. Or actually, I guess it's at the end of that. But Among the categories of individuals born in the United States and not subject to the jurisdiction thereof, the privilege of United States citizenship does not automatically extend to persons born in the United States. Number one, when that person's mother was unlawfully present in the United States and the father was not a United States citizen or permanent resident at the time of said person's birth. Or two, when that person's mother's presence in the United States at the time of said person's birth was lawful but temporary. Right there.
Yeah, can we read on? I can't read that.
Can we read on? What more do you need to read? Do you want to read the whole thing?
Past where you left off.
Okay. Such as, but not limited to, visiting the United States under auspices of the visa waiver program, or visiting on student work or tourist visas. And the father was not a United States citizen or lawful permanent resident at the time of said person's birth.
Yeah. So what's section 2 right there?
What do you think it's gonna say? You're stalling.
I just want to get the full context clues of something, right?
Okay. It is the policy of the United States that no department or agency of the United States government shall issue documents recognizing United States citizenship or accept documents issued by state, local, or other governments or
Our country is being destroyed by stupid people.
Thank you. Or authorities purporting to recognize United States citizenship to persons. One, when a mother is unlawful, it's just repeating the same thing.
Yeah, I just want to make sure. So, I mean, personally, I don't see how it wouldn't be. I think that, in my opinion, based on history, I mean, I would say that it's a step in the right direction.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you point blank. Does this violate the 14th
But I agree,
Amendment?
though. But I agree.
You agree that it violates the 14th Amendment?
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
Okay. So you don't care about the Constitution, right?
That
Say you're a
aspect,
constitutionalist.
yeah,
No, you're not.
well, I mean, in terms of just people just coming over here illegally and just having kids to reap benefits.
Great
from the
opinion. Great
American
opinion.
people.
So you don't care about the Constitution. You care about your opinions. You want what you want, and that's fine. Just say it with your chest.
I care about certain amendments that benefit the American people.
That's not a constitutionalist, my friend. Just say it with your chest. I don't care about the Constitution, and we can.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't care about people who reap benefits from American people.
Okay. Well, do you like the First Amendment?
Yeah, sure. I mean, freedom of speech, freedom of press.
Okay. So when Donald Trump tried to deport a legal resident for exercising their freedom of speech, does that bother you?
Who is this legal resident?
Oh shit, we got a dino vote. Hold on. Who is the legal resident? Mahmoud Khalil?
Yeah, I mean, never heard of him.
Oh, well, you haven't been paying attention.
Would you say that the Democratic Party is against religion and tries to censor religion and manipulate it in their own way as well?
What does against religion mean?
Yeah, so for example, under the Biden administration, when California specifically was trying to get these Catholic hospitals to perform abortions, and said that they had to, otherwise they would be penalized for it. I mean, I would definitely say that would go against religious practices.
Okay, so first of all, I like that you said under the Biden administration, and then you said in California, which is state.
Well, I mean, yeah, it was under the Biden administration in California, which is purely Democratic.
Yeah, but I don't know what Biden has to do with it if it's the state of California.
Well, yeah,
but
because he pushed the issue.
Listen,
his administration pushed the issue. Right?
Let's talk about the state of California. So it's the law there that women have the right to make their own healthcare decisions.
Yeah.
Someone's religion does not infringe on that. I'm sorry. If you want to,
it doesn't.
It shouldn't. Okay, I have a new religion. I have a new religion.
So by your logic,
I have a new religion. I'm sorry.
People...
I have a new religion. Every person that talks to me on TikTok has to send me $1,000. Don't you see how that violates your rights?
I don't.
Oh, all right. Well, my Venmo and my PayPal are in my bio.
I mean, that's just based on your life.
No, that's my religion.
If that's what
my
you
religion.
Want.
Wait. So right now you're violating my religion. This is disgusting.
What do you mean?
All right, he lost the vote. Thank the Lord. Who are the all around? Thank you for the double dino. Thank you. That guy was a waste of time, waste of breath. Jesus Christ. There's he was either being intentionally obtuse or brick level IQ. Biden is Catholic. He goes to church every Sunday. Yeah, constitutionalist, by the way. He's trying to rile you up. All right, we're gonna go to the next guest. You're the best. Thank you. Aw, man, it's malicious. Yo, how many people in chat know what the following words mean? Destiny hero malicious. Who in chat knows what that means? Without Googling. Certain amendments, I'm dead. Constitutionalist, by the way. Then on Rosetta Stone. Yes, MILF FBI got it. Destiny is a YouTuber. That's not it. Hazy Girl does. It's a Yu-Gi-Oh card. His condescending tone was really getting to me. Yeah. All right, going to the next guest. Oh, hey, XS Jess. Thank you for the raid of I think it's 3 people, but hey, we'll take what we can get. W raid. Not a fan of D heroes. I'm not for you, Bell. XS of Jess. Okay. Crystal Beast is where it's at. Based. Next guest, here we go.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm not a Trump supporter. I was gonna make a joke, and then I was like, no, I'm gonna back out of this before I look dumb.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard to even pretend to be a Trump supporter. Like,
I can't pretend to be that dumb.
Yeah.
But I do have a question though. So, have you seen the new what is that new set in Pokemon everybody keeps trying to steal?
Prismatic Evolutions.
Yeah. Do you think Japan's gonna stop selling them because of how bad America is right now?
I have no idea. I honestly haven't been following too much of the Pokemon stuff because I have to. There's only so many filing cabinets in my brain that the little SpongeBobs can take care of, and so I had to push some of the Pokemon out for some of the politics stuff.
That's fair. I've seen a lot of stores are now when you buy one, they open it up, not like open the packs, like open the plastic covering it, and then they sell it to you to like lower the value. I guess I don't know.
Yeah. All right.
I don't know. You're awesome.
So are you? Bye. All right, next guest. Here we go. Hi, welcome up.
Hey, what's up?
What's going on?
I'm curious. I see a lot of political content creators that are on TikTok and other platforms, and all I ever see is issues or people talking about what MAGA's doing. Now, I'm a little confused on it because I look at it and I know people are going to say, people voted for Trump because, they're idiots, they're stupid, they're misinformed, they're a misogynist, they're a racist, and all the above. And I see that, and I also think, why is the Democratic Party's approval rating so low right now? Is Trump that bad, or is the Democratic Party's issues or stances on it have come so far left that people were like, I would rather vote for the horrible alternative than to get in line with this?
So Trump is really bad, and the Democrats aren't standing up enough to stop the really bad. To help?
I don't know if I really see it as that, because a lot of people say the Democratic Party is not going in the right direction based off of polls.
I mean, a lot of Democrats want the Democratic Party to go to the left. So now I know Republicans think Democrats are way to the left because they don't understand the political spectrum at all, and they think Kamala Harris is a communist. But the reality is, the Democratic Party right now is like center left at best.
I would say it's a little bit more than that. I mean, you look at Newsom in California and some of his lately, the way he's been talking on this podcast, even he's come a little bit more center to admit that that's an issue right now within the U.S. party.
And Fincher said not center right. I would say you could possibly argue it's center right on economics, but in terms of like social issues, they're center left. Like if you compare them to Europe, I know the argument's always that like if you compared us to Europe, we'd be to the right, and that's true on economic policies. But in terms of social issues, I do think Democrats are further to the left than Europe. But sorry, I was responding to the chat and not you. Wait, and what of Newsom's policies are far left?
Say again?
Which of Newsom's policies are far left?
He was just talking about as far as what did he talk about on that podcast? I'm surprised I was sitting watching it. Oh yeah, he was talking about men and women's sports.
Men don't play in women's sports.
Well, he was talking about like actually following the rules of making sure that they're not in there, like having those rules.
So are you saying Newsom is not on the left? What are you even saying? What are we saying here?
So basically, Newsom was on the podcast, and he was saying that he would agree with not having transgender or whatever you want to call it in female sports.
Okay, so you're kind of proving my point that the Democratic Party should move to the left.
I said not in female sports. Well, what do you mean move to the left? I said not in women's sports.
Okay, I asked you how is the Democratic Party too far to the left, and you said, well, look at Newsom, but you provided an example of something that moderates
No. I'm saying he's changing. Oh God, we misunderstood each other on that. I'm saying he's changing his position to move more to the center.
Our country is being destroyed by stupid people.
He was formerly against
Thank you, Vicky.
having it happen, but he's moving back towards the center. And I say all that to say, I think in order to get, your average Americans, people that are in the middle on kind of like your independents and some of those guys, to vote for another Democrat to get them in office, I think a lot of those positions, Democrats are going to have to come back to the center, like in the middle on a lot of those issues. Or you're going to have what happened last election. People are going to vote for the alternative, which is what everybody says is Trump is super bad, and it's going to happen again. And I just don't feel like
Trump's running again.
Huh?
Trump's running again?
No. I'm saying like Trump's not running again, but I'm saying somebody that might be like Trump.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I think if the Democratic Party does not move more back to the center on issues, even more than what you think right now, I think it's going to be a repeat of what just happened in November.
So Kamala Harris literally moved to the right from her 2020 run to her 2024 run. She moved to the right, and that didn't work. I don't know why. I mean, I know why you would want Democrats to move more to the center because you are a right winger and you'd prefer that the country's Overton window continues to shift right. But I mean, I don't know that the Democratic Party agrees with that. The Democratic Party agrees with policies like Medicare for all and taxing rich people.
I'm saying I feel like Harris is a different, just a little bit different to the rule, because a lot of her positions, kept changing as we were getting closer to the election, and when it being such, a short time, we didn't get to see that over time. That's why I'm saying if you're wanting to get somebody in office again in 2028, now is the time for somebody to kind of step up and start moving over to that middle. Not, we throw somebody in, 3-4 months before the election, and then we do it that way. If that makes sense.
I understand what you're saying, but it's just like your opinion, man. Like, I don't know how else to put it. Like, I know that the Democratic politicians are not moving too far to the left, and the Democratic Party itself, in terms of like Democratic voter base, would like the party to move more to the left. I know I would.
Yes, but you also have to think what caused, other than the excuses everybody says, misogynist, you're homophobic, and those excuses. What caused all of the different demographics to move away from not voting for the Democratic Party? If you had to say a reason other than those right there,
so other than misogyny and racism,
a lot of people don't appreciate being called that.
Other than misogyny and racism, okay. The main reason is misinformation. We have a common human logical fallacy, which is correlation and causation. Correlation equals causation. Does not. So a lot of people thought that because prices were lower during Trump's term and prices were higher during Biden's term, that means that Biden did a bad job. When in reality, anyone that has a shred of critical thinking would recognize that prices went up because of the after effects of COVID. So, but the right was really good at trying to explain or trying to put it on Joe Biden, and that worked.
What was the top two reasons, though, other than that? Because I think some people did vote for, yes, the economy needs to fix, but what was the other reason?
Immigration.
Yes.
And that's another piece of misinformation. So the right pretends that it was an open border, when in reality, there's not anything different other than from Trump's first term to Biden's only term. The only thing different was Remain in Mexico, and Remain in Mexico only affected 70,000 people.
Yes, but
every other talking point is just like a bold-faced lie.
Yes, but you remember when she went on The View and when she was running, she said that we did not have an issue with immigration. And if she was asked if there's anything she would change about her country, she said there was nothing we would
That's
change.
not what. Nope. That's not what she was asked. She was asked if you would have done anything differently from Joe Biden over the last 4 years. Not asked if there was anything we would change about our country.
And she did not have an answer.
She said, "Yeah, I don't have an example." Well, and then now I'll ask you, what would you have done differently
over the last 4 years?
I
definitely would have done something a little bit different about immigration.
Like what?
As far as stopping the amount of asylum seekers, and actually, because I remember there was one of the.
We tried to do that, Stang. We tried.
Hold on, let me finish what I was going to say there. And one of the other things that I would say that people kept saying and calling people liars on was they were saying that there were not any criminals in America. There were no criminals. Criminals are not criminals in America. Hold on, let me rephrase that because you're about to. I can already see it. There were no illegals in the country who were criminals.
Wait, no. That is not what we said. We said that undocumented immigrants that have committed crimes are already being deported. Nobody said that there was no criminal aliens. Are you still there?
Oops, sorry. Button thing out. But you told me, I remember when we debated this right before the election. It was maybe 2 weeks before. I came up and you told me to find a statistic that showed that there were criminal illegals in our country. And I looked it up and I couldn't find anything that was conclusive there because there were not being any arrests made or anything like that being made. Well, now Trump's in office and those are popping up. ICE is grabbing them every day off the street. But I was called a liar and everything else, of above right before we were running because you said this.
So a lot of the people being deported don't have any criminal records.
I don't think ICE is. So you're calling ICE, the people at ICE are liars?
ICE admitted this. They're not lying. They admitted that that they're deporting people that don't have criminal records.
No. Hold on.
You want me to pull it up for you?
He said that people who had criminal records, targeted operations will be first. But if they did find someone who didn't have a criminal record in that process and they were caught there, then they would also be reported and not just turned loose, which is fair.
Yeah.
That's what was said.
However, that's not how they're targeting these people. They're targeting people based on essentially racial profiling. There's no evidence that they're specifically targeting criminals because criminals are already being deported.
That is what the director of ICE said. They do targeted operations on.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. So the Holman guy, he's a liar. He's like Trump. But the agency has explicitly said that they are picking up people that sometimes are not undocumented. Are not criminals, and deporting people that are sometimes not criminals. But there's no evidence that they are targeting criminals because if they were criminals and they knew where they were, they would already be deported.
No, I disagree with you on that one.
Okay.
I mean, they have the sheet and everything of people that they're grabbing, and you're calling. It's like you're calling ICE. You're saying ICE is lying.
Well, I'm saying Tom Homan is lying, but when he says we're targeting criminals,
criminals first.
Yeah. How? That's what I want from Tom Homan. How are they targeting criminals first? Other than just him saying it.
I mean, if you're targeting criminals first and you have a database of people that are suspected to be in your country, and they've been flagged with all the technology we have now. If you know they're here, that's simple. Drop a target operation plan and go grab them.
So they have a database of people who've committed crimes, and how do they know these people have committed crimes?
Interpol.
He thinks we live in CSI.
No. Okay, here we go.
Okay.
What's your side of it? Pull me something up and show me. Pull me something. I'm pretty sure you got something waiting. Since you're calling ICE, you're saying ICE is a bunch of liars.
Well, okay, so there's a few things I'm going to pull up.
And I'm going to get on my laptop too while you pulling up stuff.
Perfect. So, new ICE data reveals surge in detentions of non-criminal immigrants under Trump administration. Almost half of recent ICE detentions involve immigrants without criminal records, raising concerns about collateral arrests and the administration's immigration priorities. This is from ICE's data. I know this is NBC News, but we can go to ICE's data.
Let me ask you something, though, real quick, though, before you finish reading that. If you entered the country illegally, did you commit a crime?
I mean, it's a misdemeanor.
Is that a crime? Is that a crime, though?
I mean, it's a citation. It's like speeding.
But it's a crime, though.
No. It's not. Are you a criminal if you speed?
Yes, you broke the law. You broke the law, so yes.
Okay. I think you just need some time with Google. To have some alone time with Google.
No, I'm serious. I don't understand that. If you cross the border illegally and you're here in America, you committed a crime by coming here.
Yeah, that's only if you come. That's only if you come back.
If you have, let me ask you this: if you have a deportation order, okay,
so
and you stay in America, are you committing a crime? Yes or no?
Here, I'll read you from my state. So in the state of Florida, most speeding tickets are civil infractions. Exceeding the speed limit by 30 miles per hour or more becomes a criminal offense. So if the speed limit is 70 and you're going 80 or 90 or 95, you are not a criminal. That's the same for if you've entered the country illegally only once. It is a civil infraction. It is not a crime unless you return. You still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay.
So if you have a deportation order and you haven't left America, is that a crime? Or I'm assuming that's not a crime either, right?
That's also not a crime, no.
So this is where my brain is like, I guess people are gonna say dumb, whatever, but there's a whole group of people that completely disagree with this thinking. That's not a crime.
I mean, listen, if you want to argue to make any kind of entry into the country a crime, you can make that argument. That's fine.
I just don't understand it. I always consider that as, let's see, if someone broke into your house right now, like where you're at, let's say they broke into your house, climbed through the window, and you did not know they were going to enter your house, what would you do?
The problem with this analogy is that I own this house. Or, well, I don't own this house, but you know what I mean. This is my house. Whereas America, the United States of America, is not a house. No one owns country.
Nobody doesn't own the country. But if someone climbs over a gate or walks through a barrier or swims past our points of interest and people don't know about it, I just don't understand how that's not a crime. Because when you say that, I feel like you're just saying, I mean,
I'm just telling you what the laws on the books are. You can disagree. That's fine. You can disagree and say any person that comes into the country illegally should be criminally charged. You can feel that way if you want.
Not any person. Any person who comes the illegal way.
I said illegally.
No. You said any person that comes into the country.
I said any person that comes into the country illegally should be criminally charged. That's what you want.
Yes.
Okay, you can have that opinion. That's fine. I'm telling you what the laws are.
Well, if that's what's on the books and that's what the laws are, I'm sorry. If that's what the law says and that's what you see on the books, those laws need to be rewrote and changed because that is, I feel like that's very wrong. I just don't think it's fair to
Let me ask you a question.
People that have come through the correct way, and then we like water down the rules for the people that have, are doing it the incorrect way.
How old are you?
27.
27. In your 27 years of life, how many times has immigration been negatively affected you other than stuff getting you riled up on Twitter?
Negatively?
Yeah.
Let me think. I mean, other than people in our community, our local businesses kind of get undercut for labor as far as, when you look at
how many times have you been negatively affected?
Not me directly, but my family has.
Your family? Okay, let me get an example.
So going back to the construction example, my uncle owns a roofing company. Okay, he does not hire illegal labor. He does everything the correct way. He does it by the books. If you get employed by him, you have to have a social security number or some type of legal document through the government. Okay, because of that, he has to charge his clients more because some of the Americans who work for him, they're not going to work.
You know who's breaking the law here? You know who the criminals are?
Who?
The people hiring the illegal immigrants. The American competitors of your uncle.
So what's your solution to that?
What's my solution is they should probably be prosecuted if that's the case, right? Like, yeah, but you're demonizing the wrong people here.
No, but I just don't think that's fair.
Also, by the way, undocumented immigrants can actually work for your uncle.
Yes,
they can get ITINs.
Yes, they can, but he only hires United States citizens.
Okay, so has your uncle is he gone out of business?
He's lost business. He hasn't gone out of business, but he's lost business.
From when?
Yes.
From when has he lost business?
He's lost business as far as the amount of his revenue that could have been generated. Because, okay, for example, I know you're looking weird right now. Think about this. Okay, if he has 5 or 6 jobs, okay, and he's having to pay, I don't know, let's say, for example, $12 an hour for a general labor. I don't know his exact numbers because I'm not a roofer. Okay. If he's paying $12 an hour, his competitor is paying $7, he's going to be able to hire more laborers and he'll be able to have more trucks and more crews doing more jobs versus my uncle where he might be capped out at 7. And the other guy who's hiring illegal labor because he's paying him half the price, he's getting 2 for 1, so he can double his amount of output. So that's lost revenue. And whoever just said that he's a bigot because he's only hiring American labor, so you're calling him a bigot because he's following the law? That you're, I don't understand about this. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to tell you, man. It's like super not that serious. He can hire undocumented immigrants legally, the ones that have ITINs, and pay them less if he wants to, because it's not like construction jobs are minimum wage anyway. So, it just sounds like your uncle isn't really doing things the right way, or isn't doing things the most efficient way, and that's on him. The reality is,
following the law is not the most efficient way.
I love Tesla.
Thank you, Kevin.
That is crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just so in my entire life, until I had to start debating conservatives, I've never even thought about illegal immigration. It's like it's a non-issue in my life, and anyone I've ever asked, they've never been directly harmed or even affected by illegal immigration. It's a non-issue. Like, yeah, we should have stronger borders. We should make it.
That's your opinion, though. That's your opinion.
No.
And that's what people have to understand about opinions. When you have an opinion, when we live in our little two-party system that we have, if enough people have that opinion, that can swing an election. So you have to be able to make both sides of the coin happy, and that's a very hard thing to do.
Well, you know what? That's why I like that's actually why I liked Kamala Harris so much. She was willing to support the bipartisan Langford border bill, which had a lot of stuff Republicans wanted and only a few things Democrats wanted, but it was something that it seemed to have the support of the American people. He wanted to pass that. Donald Trump blocked it for his own benefit.
Yes, he blocked it. When I've heard this argument like 100,000 times, he blocked it because they had went all of these years without looking at it, and they knew election time was coming up. So then we get on the ball with trying to make that border bill happen. And even then, besides the fact of that, explain why Joe Biden didn't use his executive position to kind of do not necessarily what Trump's doing, but use his executive power to close our border down if we were having this issue right now.
Okay, so by close our border down, that's not a power that's not a power granted to the executive branch. The only reason that Trump was able to close the border down, quote unquote, was because of Title 42, which expired.
He declared a national emergency.
Well, the Title 42 was related to the pandemic, and that expired when the pandemic ended.
I thought he closed the border way before the pandemic started.
No,
if I remember correctly.
He did not do that.
The border's closed right now.
What do you mean by closed?
So when I say closed, I'm not referring to just, everyday traffic going across. As far as, if I say I live I work in Texas, but I live in Mexico, you can go across for that. But I'm talking about as far as letting asylum seekers across.
We still allow asylum seekers in this country. That law has not changed.
Yes, but we're not allowing them through in masses through the CBP1 app.
Yeah. So all removing the CBP1 app does.
We're not letting people through to the point where we have to open up additional processing facilities.
So all the CBP1 app does is make the application easier. It's not preventing them from applying for asylum.
Yes, but you know what that app was originally created for, right?
Go ahead, tell me.
That app was originally created. It was created by the Trump administration, but it was originally created for truckers who are coming across the border to make getting across with their shipping manifestos easier, to look at the amount of cargo and what they were bringing across. The Biden administration changed that app and tooled it to where, since so many people were coming up to the border, to allow all those people across quicker.
To make it more orderly and make it easier to document them.
Yes.
But it didn't increase the number of people entering. You know that, right?
I'm going to say the app itself did not contribute to the amount of people entering. I'm going to say that it was his nonchalant attitude towards how borders were ran that allowed you had caravans of people from all over the world coming to the border to come across as asylum seekers.
All right, let me ask you a question. When did the immigration problem begin? When did we start seeing an increase in encounters?
Oh man, we've had immigration problems for years.
When did we start to see the increase in encounters that led to the peak in 2022? When did we start seeing?
I mean, COVID during the Biden administration.
No, COVID started when?
What, 2020, March of 2020?
March of 2020, that's right. Yeah. The problem began in March of 2020. And it began because of COVID. It wasn't Trump's fault. It wasn't Biden's fault. It was because of COVID. People wanted to be in the United States, the greatest country on earth, because their countries were not doing well in COVID. There was a lot of layoffs. There was no opportunities. And they were receiving no kind of help. So
yes.
Donald Trump ignores the last 9 months of his presidency. When he shows the encounters chart at his rallies, literally has a big red arrow pointing at March of 2020 saying, this is when I left
Thanks,
office,
Obama.
which is a blatant lie. Reality is he left in January of 2021. So the problem began in Trump's administration. Not Trump's fault, not Biden's fault. It's just immigration ebbs and flows. if certain events can affect how many people are coming to the border and how many people are not coming to the border. Those events was the once in a century pandemic. That's why it spiked in March of 2020, and I'm not blaming Donald Trump for that. Same reason why I'm not blaming Joe Biden for the spike to continuing his term. The only thing Biden did differently than Donald Trump was in Mexico policy, which at first he was the one that that wanted it gone, but the courts also found it unconstitutional, so it's relevant anyway. The Remain in Mexico policy only affected 70,000 people, which is nowhere near the amount of encounters that we were seeing.
I mean, that's fair, but I still think that a lot of people from Democratic side of the aisle and Republican side of the aisle thought that President Biden and the Biden administration could have done more. And I think that's and you're gonna say it's about feeling, whatever. But I think the overwhelming majority of people, that was the perception that they had towards immigration because they felt like he didn't do enough as our leader.
So I don't know. I don't know about you. I'm personally like a facts over feelings kind of guy. So like I kind of don't care how many Americans felt a certain way. I mean, the fact of the matter is, the Republican Party got scammed into feeling that a red cup was an attack on Christianity. I really don't care about how people feel. I care about the facts.
Yeah, but the fact is, when Kamala Harris was running and she went on The View, and she talked about it, she said there was not a crisis at the border, and you just
there was not a crisis at the border. It was a manufactured crisis. That's right. She was right. She was based when she said that. I will tell you all the manufactured crises that Republicans, that the right-wing media ecosystem spreads onto you. The border crisis. There wasn't a crisis. There was just a little more people than normal.
You just said it. We had to create a whole app to make it more efficient to get across the border.
And how is that a crisis? What's the crisis part?
We're not able to get people through with our normal. We're having to change what we're doing because we have more than what's.
We're making things more efficient. How is making things more efficient the problem?
That is a crisis. We were in a, like you said, was the pandemic a crisis?
The pandemic was a crisis, yes.
I feel like that should all be tied together since we
are.
Okay.
Okay. So if I ask you, how has the pandemic negatively affected you? I know you can list 20 plus reasons why. But when I ask you how undocumented immigrants have negatively affected you, you have to go to your uncle tangentially was affected because he only hires Americans. And trying to compare COVID, once in a century pandemic, to a few more brown people coming over, I don't know, bro. I don't think it's the same.
And then the other thing too, and I feel like this gets forgot about, because I remember the first time we debated, you asked me to pull a statistic on this, and I couldn't come up with one. And now I'm like, wow, Trump's gotten in office, and it's like, good God, everybody's talking now, and nobody's afraid to put stuff out there and say stuff. But I remember us talking about, because you said, how are asylum seekers, what did you say? Something along the lines of, how are asylum seekers hurting coming over to America? And then I started talking about, when asylum seekers come over here, it puts a strain on all of our resources, school systems. We're having to give them additional resources when they first come over and all that good stuff.
I'm so sick of these people.
And I was saying that they shouldn't be allowed to come, not as many should be allowed to come over because it's putting a strain on all of our stuff and we're having to pay for it. And then a few months after Trump gets into office, the mayor of New York City goes on record and talks about how much
please
they were having to spend on asylum seekers who were
Do you know the story about the mayor of New York City and Trump? Come on. Okay. You know this.
Okay, here we go with the conspiracy theory.
It's not a conspiracy. He literally said, kiss the ring and we won't charge you criminally.
Here goes the conspiracy.
This isn't it. Oh my God.
Here we go. Here we go. We're just stating the facts.
Literally
you
quit
said
pro
you like
quo.
to hear. You said you like to hear facts. There it is.
God.
There it is.
All right, man. Well, you had a good run.
One other thing. I don't understand, why is it when y'all feel like someone who is a Democrat is not aligning with your views, like Fetterman?
So if I just show you, if I show you a video of Eric Adams literally saying that his opinions changed because of what Donald
and I could show you, I could show you a video that says the exact opposite of that from his own mouth as well.
you'll have to show me that video tomorrow because you got kicked by,
That's fine.
by the
Stephen A.
majority.
Smith. Stephen A. Smith.
I'm hoping that was a compliment. Okay. Valerie, thank you for the $5. Funny how they want the president to fix their local farming business problems, yet think things like education should be on the state level. True. Hey, thank you for the dinosaur. Vicky, thank you for the Into the Light. Amanda, thank you for the sub. Here. Kaveen, thank you for live on air. Miss Sunflower, thank you for the hand hearts. Hey, thank you for the hat and mustache. Vicky, thank you for the meerkat. And I think that's all of it. Okay. On the plus side, I don't think we have to reset. Because we've had guests and we're almost at 4 hours. And I think we're probably gonna end off on this next guest. I think we're gonna end off on this next guest. So here we go. Really quick. This one's gonna be a doozy. But before I bring up this next guest, how do you stay so patient? Terminal brain rot. If you're here for the first time, thank you all so much. We are live Wednesdays to Saturdays, 7 p.m. Eastern, doing live political debates, political discussions, and fact checks. We're also live for all major political events. If you like this content, drop a follow, tap the screen. Thank you all so much. For everyone that's gifted, I love and appreciate every single one of you, but nobody has to gift. Nobody has to sub. All I'm asking for is a follow. We are currently live on 3 platforms, TikTok, Twitch, and YouTube. TikTok might get banned on April 5th, so if you don't want to miss out on these lives, make sure you can make sure you sign up for the Twitch and YouTube, or sorry, make sure you follow on Twitch and YouTube, which are in my bio. All right, we're going to go to our next guest right now.
Don't boo, vote.
Thank you, Logion. Hello. Steve? Are you good?
Dan, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
All right, there we go. Sorry about that. I had you on Bluetooth. My apologies. So how you doing, Dan?
I'm doing all right.
Good. Getting your ass kicked today.
Am I?
Yeah.
In what way?
In every way.
I love when MAGA can't give specifics.
What is MAGA? Define MAGA.
Trump supporters.
Right? Well, I have an echo here. What's the echo?
You support I don't know, it might be echoing off the empty cranium. If you support Donald Trump, I consider you MAGA.
No, Dan, why am I echoing? You something going on with your mic or something?
I don't hear an echo. Pat, do you hear an echo?
It's better now. Yeah.
Okay. So, that I was getting cooked.
You're always getting your ass handed to you, Dan. It's pretty consistent.
Can you give me an example?
You lost the election, so.
Okay, so I'm not getting cooked tonight. I got cooked on November, what was it, 3rd?
Yeah, you got cooked. So, what do you think of Trump's work so far? What do you think in the first 60 days, sir? How's he done?
Atrociously. He's alienated our allies. He as a leader, he's flip-flopping on tariffs multiple times. He plans on annexing, he plans on ethnically cleansing Gaza. He's done nothing to help lower the cost of living. He's violated people's civil rights in regards to the mass deportations that are affecting legal migrants and legal citizens.
Legal migrants or illegal migrants?
Legal migrants.
Illegal?
Legal.
Oh.
Mahmoud Khalil was a legal resident of this country.
Yeah. Palestinian supporter?
You don't support Palestine?
No.
Why?
Why would I?
Well, they're being indiscriminately bombed by Israel right now. It's a genocide going on over there.
Hamas controls Palestine. You know that.
Hamas is the government. You can be against Hamas and still support Palestine.
Are you against Hamas or are you for Hamas?
I'm against Hamas. I'm for the Palestinian people.
Yeah. Well, I support the Palestinian people too.
No, it doesn't sound like you do.
They are
because that's who Mahmoud Khalil was supporting. But even if he did, just so we're clear, even if he did support Hamas, that is our First Amendment right to freedom of speech. But he didn't support Hamas, supporting Palestine.
Who's supporting Palestine?
Mahmoud Khalil, the legal resident that Donald Trump tried to deport.
You don't think that guy should be kicked out?
For what?
He's a terrorist.
Are you just like a racist? What's the story here?
I'm not a racist at all.
Why did you call him a terrorist?
Well, listen, if you're going to sit here in this country when you got a free pass to get here, you're going to support Hamas. Yeah, we don't.
He doesn't support Hamas.
Yes, he does.
Evidence?
Dan, he does.
No, he doesn't. I'd like to see some evidence of that.
Are you sure that he doesn't?
Yes. I can't read into his brain, but he was protesting. He was protesting on behalf of Palestine and against the genocide happening in Palestine. He was not protesting for Hamas. But again, just so we're clear, even if he was, the First Amendment protects his freedom of speech.
Don't get upset, man.
I'm just trying to explain to a non-constitutionalist what the First Amendment says.
So you support his first constitution? He's not a citizen of this country. You know that, right?
The certain amendments apply to anyone in this country.
He's not a citizen of this country.
Again, certain amendments apply to anyone in this country, not just citizens. Then the First Amendment is one of them.
Well, Dan, you think that's a problem, maybe?
Okay, listen, you can have that opinion. That is fine. So we pass a new amendment that makes it so that the Constitution only applies to United States citizens. The way you do that is 2/3 of Congress, 2/3 of Congress, and 3/4 of the states need to ratify it. You do not have a king make it a rule.
In the US? Were you born here?
What is it? Why does that matter?
I'm asking you. Were you born here?
Yes, I understand what questions are. I'm asking you, why did that matter?
I'm asking you, were you born here? Just yes, people.
Yeah, my question to you is, why would that matter?
I'm just saying yes or no. Were you born here, Dan?
What if I say yes? What if I say no?
I would assume that you were.
What are my options?
It's yes or no.
I'm saying what are the dialogue tree options? Let's say I say yes, and then let's say I say no.
Dan, I would say you say yes. I think you were born here, Dan. So the Constitution applies to U.S. citizens. It doesn't apply to illegal citizens.
Wait, you're wrong. You're just simply wrong about that. Is the problem? Most of the amendments apply to all.
The Constitution is open to anybody and everybody that enters this country. You think that?
This is easily Googleable. It's not even an opinion thing. You could just Google it.
Googleable? Is that a word?
Google?
Googleable. I think you said Googleable.
Yeah. Okay. So the First Amendment and most of the other amendments apply to anyone in the United States.
So you support legal immigration? You support that?
No, I do not support illegal immigration. I don't know how you drew point A to point F.
I'm just saying. You seem to support that it applies to all people.
This was a legal immigrant. And yeah, just so we're clear, I do support even illegal immigrants having constitutional rights. Why wouldn't I? They're still human.
Didn't say they weren't human, Dan. Never said that.
Okay, so why do you want to take away their rights? You can still
the Constitution apply to
the Constitution.
Americans,
yeah,
people of this country.
You're just wrong. That's not what the Constitution does. And again, just go to Google. Does the Constitution only apply to American citizens? And then Google will be like, no, dumbass.
Call me a dumbass.
No, Google did.
Man, you awfully defensive tonight, man. Awfully defensive.
All right. Do you have any? So the chat voted you out. Do you have any final things you want to say?
No, I'm good, Dan. Have a good.
Amanda, thank you for the dinosaur. Thank you, Purple Kitty. Hi, welcome up.
So, not much. So for Mahmoud Khalil, he hasn't been deported yet, and I don't think
blocked by a judge. That's right.
Yeah, so they're gonna have he's gonna have a hearing.
Yeah, I'm really good on this argument. This whole he only attempted murder. The guy Trump tried to deport a legal resident. Just because the judge blocked it doesn't mean that Trump didn't try to do it. Okay, I don't know why. I don't know where you guys got this firmware update.
To be honest with you, I don't support it. So I'm with you on this. I don't support this deportation. I think it was a mistake. But he's gonna have a hearing, and we're gonna see what evidence they have. If this guy supported terrorism like they said, or if they're lying. So we'll see. I think that's fair, right? And as far as freedom of speech, I mean, he's writing letters from behind jail. His speech wasn't trampled on whatsoever. They just don't want him here, and being here is a privilege, even with a green card. And I don't believe they even thought he had a green card. They thought he was on a student visa. I think it was a mistake altogether. So we'll see. What else? Sorry, I'm nervous all of a sudden. Anyway, as far as lowering prices, I guess you put specifically grocery prices, but as far as lowering prices in general, I mean, Trump's attack of Yemen, that's to make the Suez Canal more safe, so our cost of goods goes down. And as far as I know, gas is going down, so that's going to lower the cost of all goods altogether.
Not really, no. It's really negligible. Lowering the cost of gas does not lower the cost of grocery prices usually, and Trump's tariffs are already, even just the threat of tariffs has already led to some companies raising their prices.
Yeah. Here we actually have a case for price gouging. They're using the tariffs as an excuse to raise their prices. That's actual price gouging.
Well, using the threat of tariffs as an excuse to raise their prices is price gouging. Actually, raising the prices. That's a damn lie. Actually, well, it's not technically an emergency, so I don't know if I'd call that price gouging. But actually raising your prices in response to tariffs is not price gouging. It's business.
But the tariffs haven't even been in effect yet. So how has their prices gone up if they don't know?
The problem is Trump keeps implementing them and then taking them back, and then implementing them and then taking them back because he's like a really bad leader. So,
well, no, it's because he's fighting the media, and they're actually kind of winning the propaganda war.
Okay, so hold on, just so we're clear, he is imposing tariffs and then changing his mind, and imposing them and then changing his mind because he's fighting the media.
Yeah, because the second he imposes any tariffs, the media exaggerates it, and stocks start going down because these stocks are going down based on news, based on
Wow.
feelings.
Okay. So he's being swayed by the media.
You said it yourself.
You're saying he's being swayed by the media, is what you're saying.
No, he's reacting to the actual markets, which the markets are being swayed by the media.
Well, wouldn't a good leader know? Wouldn't a good leader know that putting huge tariffs on our two biggest trade partners would lead to the stock market going down? Wouldn't like a businessman / leader already know that? Why is he retroactively saying, "Oh shit, I made a mistake"? And why aren't you being embarrassed by that?
Because these aren't the effects of the tariffs. This is the effects of people panicking. The tariffs haven't been in effect long enough to see what the results of the actual tariffs are.
Wait, do you know how the stock market works? No one's gonna wait for companies to lose money to sell their stocks. They're gonna front run it.
But yeah, they're assuming that they're going to lose money. We don't know for sure until the tariffs actually take effect and we see the results of the tariffs. But the media is
Our country
doing
is
such
being
a good
destroyed
job
by
of
stupid people.
passing propaganda that, you know, the propaganda alone from the media is killing the economy. Although the job numbers are good, and as far as I know, most metrics are good. Anyway, let me ask you a question. Are you for or against his tax cuts?
Against.
So, if you're against his tax cuts, why are you against the tariffs? Because I think the tariffs are a way to specifically tax imports instead of taxing the entire country.
That's, you know what's funny? You're so close. So the taxing imports, what that does is it's going to raise the price of everyday goods. Okay, I know you don't believe that yet, and you need to your own eyes, but when it happens, it raises the price for everybody. And so what that's doing is it's now moving the tax burden because middle and lower class people spend more of their money on everyday items than rich people. So when we are opposing tariffs, my sentence is almost done. When we're opposing tariffs and then cutting the taxes of the top 1%, what we're doing is we're spreading the tax burden from, instead of being mostly from rich people, spreading it more to everybody. And I'm against that because I don't have a boot down my throat.
Okay, what's actually happening is basically when you how can I say this without tripping up? Okay, so when you raise taxes, it's going to also increase prices, and that cost is given to everybody too. Like, I don't understand why taxing at the corporate level is any different than taxing just imports.
We don't even need to talk about the corporate tax cuts. I'm talking about the individual tax cuts for the top 5%.
So you're for the corporate tax cuts?
I would be. Oh, I mean, I'm not for. Hold on.
Here.
So just so we're clear, there is a sweet spot for corporate tax cuts, and I think we're well past that. But you could talk me into corporate tax cuts way easier than you could talk me into individual tax cuts for rich people.
I'm so sick of these people.
Okay, so I'm talking specifically on tariffs versus corporate taxes. So do you want the corporate tax cut increased or lowered?
Well, I personally think it's too low right now. I mean, the economy was doing great at corporate tax rate of 35%. We cut it to 21% for no reason. So I think I would like to increase it. Kamala Harris suggested 28%. That sounds good to me.
So why are you against increasing it through tariffs instead of a corporate tax increase?
Okay. So tariffs increase the cost of doing business, which forces companies.
What do you think a corporate tax does? It's the cost of
corporate
doing
tax.
business.
No. A corporate tax is a tax on the profits.
It's still the cost of. It still takes away from the profit of the business. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, whether they pay
let me ask you a question.
Whether they pay the money as a corporate tax or they pay it as a tariff, it's still a cost of doing business.
Let me ask you a question.
Why not pay it as a tariff? And this way, only people who are importing are paying the taxes and not the entire country.
Okay, let me ask you a question. When corporations received this massive tax cut from 35% to 21%, did they lower prices?
Some of them did.
None of them did. Why would you say that? You know none of them did.
I mean, prices were already low, so I really.
Okay. So the fact of the matter is, corporations are going to charge whatever the market tells them to charge, right? The corporate tax the corporate taxes are paid on the profits, and they're making record profits. However, when you are doing blanket tariffs, that's going to lead to certain industries, especially small businesses, being greatly affected because a lot of small businesses import their supplies, their parts to do what they need to do. Corporations are the biggest businesses. So if we're taking, again, this is spreading the tax burden from the largest businesses to all businesses. And that's bad. I think the largest businesses and the richest individuals should be paying the most tax.
Okay, so you wanna? Okay, I'll give you that because you could argue that the corporate tax cut does not affect small businesses, which I'm not sure if it does or not. So yeah, I'll give you
corporate
that.
tax cut did not affect. Most small businesses are not taxed as a corporation. They're taxed as a pass through for sole proprietorship.
Well, that depends how you set up your LLC or S corp or whatever.
Well, even an LLC, you usually wouldn't be paying a corporate tax rate.
Yeah, LLC is a pass through. I just don't know about S corp and the rest of them. C corp.
Anyway, you got voted out. So
I think I was your first dinosaur, and I've been dinosaured every time. So
you think you were my first dinosaur ever?
yes, I was
Wow.
here when you implemented it, and if I'm not the first, I'm like the second or third. Do you have it recorded? Can we go check? Is there a way to check?
I mean, I probably have it recorded, but man, do I not remember the date. So.
Okay.
All right. Well.
I've only talked to you a few times, but I remember being there when you said, boxing is too quick or too cheap.
And the boxing
List of
gloves, yeah.
dinosaurs.
Yeah, I remember that.
And I was there the first day. I wasn't sure if I'm the first, second, or third. I'm definitely top 3, if not first. All right, take care, man. It's always a pleasure. I'm Egyptian, so it's always fun talking to another Arab.
Have a good one.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, get him the hell out of here, will you, please?
Thank you, Miles, for the boxing gloves. Thank you, Phil, for the dinosaur. I think I'm calling it on that guest. I don't know if I can do any more guests. Anthony, are you here? We have a Pokemon pack opening to do.
Obama.
Okay, thank you for the hand heart. Rake care, Dan. What do you think of? I don't really have an opinion on. That's the El Salvador president. Wait, is Anthony here? I can't do the pack opening if Anthony's not here. Charades. I think I'm too tired for charades. Raw, I'm here, Dan. Wait, did you change your name? Like, hi, welcome up.
Hey, thanks for taking it. I just wondered, do you ever ask them to not Google it, but to use their Lord and Savior Grok's website?
No, but I guess I probably should, huh?
Thank you. Have a great night.
You too.
I love Tesla.
Thank you, Vicky. Okay. There's a chance I'm gonna regret this, but
Obama.
wait, what did I miss?
Turn off the lights. Turn off the lights.
Thank you, Cocktail. Thank you, Lavender. Okay. Grok said the biggest disinformation spreader on X was Elon Musk. That's crazy. Have you ever been invited to Julie? No, I've never applied. Hi, welcome up.
Hello. I've been listening to you for a while. I would say the one thing that I don't think I've ever heard mentioned much about inflation was Trump's 2020 deal with OPEC of cutting the world's supply by 10%.
Yeah. It came up a lot before the election. Doesn't come up quite as much now, but I think that was less about inflation and more about the increase in the cost of gas, especially when the pandemic started to or the lockdown started to end. Totally agree.
Yeah, but it's just, if it's globally, all our stuff from other countries are also being impacted.
Yeah, no, that's true.
And so that's kind of the weird thing with the Democrats. Like Biden had so much time to explain that till he kind of lost, and that's kind of when the Democrats started talking about. It's like, what the fuck? Sorry.
Oh, you're saying why like Biden didn't explain it?
And most of the Democrats.
I think, yeah. You know what? One thing I will say is I do feel like I never really heard Biden or Harris explain like why the inflation wasn't their fault in a way that in the same way that me and other like content creators were. Definitely a messaging issue on that front. And I mean, I get how it's already hard enough for like the regular voters to want to listen to details and policy. They just like bumper sticker shit. But like, I don't know. I feel like at some point I would have mentioned, like you said, it's like, hey, gas prices are high because, and you can even have a little chart. Like here is when gas prices were at like a really low point because nobody was driving, and then Donald Trump did this thing. Here's, and then here is where we started to feel it in Biden's administration because when the lockdowns ended. Like, I mean, it's hard. I don't know who they have for their like focus group people. I can't. I'm not a political strategist, so I can't say for sure. This is just my vibes and feelings.
Yeah.
But they need to TED Talk that kind of stuff. Yeah, that they really do. Because I remember somebody came up and said, Dan, you should be running Kamala's campaign, and I'm like, obviously I'm flattered, but there are things that get talked about on my lives and like Parker's lives and other Democratic creators. That's like, why did she never bring this up? This is like a really good point.
Yes.
So
I've been listening to my stuff from Mr. Global.
Yeah, he's great especially on the gas price stuff.
Yeah, and that's where I'm getting my information. Like, oh, I'm going to go check him. Oh crap, that's true. And like every election is basically in November. And that's when we're switching from the summer blend to the winter blend, and that costs less money.
Yeah.
So it was just one of those things of, that's not really brought up too much, and everyone, I don't know anymore. Things are hard.
Yeah, I also agree with David. It was impossible to satisfy everyone in 100 days. Kamala was expected to be perfect. Yeah, I usually don't want to blame like Kamala specifically because she was put in like an impossible position. So it's really tough.
Yeah, she definitely had a hard time one way or another with the amount of time that she had, and I think she did a good job in that amount of time. But if she had time to plan, I think that would have been different results, maybe.
Maybe. Yeah. Who knows? No way to know for sure.
Yeah, and then the one guest talking about construction, it's like, oh, my uncle can't afford it. It's like, I'm in California and I do part-time work for a construction company and they're having record profits. So I don't know what the problem is.
Yeah.
It seems like if you don't have a good plan, then you're kind of screwed.
All right.
So
appreciate
but
you so
thank
much
you.
for
I'm trying to end you on a high note rather than a low note.
I appreciate that.
No problem.
Bye.
Goodbye. Have a nice day.
You as well. Okay. And 1 second, chat. So I'm gonna, no matter what, I am going to open. Anthony bought some Pokemon cards. We're gonna do a pack opening at the end of the live. But I'm gonna keep taking the guests until the timer goes out. I love your vids. I just wonder, would you consider yourself liberal, leftist, progressive? I'd say progressive. I'm to the left of. I'm basically AOC, policy wise. I think like I'm to the left of the mainstream Democratic Party, but I'm to the right of people like Hassan. I would say. Dems obsess over limiting negative attention. Republicans don't care if we hate them. Yeah, true. Thank you, Kristen, for all the roses and heart puffs. Okay, here we go. Next guest. Hi, welcome up.
Hey, what's up?
How you doing?
Hey, just thought I heard that someone,
No.
the last guest said that summer blend costs less.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually more.
I mean, I don't know this fact off the top of my head, so it's
Yeah, as a who Mr. Global is. He was talking about why the other day.
Hmm.
It just has summer blend has less.
Did he mix them
less
up
butane in
or?
it. Huh?
Did he mix them up or like?
No, summer blend has less butane in it, is what he said, and butane's cheap, so it has less butane. So prices will go up because.
Yeah, I think he just misspoke.
Yeah, I just curious. I just didn't know if he was confused or what. I just want to clear that up. So what else is going on?
Nothing much.
Keeping people in check. Keeping people in check.
What?
You keeping the MAGAs in check tonight?
We've had a lot of interesting ones. Do you vote for Trump?
No, hell no.
Okay. Well, I do appreciate you coming up. And yeah, that guest just said he said it backwards. He didn't mean it. But,
Yeah.
All right. Have a good one.
Go have fun.
Can you talk about ICE partnering with the IRS? That is very scary for undocumented immigrants that are paying taxes. A lot of them. Not a fan of that news. Thank you, Devin, for the, what is that? Beautiful crown. Thank you so much. Next guest, here we go. Hi, welcome up. Marilyn?
Yeah, what? I didn't do it. Ooh.
Oh, you didn't mean to request?
Sorry.
No problem, no problem. Have a great night.
Thank you.
Yay, now we lose $100 billion in taxes from undocumented immigrants, right? It's just, I can't get enough of all the winning. Okay. Looks like we're out of guests. So I'm going to open the Pokemon packs when that hits 0. So does anyone have any requests for things for me to either talk about or do in the next 2 minutes and 30 seconds? Our country is going into a huge tailspin in about 6 months. Hold on to your money, folks. Parades? Tap dance? Which comment? You said you're going live tomorrow. FYI, Dean Withers will be on MSNBC's Amen tomorrow at 7 p.m. If it's like super easy to stream, maybe I'll go live for that. Messages, Dan, I explained. Oh, shit. Hold on. What's supposed to happen in April? April 5th, TikTok might get banned. Dance for me, Dan. Did you talk about the Fed segregation thing? Oh, yeah, we could talk about that. Hold on. Oh, actually, hold on. We're going to go over some news real quick. Just really quick. Speed run. Okay. Dan, what happens to the Pokemon cards you don't plan to sell? I plan to sell all of them. Okay, so why is that so... So, Trump drastically cutting back human rights, annual human rights report. Sections on women's rights and the security of LGBTQ plus people are among those being axed. Love that for us. Trump fires nearly the entire civil rights branch of the DHS. The move guts the office responsible for oversight over President Trump's immigration crackdown. This just explains that the people that are saying that once the plane left, that means that they no longer have jurisdiction over it. It's just not true. Venezuelan migrant deported from U.S. to El Salvador has no criminal record. Documents show. Got here. Turn up some of this. Oh, you guys weren't supposed to see that. Oh, this is something we can do. Okay. This will be the last thing we do. Elon Musk has $310.4 billion. But what does that really mean? We will visualize how much this is with pixels and compare to other large amounts of money. The single pixel in the center of the circle represents $1,000. This square represents $69,000, median annual US household income. This square represents $1 million, aka 1,000 pixels. These squares represent the average estimated lifetime earnings of college graduates. 2.2 million for men, 1.3 million for women. Damn! Gender wage gap. Sheesh. This square represents $11 million, the net worth of 1% of US households, 11,000 pixels. This square represents $43 million, the net worth of 0.1% of US households, 43,000 pixels. This rectangle represents $100 million, 100,000 pixels. Okay, let's get started. Keep scrolling to the right to see a large rectangle of blue pixels representing Elon Musk's net worth. Along the way, we will also show some other very large numbers to help us get a better sense of how big this actually is. FYI, your screen resolution is 1140 by 940 pixels. Your screen contains approximately 1.1 million pixels, which represents 1.077 billion. Okay, so each smaller tick at the bottom here is $50 million. The taller ticks are spaced at $250 million. $140 million cost of a super tanker's worth of oil at $70 a barrel. $340 million cost of a Boeing 777. $500 million LeBron James and Cristiano Ronaldo's net worth. $800 million Tiger Woods' net worth. $1 billion. It's quite a bit of money, but we've still got a long way to go. $1.5 billion cost of building the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building in Dubai. $2.5 billion total annual ad revenue for CNN, Fox News, and MSNBC. $3.5 billion Oprah Winfrey's net worth. $5.1 billion tuition for all 280,000 University of California students. $5.79 billion one 40-foot shipping container full of $100 bills. $6.9 billion total annual income for 100,000 average US households. $7.9 billion George Lucas's net worth. $8.1 billion net worth of bottom 33% of Americans. LeBron mentioned good stream. We're going, chat. We got a long way to go. $13 billion cost of one Gerald Ford class aircraft carrier. Okay, so this right here, average worker's lifetime salary, $1.5 million. $13.6 billion total annual salary of 363,000 U.S. agriculture workers. $14.51 billion total annual sales of eggs in the United States. $15.4 billion cost of 2020 Tokyo Olympics. By the way, we're still at 6% of his net worth. This is a surgeon's lifetime salary. $18.8 billion. Oh, wait, do we have an Elon Glazer in chat? Hold on. Brother, I beg of you, please remove Elon's boot from your throat. Okay. 18.8 total annual salary of 54,000 US surgeons. $21.7 billion annual budget of the US Department of Energy. Hey, we just hit 1,100 followers on Twitch. Thank you, Twitch. $25 billion inflation-adjusted cost of NASA's Apollo program. $25.4 billion total annual revenue for McDonald's. $25.9 billion total annual sales of bread in the United States. Okay, this is a dentist lifetime salary, $8 million. Wait, dentists make more than surgeons? 27.9 billion total annual salary of 138,000 US dentists. 29 billion total annual revenue of Starbucks. Wait. Brother, I know that. That's the problem. God, I really hope he pays his Glazers. He has enough money to. Oh, okay, Mo. Thank you. Like, there's no way that you guys just do this for free. He pays them to play Diablo for him. You are 10% of the way through Elon Musk's net worth. 31.1 billion worldwide box office revenue for Marvel Cinematic Universe from 2008 Iron Man to 2024. They do it for the love of the game, bootlicking. Do you do this for free? No, I don't. But even if I did, I'm not glazing anyone. Like I'm informing people. What you're doing is you're quoting Elon Musk, and it's a little weird. Okay. 32.7 billion total amount spent on gasoline in the state of Texas in 1 year. You know how many Ford F-250s they got in Texas? God, my finger's starting to get tired from just scrolling. We're at 13% of his net worth. 14%. 44 billion, amount that Elon bought Twitter for. You talk about Elon and they pour in. Yeah. $47 billion annual sales of pizza in the United States. That's so insane to think of. For 15% of his wealth, he can buy every American. He can pay for every American's pizza order for a full year. Every American. Not that I'm saying he should, but that's just, it's so wild to think about. Wish I had a donut for all the glaze. 50.5 billion General Motors market cap. The same people that thought there was going to be a Doge check. What's the website? This is engaging-data.com. 53 billion size of Harvard University's endowment. Oh my goodness gracious. We are just about to hit 20%. 20%. If anyone thinks this is okay, I think there's something wrong with your brain. Your brain matter is just not functioning. $67.5 billion annual sales of fresh fruit in the US. Damn, more fresh fruit is sold than pizza? W. 72.4 billion annual budget of US Department of Transportation. I think I'm about to get carpal tunnel. Don't try and take hard-earned money because you're lazy and not capable. You cannot earn $330 billion. I just don't know how. I don't know how to express that to a bootlicker properly. $80 billion estimated cost to build California high-speed rail system. Waiter/waitress's lifetime salary. 81.7 billion. Total annual salary of 2.2 million US waiters and waitresses. Why the fuck you ever have this much money and not fix all the world's problems, right? Like, you could literally be the most popular person on the planet, but instead you choose to be a worse looking Lex Luthor? Like, what are we doing here? Law enforcement lifetime salary 82.2 billion. Total annual salary of 1.1 million US law enforcement officers. Built like a deep breath. Oklahoman lifetime salary 89 billion. Total annual salary of entire Oklahoma workforce. Oh my god. 30%. Damn, I didn't even realize how long this was going to take. 95.4 billion total gross state product of Hawaii. $102.1 billion, the total annual salary of 3.3 million US retail cashiers. Yeah, I agree, Andy. $106 billion Starbucks company market cap. $107.9 billion state of Texas operating budget. $111.5 billion total value of all NFL teams. $117 billion total sales of beer in the US. Damn. We sell that much more beer than fruits and pizza? $119 billion amount spent by US government on food assistance programs. $122.2 billion total annual income of 2 million residents of Silicon Valley. We're now at 40%. $129.1 billion total annual salary of 730,000 US lawyers. $136.1 billion total average dollar of all US agricultural production. All right, I'm taking a Zyrtec because I'm allergic to Elon dick riders. $142.5 billion total Tesla revenue since founding. $147 billion annual advertising revenue for Google. We just made it to 50%, the halfway point. $158.5 billion total annual US consumer spending on cellular phone service. $159.1 billion total annual housing and utilities expenditures for all 6.6 million households in Los Angeles metro area. $162.1 billion Bill Gates net worth. Damn. $164.4 billion Warren Buffett's net worth. This is starting to piss me off. Starting? That's still too much. Oh yeah. Bro, 1 billion, that's it. Everything over $1 billion gets taxed at 100%. You're good at $1 billion. Dude, we need to just do Elon debates. The simps definitely come out of the woodwork. Oh wow, I thought Bill was close to Elon on that. No, Bill Gates gives away a lot of his money. I think the closest are Jeff Bezos and Zuckerberg right now. George Soros is only at 7 billion, by the way. Yeah, and they think he's like the Antichrist. 187.4 billion total amount spent on electricity by all U.S. households in 1 year. $191.9 billion annual amount spent on the purchases of iPhones globally. Bro called me a liberal sissy. Wait, hold on. Everyone point and laugh. 197.5 billion McDonald's market cap. LOL, 1950s insult hour. $205.2 billion value of Walt Disney Company. $210 billion amount paid to Elon Musk simps in 1 year. No, I'm kidding. Annual federal taxes, income, corporate, payroll taxes, etc. paid in Florida. $216.7 billion Jeff Bezos net worth. Okay, so Jeff Bezos is only at like 70% of Elon. And this guy, Jeff Bezos, was the richest man on earth not that long ago. Wait, Money Mills, why are you spamming the flowers? What's happening here? Good? Good title. Trump and Elon supporters who do the bootlick the most. Who bootlicks more, Trump or Elon supporters? Fuck, I think it might. I mean, there's less of them, but it might be Elon supporters. They really fucking do not like people talking bad about Elon. That's a tough call. There's definitely more Trump simps. Is Trump, they elected him president? I mean, yeah, but Elon supporters would vote for Elon in a heartbeat. So, like, it's not... Like, there's no question there's more Trump simps, but who bootlicks more? I think it might be Elon supporters. Okay. $236.9 billion total annual salary of 3.3 million U.S. K-12 teachers. $237.6 billion total annual U.S. consumer spending on foreign travel. Now, I think Trump has more bootlickers, but Elon's bootlickers clean the boots way better. Like, they fucking love it. $246.7 billion global electric vehicle market size in 2020. You are 80% of the way through Elon Musk's wealth. This is actually, so I knew that this would be like eye-opening. This is even this is so much more than I thought it would be. Like, this is insane. The fact that Elon is a multi-billionaire that they wish to be is a factor. It's just so insane. Like, the odds of being as rich as Elon are 0%. Like, you can't, it's not possible. It's like 0.000000000000000000000000001 repeating. Like, that's the odds of becoming the next Elon Musk. It has been crazy how much bootlick there's been in 2025. Yeah. 263.5 billion total annual salary of entire Michigan workforce. They think if they glaze hard enough, they become one. Are you saying there's a chance? You looking at it as well for this low-key glazing, is it not? No, I'm looking at it because I'm visualizing for myself and for the chat just how much money this guy has and how much we could help our country by taxing him at a reasonable rate. It's the opposite of glazing. I want to hit him with a stick like he's a piñata and get all the candy out in a video game, not physically, taxally, financially, fiscally. $272 billion annual revenue of Toyota Motor Company. We could literally cure world hunger. Oh, yeah, multiple times over. I'll do it physically. $273.3 billion total annual salary of 4.6 million U.S. construction workers. Remember when Elon pretended he invented public transit? He worked hard for it, unlike these liberal sissies nowadays. Bro, I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. Right now, I'm working harder than Elon is currently. You are 90% of the way through Elon Musk wealth. Also, I just wanted to be clear. You cannot earn $330 billion. Not possible. Elon modeled his life after the villain in Ready Player One. I need to watch that movie. $284.1 billion total annual salary of 2.2 million U.S. software developers / programmers. I'm sorry, can Elon trim your chihuahua's nails? I doubt it. Babe, Elon isn't going to pay you for something. You know what? He could afford to, honestly. I think there's a non-zero chance that the Elon Simps are all paid. It's possible. I'm not saying it's the case, but it's possible. He has so much money that he can literally manufacture support. How much of this wealth is buying Special K? That's a great question. $291 billion annual health care expenditures for the entire state of California. And they're not smart enough to negotiate that. $300 billion annual salary of 3.2 million U.S. registered nurses. We're almost there, chat. They think we're paid by Soros, but they could be paid by Elon. And it's much more likely that they'd be paid by Elon. A wealth simp. You are 100% of the way through Elon Musk's wealth. You just scrolled through 288 screens. Jesus. Okay. Anthony, are you still here? Okay. I'm just going to wash my hands because like they're a little bit oily and I don't want to open the packs with oily hands. How are you doing, Don Malk? I'm doing well. All right, so I will be back, and I'm also gonna grab some water. So give me like 2 minutes. I take it back. I have to feed Walker. Give me like 4 minutes. Hold on a second. Okay. We're back. Okay. Thank you for being patient, everybody.
Thanks, Obama.
Echo, thank you for the sub. All right, let me see. So, okay, I noticed this when I just went to the restroom and I looked in the mirror. There were scratch marks here from how many times I went like this. You guys can see. Today was wild. Dan, do you sell on TCG? Yeah. I'm here to say good night, all, and wish you luck with the openings. Thank you, Ryan. Rough night, Dan. Do you see this? Thank you, Rose, for the hand heart. Okay, let me see. Anthony, are we opening all of the packs? You know what they're gonna say about those since it's after midnight. Listen, Barbie, not all of us have our heads in the gutters like you. Yes, all packs keep bulk. Okay. ¿Por qué, sir? Oh, we had some interesting guests. Bye. All right, we're gonna get rid of this though. And I'm really close to getting more packs. So I do have. Who was it that wanted packs with Charizard in them? Because I just found some. Definitely don't need. I'd take some Charizard packs. Okay. Let me go looking in package cam. Okay. Here we go. I feel like we're about to play blackjack. Let's see the package. Now, listen. The Only Dan's is no longer on. The Only Dan's is no longer online, so now it's just for Mrs. Malik. On level wealth, volatile, and doesn't exist in reality. I mean, yeah, that is true, but most of it still exists. Okay, hold on. Shout out to Valerie, Mitchell, and Sting. Thank you so much for being the top 3 likers in the past 2 hours. What about Mrs. Milk, though? Get that out of the way. That out of the way. Okay. Do you guys want me to flip it? It might be more difficult for me to maneuver, but obviously it'll be correct, so I'll leave it up to chat. Yes, flip. Okay. Let me see where I can flip it. How many viewers do we have on YouTube and Twitch? Can I end those streams or? Sorry, I'm edging you guys so hard. Hold on 1 second. Dan, I'm illiterate. Ordered a Pikachu V Union. Yeah, I love these 4 cards. The Pikachu V Union are sick. I have, by the way, I have more of these if anyone wants just the 4 cards. I can sell just the 4 cards. Okay, 1 second. Just give me like 30 seconds. I need to do. Celebration's a fun set. Yeah, I agree. Let me get back to you in a second, Liam. Okay. Here we go. Oh, I was supposed to flip. There's 31 watching on YouTube. Okay, fine. I'll flip it. That means I have to flip it here. Give me 1 second, chat. Form. Rotate. No, flip horizontal. That work? That not work? Oh, it's locked. Okay. We're almost there. I'm trying. Okay. It's gonna be tough for me to figure out. Hold on. Don't look at me. Okay. So this is the Celebration Special Collection. Why is... Hold on. Top of it's getting blocked. But stalling. Okay. So you have this big piece of plastic which has the 4 union cards. These cards all form one giant card. Oh, and there's also a little bonus here that I forgot about. On the back, there's a Professor. This is so difficult. A Professor Burnett. Y'all don't understand how difficult it is without the camera flipped. Okay. So I'm gonna take these out. I'm gonna take these out in here. We want to get some packs. Oh, it also comes with a giant card that has them all combined. Look at that. This is really cool for like just putting on your wall. Okay, and now we have the packs. Celebrations. Battle styles. Darkness ablaze. Save celebrations for last. Yeah, I was going to. And 3 more celebrations. Let me see if I can zoom in. It's not letting me zoom in. All right, we're just gonna have to deal with this. Okay, we're gonna start with Darkness Ablaze. We're okay. Water energy. God, I don't know how to do this. Shinotic. Big water. Oh, big parasol right after the big water. The way you say water as well. It's somewhat water and coffee come through like from my Jersey roots. Turn the light towards the card. I think this is good, right? Like we can see this clearly. Toxapex. Rookity. Boros. Ooh, that's cool. Snubble. Mareep. Panseer. Oh, a hollow Tyranitar. That's... Check that out. And... Oh! Grim Snarl VMAX. Textured. Sick. Okay, so you said just hit the hits, right? So just the rares and hollows? Put the comments to the side. VMAX cards look so cool. Yeah, they really do. Oh, I'll take bulk? Okay. Okay, so can I just put the stacks like as a stack, or do you want me to put the hollows to the side? Whatever, it doesn't matter. Okay. Next. Battle styles. I've learned more about Pokemon in the last week than my whole life. Everything together, I don't mind. Okay. You want the code cards? I guess I can include them. I'm not doing anything with them. Big Water. Crawdaunt. Someone pay him OT. Yeah, Soros, where's the money? Doublade. Cacturn. Lickitung. Electabuzz. Esper. Who are these people? It's like Patrick. Who are you people? Timber. Galarian Slowpoke. Carnivine. Oh, this is a reverse hollow Carnivine. And then this is the rare. Conkeldurr. Conkeldurr is actually the evolved form of Timber. Wait. No, he's the third form. This is the first form. This is the third form. Okay, now we got the celebrations. Momento. Open a Word document. All right. Got 4 celebrations packs. These were the packs that, no pun intended, celebrate 25th anniversary of Pokemon. Will you still be here to do Charizard packs if I get in the shower? Probably not. We're almost done. It's only 4 packs. You know what? Okay, let me tell Liam how much the packs are. Hold on. 1 second. One second. No, you're good. You're good. Don't apologize. You're totally fine. $6.50. Okay. I only have 2 of them, by the way. I only have 2 of them. Celebrations. Here we go. Okay, so I'm gonna look just because I don't know. Oh, it looks like the hollow. Oh, they're all hollow. Wait, this set they're all hollows. I forgot about that. Okay. Xerneas. Get the focus back. Eveltel. Ooh, their counterparts. The Venmo. Okay. Zekrom. And the extended art Pikachu. Those that remember, this was the original Pikachu art, but they extended it out. And this little thing in the corner, it's a little Pikachu, but his cheeks are a 2 and a 5 for the 25th anniversary. I love this card. We're kind of out of focus here, though. Timber is being tariffed. Okay. All right. Reshiram. Which is cool because it goes with the Zekrom. I don't know. I'm so disoriented. Lugia. Moem. Surfing Pikachu VMAX. Look at how tonky this Pikachu is. Y'all can't see my face, but I'm grinning from ear to ear. Look at this thing. And it's a tiny surfboard. That little pink thing, it's on a tiny surfboard. Yeah, I'm just gonna give you the code cards too. I'm not doing anything with them. Okay. Had to make an awesome poster, yeah. Okay. Dialga. Focus. I don't know what changed. I was focused. Another Zekrom. Thought he was scolding me. Oh shit! This is a classic collection. Rocket Zapdos. We still have one more card. A regular Surfing Pikachu V to go with the Surfing Pikachu V Max. Yeah. This right here, nostalgia. So they had I think like 25 cards called like the classic collection, and basically they take the card like almost exactly, but then they added a different holograph and obviously the little 25th anniversary logo. Yeah, Zapdos card is sick. It's also textured. Okay. Last pack. Here we go. Yeah, Tyler, if you have the original Rocket Zapdos, it's very likely to be damaged. Last pack. Here we go. Good luck, good luck, good luck. Reshiram. Lugia. Cosmoem. Professor's research with the extended art. Professor Oak's arm is drawing on the card. Oh, I thought there was another card. Whoops. All right. So here, we're going to review real quick. Yeah, I'd say that was pretty good. Got the professor's research. Focus. Okay. Professor's research. Full art Pikachu. Grimmsnarl VMAX. Rocket Zapdos. Surfing Pikachu V. And Surfing Pikachu V Max. And play this on the side while doing debates like the Subway Surfer videos. All right. Awesome. Oh, and that doesn't, by the way, We also have these. Let's not forget. These 4 are included. Haven't gotten them out of the plastic yet, but I will. Okay, Liam, are you still here? Oh, I'll be in the shower, but I can hear you. Okay, copy. All right. Okay, first of all, I have to unlist the 2 packs that Liam bought because I had those listed. So, second. Buys them. I'm gonna put this aside. Anthony, DM me on Discord your shipping address. Okay, so we have the cards that came with it. Professor Burnett and the 4 Pikachu V unions. All right. Pokemon uses so much plastic, though. No way this is good for our turtles. Okay. All right. Out of the shower. Oh, perfect timing. Okay, so more Darkness Ablaze packs. Damn, if I had known, I wouldn't have shipped your cards today. But it's okay. All right, here we go. Yeah, I should have thought about the fact I'd probably get more. Nah, you're good. Okay, so it's 4 to the front. 4. Okay. Big water energy. Dene, look how cute that is. Bird Keeper. Water energy always been my best pulls, so okay. Good luck. Soul Rock. Shelmet. Larvitar. Ooh, I got a good feeling about this pack. I got a good feeling. Grimer. Damn, that's almost 3D. Look at him. Out. Everything I see someone cut the Pokemon cards like that. I don't know. I just know they know what they're doing. Oh, I see. This is gonna make me get back into trying to complete my 151 set. Oh no, now is the worst time to try to complete it. All of the cards went up in price. What is this? Galarian Darumaka, Sentret, a reverse hollow Dunsparce, and full art. Scorch V. Textured. Yeah, that's fucking cool. That's going on the wall collage. Nice. Okay, next pack. Doing Pokemon Mommy. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Ange.
Thanks, Obama.
Thank you, Phil, for the sub. Oh, Ange, look what I found. Ange would appreciate this. I was doing pack inventory. I don't even remember when I got this. But I looked it up and it's like a $40 pack. I only have one. You have to have real money to be opening pack after pack like Dan. Wait. I'm not opening these. people bought these. Okay. Also, Dan, I'd buy a box if you can't. Something to do with Squirtle. I don't know if there's a Squirtle in Battle Styles. The only booster boxes I have are Battle Styles. I don't have any other booster boxes. I have products that have packs that have Squirtles, but I don't think I have a booster box with Squirtle. Okay. Green energy, leaf energy, Vanillish. Those that only know the first 151, this Pokemon is based off of an ice cream cone. Clang, Gothorita, Wishy-Washy, Green New Scam Energy. You know what? Hold that Roaring Skies pack longer. I mean, I'm totally fine with getting $45 for it, but that's just me. I don't know. I like Gothorita. I'll put it to the side for you, Neely. I'll send it to you. Pansage. I'd buy the Roaring Skies pack. The next gen coming out is a sequel to XY. It's going to go up when it comes out. Sure. But I kind of just want to downsize everything I have, to be honest. You're probably right, though. It probably will go up. Tauros. Diglett. Oh my god, wait. Is that Diglett standing in front of a Diglett grave? Any of the non-rare cards anyone likes they can have? Helium. People are going to start chasing anything XY again, which was short printed to begin with. Yeah, I actually just saw Mega Houndoom EX is like a $60 card, and I know I have a few of them from way back when. Oh my god, look at this card. Wait, everyone look at this card. Everyone look at this card. Quovit. Wait, I haven't shipped Caffeine's cards yet. Caffeine, do you want this one? Is that a real Pokemon? Yeah, it is. XY is and will always be one of my favorite gens. Yeah, XY is pretty cool. Batty alert. Oh god, Tyler. Sarina. And a holographic Caporaja. I think an elephant. The first pack was really good, so worth it. Yeah, I really like this card. Okay. I'll put the Gothorita to the side. Got this. Happy I finished my XY Evolution Master Set. Wait, Phil, did you actually want the what's it called? The Roaring Skies pack? Because I'll take it off of TCG Player. Yeah, I'd buy it. Okay. I just got to take it offline. Yeah, 45. Rip and ship in Dan's house. 45, and that covers shipping too. Here are the other packs that I found. You ever get that Pikachu box again? I'd buy it. I might have another one. I'll check. The other two old packs that I found randomly. Find some Phantom Forces or Steam. I want them. No, I did my whole pack inventory today. So the only way there would be anything else is if they're in like tins that I didn't know about. Okay, let me check. They might be behind the American flag. All right, Phil, thank you. This Roaring Skies pack is officially Phil's. Phil, do you want it sealed or do you want it opened? Wait, I didn't see the old packs. Here are the old packs. 2, and then the Roaring Skies is the big one. Sealed, please. Absolutely. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put it in. I'm gonna put it in a card saver. And then I'm gonna put a team bag on it. And then padded envelope. I don't usually. I'm gonna be honest. I don't usually ship expensive packs. Usually I ship cheap packs. So would that be cool? Like card saver, team bag, and padded envelope. Okay, perfect. All right. Let me check for you, Liam. Have the at the peak. Anything after Pokemon? I think I'm getting off. Oh well, wait, hold on. There is something. Andrew was telling me about what's in here. The thing is, I don't know if I want to sell it sealed because there's a little slit right there. So I kind of want to sell it to somebody that wants to open it. It's kind of expensive, so games return. How much is it? Hang on. They're like 400 plus sealed right now. Are they really? God, hold on. That seems weird. Sell it sealed. It's got the problem is it's got a little slit. No, and these aren't 400 plus unless I'm looking in the wrong place. It's 275. Dan, breakpoint, put it away. I'm serious. Wait for the next new set to drop. Okay, I'll take it off TCG Player. Hold on. Yeah, I'm seeing 275, not 400. Don't get me wrong, 400 sounds great, but Elon could buy like 500 million of those. Oh my god. Blame it on shipping. This is Trump America. Okay. Okay. I don't. I passed out after the shameful chocolate binge. Okay, Liam. I don't think I have another Pikachu one, but I think I have something you might like more. So I haven't sealed product. I actually haven't bought in like over a year. I don't really buy these anymore. I just have them. I don't have them. Okay. But yeah, Ange, what did I did I look up the wrong thing? I didn't see 400 on the that one. Check. Hiding all this. Wait, what is Ange sending? And stealing from me? Wait. Okay. Memories. Memories box. These are 90. M's. Oh, I see, Ange. Yeah, I mean, I would still sell it for 275. Videos of scalpers is so tragic. Yeah. So these are 90. They come with more of those Charizard packs, Celebrations packs, and then a Battle Styles pack, and it comes with a Lance's Charizard V and a Dark Sylveon. Also comes with a giant Lance's Charizard V. Right here. I think I have 3 of these. If I sent right now, would you open it tonight? Yeah. But I don't want to like I don't want to manipulate like humans have a fallacy around FOMO. So like don't I won't sell it. I'll hold it if you don't want to buy it tonight. Or if you don't want to buy it at all, it's okay. I don't want to like be like, buy now or else it's gone, you know? Had I known 4 years ago the price those be, I wouldn't have opened something. I want it. Okay.
Thanks, Obama.
Phil, thank you for the gift. Why do I look so weird this way? Hold on, I gotta flip this back. I don't look correct. Phil, thank you for the gifted sub to Anthony. Was the background, I think? Maybe. Okay.
Thanks, Obama.
The upside down Dan. Oh, whoa. I was wondering why it looks off. All right. Okay. All right, so I've been eyeing that celebrations up there since September. Okay, so I'm putting this away, yeah? Here we go. I love watching the pack openings. I've not been here for them before. I normally listen and tab out. I think I've only done like one pack opening, maybe two. Okay, Liam, you're here, right? Oh shit, I just realized. I don't know how I'm gonna ship this. Liam? Calling all Liams. Bill, thank you for the gifted sub. I missed the Pikachu box? Yeah, and you did. Here, I'll show you the pulls though. Get a larger bubble mailer. Yeah, but I need to also like make it sturdy so that shower can hear you. Wait, shower again? Taking a second shower? Here, sorry, was talking to my friend. No problem. Unions were cool. I wish they still. Oh. All right, here we go. This is a pretty cool box because Sylveon is, in my opinion, one of the top 2 evolutions. And Charizard is Charizard. So look at that coin. Look at the Charizard coin. I just want the box. Wait, what's the second of the top 2? Umbreon, I would say. Yeah, Sylveon and Umbreon. Oh, and there's also wait. Hold on. Hold the phone. Look at the Sylveon pin. Can't get it to focus, but well, you guys get the idea. have Dark Sylveon V. It might be my favorite part, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie, same. Lance's Charizard V. Plastic for me to throw out. I guess I could probably recycle these, right? Just big chunks of plastic. Charizard coin. Heads I win, tails you lose. The coin is hollow. Okay. Then we have the giant Lance's Charizard V. I also have to figure out how to ship the other cards. Okay. A Battle Styles. Dan has Trump hands holding that bad boy. And a Darkness Ablaze. And then we have 6 Celebrations packs. Okay, that was a close call. I dropped 2 of the packs, and one of them went right underneath like my chair wheel, but I was able to catch it. We're rolling. There's a flat rate box from UPS that would fit those. 12 miller though. Do they fit? Wait, do they fit in a small flat rate box? Because if it's anything bigger, then I'm gonna get my back blown out. Because a medium flat rate box is like $20. Shipping poly bags, it cuts the price in half. Yeah, but for these, I have to make them sturdy, otherwise they'll get bent up in shipping. No, Liam, you're good. I'll figure it out. I just want it to be the cheapest possible, without anything getting damaged. Okay. Smallest flat rate box and put paper in it. I don't think the smallest flat rate box would fit. This is a sheet of. I don't think you want this. This is like a sheet of paper that Dark Pokemon and Owner's Pokemon. Okay. All right. I'm gonna do the battle styles first, and then Darkness Ablaze, and then Celebration. Unless you have any other ideas. I think I'm mixing. All right, here we go. Luck, luck, luck. Four. Psychic Energy. Where's the fun political talk? We did politics for 4 hours. Now we're unwinding. We'll be back for politics Wednesday, 7 p.m. Eastern. Psychic Energy. Focus. I love it. Didn't know you were a Pokemon guy. Like even more now. Oh, thank you. Yeah, there's actually my day job is selling Pokemon cards. At least for now. All right, I'll just try it later. Can of Waves. Dotler. Detler? Dotler. Oh, there we go. Timeco. Own Edge. Do post the VODs of the stream on YouTube. They will be posted. Horsey. Oh, you got the Horsey and the Seadra. Cool. Bellsprout. Bronzer. Oh. I just realized. There we go. Bronzor. This is what Trump puts on his skin. Every day. Conkeldurr. Reverse Hollow Conkeldurr. And Centiscorch. Regular rare. Add them to your stack. Other Cent. Say Hollow and I think Bleach. Saw Red Dot Charizard for a second. Well, that pack can't have Charizard, but this pack can. Or Lightning Energy. Cape of Toughness. I remember charades last night when I acted out Cape. Powerful White Energy. This is what Trump supporters think they have. Solrock. Link. Skitty. Okay, we gotta focus on Skitty. Come on now. And Sage. Golett. I love this guy because my favorite Pokemon for a longest time was his evolved form, Golurk. Vanillite. Reverse Hollow Billowing Smoke. And Hollow Hoopa. This looks like one of the villains from Sonic and the Secret Rings. Reverse Hollow Trainer is wild. Yes, that's a good point. But you know what? It's not as bad as back in the day, okay? In like base set packs, your whole rare could be a trainer. No hollow. That shit was rough. That shit was rough. Okay, celebrations. Here we go. Oh, let me get I have the wrong thing frame here. All the hits. Here. Anyone else buy Shonen books for the cards? I did. The Yu-Gi-Oh cards? Oh yeah. Okay. Celebrations. Palkia. Osmoem. Cleffa Classic Collection. This is textured and holographic. Look how cute. So this was a very, very good card in the actual game. Because look at its ability. For 1 energy, you get to use Eek, which means you shuffle your hand into your deck and then draw 7 cards. Like, really, really good card. Very iconic if you played the game. And Mew! Yeah, that's a W pack. All right. Here we go. Okay. Reshiram. Focus, bug. Dernios. Oh shit! Wait! Mew EX Classic Collection, textured, ultra rare. Huge hit. And Dakion V, double ultra. God. Power move. Okay. These are crazy, but yeah, Celebrations is a great set because everything's already hollow, but like the stuff you can pull is really sick. Groudon. Oh. Classic Collection Dark Gyarados, textured, hollow. Okay, Liam's kind of killing it. And Soul Galio. All right, next one. I haven't seen the Gyarados card in forever. Yeah, Gyarados was my favorite Pokemon growing up. This set was always W's, yeah. It really is a fun set to open. And I really appreciate you guys for allowing me to open them. I'm having fun, even though I'm not keeping the cards. I'm trying to get it to focus. Lugia. Yveltal. Reshiram. Lunala. That's the first pack that you haven't gotten a hit from Celebrations, by the way. And I mean, technically they're all hollow, but I'm hype over this live. I'm glad I stuck around. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm having fun, and I know nothing about Pokemon. Okay. Another Lugia. Cosmoem. Oh, I just realized that she's sleeping next to it. That's kind of cute. Palkia. Another Mew. And last pack Magic. Luck. Lugia. Cosmoem. Groudon. Nala. Damn, started strong. Still, though, hold on. We gotta talk. We gotta talk about these cards right here. Okay. All right, so this is all of hits. Caffeine wants another shot at gay Pika. Okay. Okay, here we go. All right, Caffeine, you sent a little bit extra, so I'm gonna throw in a trick or treat pack. I literally just woke up. My sleep schedule is gonna be wild. All right, Caffeine, are you here? Okay, cool. But lean the rest of the side. All right, so we're gonna start with the trick or treat pack, and then we'll go for the fat pika. Okay. Zubat. Oh, wait a second. You guys need to see this. Come on, come on, come on. Yes. It has the. It's made out of yarn. It's made out of yarn. Act like a beauty guru. Ghastly and Dusknoir Hollow. Ooh, that's fucking sick. Okay, and now the Fat Gay Pikachu pack. Okay. Vivid Voltage. Luck. I have not seen a comment on Twitch or YouTube since we started. Well, okay, maybe that's not true, but for at least like half an hour. Metal Energy. You're about to get tariffed. Cramorant. Dan, give Barbie my Mew duplicate. Okay. Barbie, and don't worry, Barbie. The ship. Chuckle. Drone Rotom. Okay, that's kind of a cute trick. Ada. Voltorb. Rockruff. My god, he's scratching his ear. Whismer. A gym leader for 200 kids when they first came out and did. Oh my god, I remember that. Like in Toys R Us, they used to have gym leaders, right? Rubbish. For those that haven't seen for Pokemon, this Pokemon is based on a bag of garbage. Slugma. Me. Me is crazy. I collect misprints and error cards. Oh, and we might have to talk because I have a whole box of like misprints that I never got around to selling. Oh wait, the Slugma is reverse hollow. And a hollow Genesect. Okay. What did I say? I was adding this, right? The Squovit for caffeine, and it was the Gotharita for Neely. W pack openings tonight. W to those that bought packs. I really appreciate you guys. The highlight of my Pokemon days was on Game Boy. I'm not gonna lie. This is still my favorite thing of what everything we've opened. This is my favorite thing. There it is. How freaking. No problem, Liam. Pack openings. Okay, I think we're done for the night. Yeah. Okay, before I show my face, I'm gonna flip it back because my face looks so weird when it's not flipped. Okay. All right, it's Saturday. I'll probably get everything shipped out on Monday. Unless someone knows they're getting more stuff, in which case, tell me not to ship out yet. Also, Ange, I think I asked you for your shipping address. I don't know if you sent. I can't remember if you sent it or not. You know how long it'll take to get here? I would say anywhere between 3 and 6 days, assuming nothing. I'll send it. Oh, okay. Assuming nothing weird happens, 3 days. You can actually probably gauge it by the cards I shipped to you today. So I shipped them on Saturday. We'll see when you get them. Thank you, guests, for supporting Dan and getting good polls. So I don't know. Even if I choose not to even if I choose not to end my fave lives by far. Good night, Gail. Even if I do choose to continue to do like the Pokemon sales, I'm so excited for Mew EX card. Yeah, honestly, that card's sick. Even if I choose to do Spicy Dan, even if I choose to do because of the shirt, even if I choose to do even if I choose to do even if I choose to continue to do my day job, I do think I'm probably not gonna restock on sealed product. I'm just gonna keep buying and selling singles because those are my earlier. Oh, I tried to zoom in. I don't think I succeeded. Which means that once the sealed stuff is gone, it's gone. I'm not restocking sealed stuff. Dan wears the shirt because he knows he's a snake. Sure. Yes, Ange? I'm not a sealed product guy, okay? Like the sealed product I've gotten is right now is when you want to flip sealed. But I'm not gonna go to Walmart and wait for them to stock the shelves, and I'm not gonna. It's a whole thing. I'd rather just do what my expertise is in singles. We need to talk. There's a guy who sells packs before he opens them on live, then ships them. Epic Tickle, we literally just did that. Go to small game stores. Well, small game stores are usually going to charge a price that wouldn't be profitable for me to buy them. Trust me, I'll send you what I got this week online. Never left my house. Okay. Yeah, singles. And I'll take your word for it. But I've never been like a big sealed dealer. Oh yeah, I forgot. If anyone wants just these 4 cards, the Pikachu V Unions, I do have more of these. I don't have any more of the product, but I do have more of these 4 cards. All right. The whole thing, people line up hours before opening at Wally World used to work. Oh shit, Angel's requesting.
Shit, I forgot I sent this a minute ago. Now is a good time to
Good night,
invest
Liam.
in seal and flip it. Seriously.
To flip sealed product. I
Okay, listen to me. I work crazy hours.
Yeah.
I have ordered so much stuff this week, never left my computer. It's all being shipped for free. Costco, I scored 151 at Costco 8 different times. And it's all retail. Like I'm not paying anything over
I don't have a Costco
MSRP.
membership.
Oh my gosh. For $50, you'll want a Costco. Look, you get 2 boxes for $100. They're flipping right now for 150 a piece. I'm not joking when I'm telling you this stuff. You get 2 of them for $100. The 151 Blooming. Look up Blooming Waters. 151 Blooming Waters. I'm not kidding.
Blooming Waters. Phil said, "Whoa,
They're
don't do that. That's
it's gonna
not cool
be
for us collectors." Yeah, I don't.
It's gonna be a.
Just don't scalp them. I
Oh,
feel like scalping
I'm
is
a
morally wrong.
ripper. I'm a ripper. Like I don't keep anything sealed. I rip everything I buy.
I've seen so many videos of people rushing Costco's. It's so crazy. Yeah, I mean that's one of many reasons I don't really like dealing with sealed. But let me see. Blooming Onion, Blooming Waters Premium Collection.
Waters. I have an absolutely ridiculous amount of Journey Together coming, and I'm kind of excited for it. And I'm terrified of what my credit card is going to look like.
It looks like about 125 ish.
They're $50 a piece. 2 for $100 at
That still
Costco.
ruins it for those who. Well, no, I don't know. It ruins for those who just want to collect. I don't know anyone that is playing the game that needs to buy sealed product. It's more for the collectors, I think. But yeah, it's just it's a lot. I mean, you can send me stuff if you want, but I don't
This
know.
week, yeah, this week for some reason, like Friday, Target, Best Buy, and Walmart all restocked in the middle of the day, and huge restocks. Everybody was getting in on them. They weren't selling out in 2 minutes. You could get anything. I got a bunch of 151 from Target. I got all the new box sets that come out next week from Target. No problems. I didn't have to fight anyone for them this week. It was weird. I think a lot of people were waiting for Destin Rivals to drop on Pokemon Center and weren't paying attention to the restocks. Was a big part of it.
Maybe. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know.
Also
I've never
fun.
been into like the seeing when stores restock and stuff. It's a lot. I feel like it's a lot to keep track of.
I'm in Discords that tell me when they restock, so I don't have to chase anything. They post a notification that it restocked and click the link and check out.
Magic is
You just
coming
have to
out.
beat the bots.
Magic is coming out with a Final Fantasy VII set, and I'm so excited. Yeah, Magic has been killing it with their IP sets. They had like a Lord of the Rings set, a Godzilla set, Dungeons and Dragons set, Final Fantasy VII. That's sick.
I never got into any other of the TCGs. This was the only one.
Lord of the Rings.
Well, I hope you keep doing these because this is fun, even if it's just watching. But I'm going to need you to take breaks in between because I have bills to pay and I also have an addiction to shiny cardboard.
No problem. Oh, listen, everything I can sell on my own. The only thing that I hope we can open on live is the Charizard collection because it has the little slit in it, and I don't know if I could sell it as sealed without like taking pictures, and I really don't like taking.
You can always put that it's got a small tear in the plastic, but it hasn't. Just someone will scoop those up. They're a little bit hard to get at this point. Had I known that they were going to do that, I would have bought more of them. Oh well.
It always goes.
Well, I'll let you go. I'm gonna wrap up for the night. I hope the live was good. I missed the whole thing, and then I came home to Pokemon, and I was a little jaded that I didn't get a message or anything.
Like the rest of this week, we had some unhinged guests.
Oh,
we had one guest that was pro America's destruction.
Oh,
so that was cool. Anyway,
I'd really like these people to say this shit in front of their bosses and see how it would go for them, but that's just me. All right, good night, everybody.
Good night.
See y'all tomorrow.
Well, you're not gonna see me tomorrow, probably, unless.
Wait, oh, tomorrow's Sunday.
Tomorrow's Sunday, yeah.
See you guys on Wednesday.
I want to show my One Piece figures. I'm geeking now. I want to see your One Piece figures, because I love One Piece. Said you were going to live tomorrow. I said maybe Barbie. I said maybe to stream Dean on MSNBC. I said maybe. Maybe equals yes.
Oh, how do I turn my? Hold on. How do I flip this? Here we go. So I have Gear 5 Luffy.
1 second. I'm just gonna check the format so that it's better.
Oh, can you see?
No. Right now your camera's off. An invite to turn it
no.
on.
Okay, cool. Hold on. Let me see. Oh, that's me. Hold on. Save. There we go.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's my Luffy. I love Gear 5. He's my favorite. Blackbeard. I have a few of them. There's Ace,
The
Law,
devil
Zoro.
fruits. The
Yeah.
Kaido.
Uh-huh.
Okay, next meetup is wherever Mary J. Bridge lives. And I'm the only one going.
Over here, I have my little Gear
Shanks.
5s.
No, this is insane. I did not
Yeah.
expect to see this.
Yeah. And then I have like old video game systems and stuff that we've been collecting over here, like Robin, Jinbei.
Yep.
And then, hold on.
Wait, what are those from? The first place.
Oh, that's my husband. He plays in Yu-Gi-Oh tournaments.
There's a chance I know your husband, by the way. If he plays music, there's a small chance.
This one, I can't really reach it, I'm sure, but it like rotates. Hold on, let me see if I can get it. I can't get it to rotate, but you know.
Who's on the other side? Oh, his daughter. Okay. My God.
Yeah, the posters. I have a couple more. I just don't have frames for them. And then we just recently got these.
Oh, those I know.
You remember these?
Yeah, the Burger King gold cards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's all I have in here. But I have more in my house, but I also have stuff I don't want people to see.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's it. That one's my favorite though by far.
Okay.
Oh, and then we have these. Oh, and this up here. Hold on, let me show you this one.
The Last Supper?
Yeah.
Wait. Okay, hold on. Okay, so I see the JoJo characters. I see Spike Spiegel from Cowboy Bebop. I see Ichigo, Luffy, Goku, Naruto, Inuyasha, Gon, Kenshin, Yusuke. Oh my god. So cool.
Yep.
Okay, well, I don't have anything like this, but I will also show my Gear 5.
I'm gonna hop off now.
Nothing compared to what she just. I still like. This is ceramic. It's a Pikachu crying over spilled milk. My brother dropped it and broke the tail, but I still really like it. When I tell you I like One Piece, I like One Piece. Yeah. For One Piece fans, these are my official Doflamingo glasses. I'll hold it in. Liam, it's after midnight. You can say whatever you want. I want them. Yeah. I can't do it. I can't do the Doflamingo. Really good, though. Am I unfocused? Dan, go to sleep. Yeah, you're probably right. Okay. YouTube and Twitch. I don't even know if anyone's still there. Old school. Hey. Blurry? I am blurry. Back. And Twitch. Have a good night.